Twitter. It's the gayest soy thing you can do. Shut the fuck up, you little tater tot bitch. We are 2 minutes and 35 seconds into this video. I'm just as gay as the rest of us, motherfucker.
Feels just the same. Another sunny day in LA. Everything is fine, so they say. Wonder what the news is today. Cause I know that every day I'm at this fucking job. Hasan is streaming. Watch him on the clock. Oh, this doesn't like end.
Listen, bro, the Lyra does not need this.
Trans people love playing Hearts of Iron. Eating pussy is the basic bare minimum thing you can do.
Where did they find these people, dude?
And women want to have sex. Your job is posting. You're gay. Okay.
God, I hate women so much.
But is he really a socialist? He's such a himbo, I can't handle it. He's got a car and it's better than mine. How can I sit here like everything's fine? That's just me being a fucking hog. Hasan is streaming. Watch him on that clock.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from gloomy California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is hump day. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. It is hump day. It's Wednesday. That was Teresa Sweetheart's very own Hasan streaming theme song for my favorite socialist himbo official video. Criminally underrated. We're alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 11:08 a.m. here in Pacific time, and it is Wednesday, December 17th, 2025. We're live. We're alive. It's gloomy here. It's foggy here. Let's be real. What is Gavin Newsom doing about the fog? Absolutely nothing. Why is nobody addressing the fog here in California, Los Angeles, folks? I don't understand it. Low Kirk, the fog is a big problem, okay? Is it being done by weather machines? Is it the Chinese? Is it Jewish weather machines? Find out more later on the broadcast, but before we get into that, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's precisely what I'm going to do. And that is where we are at right now. ICE is flying Black Hawks over my town right now. Oh, shit. Is it Chinese weather balloons? Maybe. Who knows? Okay. So last night I ended the broadcast at another 7 hour and like 30 minutes, 40 minutes broadcast. It was another half day Hasi. That's my name. You already know what it is. But 7 hours and 20 minutes. Okay, sure. Half day Hasi. Okay. I was a little bit tired. Basically quiet quitting. Didn't do gaming, even though everybody wants me to do that. Been reading this Marx guy. Think you guys would agree a lot? Nah, he's fake, dude. Mark's guy is phony. All right. But ended that broadcast, and then what did I do? I finished the Last Samurai Standing. You got to mention in a GQ article. What? Whoa. GQ and Cutie Cinderella GQT Cinderella. I got a mention in it. Wait, what? Oh, it's the guy who wrote it is Kieran Press Reynolds, the guy who wrote about me as well. Are you watching Heated Rivalry? No, I'm not watching Heated Rivalry. Okay, I'm not watching Heated Rivalry because I'm homophobic. I don't know how many times I need to explain this to you guys. I am an op. Okay, I'm an op to the LGBTQ community, and that is the reason why I have not watched Heated Rivalry, because I'm anti-Canada, I'm anti-hockey, but most importantly, I'm anti-gay. Okay? Fallout Season 2 came out, haven't watched it yet. That's why I've subbed for 5 years. That's what I'm talking about. Anyway, we'll read this cutie Cinderella piece later. Non-stop drama-filled picture-perfect life of cutie Cinderella. Did you already catch up on One Piece? No, I'm holding on to it for dear life because I don't want to finish it, because I'm worried that once I do finish it, who knows what will happen? My life will change. I will have to start reading the manga, you know, and it's going to go seasonal anyway, and that's frustrating. In any case, where was I? Oh yeah, personal news wise, ended the broadcast last night, finished Last Samurai Standing, very upset that it ended. Thought that it was supposed to be longer than this. Made me very sad. I've also been like watching Spy Family a lot, which is one of those animes that I feel like is too embarrassing for me to admit in public to watching, if you know what I mean. Because like, I don't know, there's like it's too cute and too wholesome, even though there is definitely, be careful, it's baby propaganda. No, I agree. There's definitely baby propaganda all over it, but I don't know. I just like, it's just one of those things that it's like difficult to explain to normies when you're watching. You know what I mean? I feel like that. Even though there is like a cool element of East Germany, West Germany baked into it all, which I personally enjoy. But Spy Family is great. It's got a card game. Anyway, there's that. And then there's also the other side of the story, my ankle. A lot of people want to know updates on that, updates on my health in general. And what do I have for you? Well, what I have on the health updates is basically my entire foot is currently blue all the way down to my toes. Okay. Shit is not looking good. I don't know what happened. I don't know how this happened. It's really fucked up. Yeah, I got a case of gay foot. My foot is gay. You would if you went to the fucking doctor? I did go to the doctor. But basically what I was doing is like, I was listening to the doctor's advice, you know, elevating it, cycling, Tylenol and Advil, doing all that good stuff, right? And that I'm doing that specifically so I can reduce the swelling, right? 8 hours, she said. I didn't actually do it every 8 hours, but whatever. Last night, I didn't actually take the autism creator, Tylenol. I didn't take any pain reducers, and because I wasn't in pain at all. So I was like, I don't need it. And I also, I guess, didn't elevate it enough with the 2-pillow system that I had. So this morning when I woke up, I thought, I'm going to be so good. I'm going to be so good. I can actually go and work out. I can finally put some, like, not like weight on it, but like, I think I'll be fine by the time I wake up. No, I went to take a piss this morning, and instantly I was like, yeah, it's not just for the pain. It's for inflammation. Yes, I know. It is for the inflammation. I know. In any case, I thought that, 2-3 days would have been enough for the swelling to be reduced. Turns out it wasn't enough. And, girl is broken. No, it's not. I took x-rays. Shut up. If your foot falls, give it to Kaya. I would never do that. If it's swollen, you might want to get a second opinion if the swelling isn't improving. I broke my ankle a few years ago and walked around on it for a few weeks because my doctor told me it wasn't broken at first. Did you get an x-ray and your doctor told you that it wasn't broken? Anyway, I'm off it though. I'm off the ankle. Don't worry. I'm off the ankle. But I thought I'd be able to go work out. Also, my neck hurts a little bit too, because like when you're 34 years old and you get like you rely on one side too much of your body, then the other side starts tweaking in different ways. I don't know what it is. I tweak my Kirk, My Kirk is fucked up. I definitely tweak my Kirk a little bit. I don't know how. My upper back. But yeah, I'll fix it. I'll fix it slowly but surely. But yeah. Is your ankle in a boot for my upper Kirk is a little messed up. Dude, stop that. You'll go to heck. Okay. I'm already in heck. Old man's gonna die soon, so sad. It's true. Yeah, anyway, woke up this morning, did some interviews. You already know what it is. Did you see that Aiden Ross Puka Naswa video? Yes, I did. It's the most like modern day dumb shit of all time. We'll be talking about all of that. Don't worry. Are you making Christmas turkeys this year? Yeah, my family is. Also have bad back. I don't know if enough. I don't work out enough, and it definitely starts to hurt more over small stuff like sleeping wrong. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I saw Aiden Ross with the LA Rams player chatter. I don't know why everyone is so shocked, or everyone is coming in here being like, did you see that? Of course I did. Olivia Newsy is on Taft's, I heard. What is this brain rot posting? What the fuck is this? Chatter was like, you have to see this. And it's just the craziest gif of all time, dude. Thank you, Chatter. Thank you for sharing. You and 1% of other players fell for Malevola. Wait, what? How is that even possible? I didn't even know that was a thing you could do. Did Adidas make that? This guy is really invested in this. Did Adidas make that jacket in red? I really want to find one, but it's hard to find. I don't know, Chatter. It's fake, huh? Okay, it's fake. Don't threaten me with a good time now. Have you seen the Mussolini show from Sky? Yes, of course. What kind of question is this? Of course I have. I was promoting it. Piers grilling Candace drops today. Oh, wow. The Charlie Kirk head has 15 million views and 3 million likes.
Charlie, it's Jeff. Do you copy? Charlie, it's Jeff. Can you hear me? On your left.
God. Bro, I swear to God, like the fucking, I swear to God, the true apolitical nature of this kind of brain rot meme is actually breaking me. I didn't realize that I could actually be one-shotted by watching AI-infused TikToks, but honestly, this reveals something so insane about like the generation that's coming after us. Like they have the Glovers in here, LeBron James. Obviously, like on the political front, you got, you know, Diddy, Epstein, all this stuff, right? But then you have the tung or whatever, LeBron James, all this shit. Obviously, as you guys know, I'm a slider, even though I have to probably become a Glover now because when I was sliding a little too hard as a slider, I cooked myself. In my old age, I'm probably going to betray the sliders and become a Glover. But like this is the type of shit that moves beyond like breaking a medieval peasant, you know? A chicken nugget could kill a medieval peasant. This actually will kill the average millennial if they try to even understand what the fuck they're looking at. And I obviously have the maximum brain rot already to be able to comprehend the images that I'm looking at. But, you know, it's pretty busted. It's pretty crazy. Let me blast off real quick. Let's do it. You're a Fed if you call her a sellout. You are a 35-year-old man. What are you saying? Don't worry about it. If you don't understand what's going on, it's probably best that you don't understand what's going on. But yeah. What are we sipping on, King? Sipping on the diluted cold Kirk brew coffee. All right, I guess Piers Morgan is going to do a clandestine operation, and we'll see how that goes. But in any case, where are we? Oh, yeah. There are a lot of Brown University shooter conspiracies. There is a lot of discontent with the FBI. Trump is going to reveal a statement later. POTUS claims Venezuelan oil is ours. Republican healthcare fail. Has Candace Owens sold out? Obviously, that's another question that we have. Get in now to find out. There's so much going on. Dan Bongino might be leaving the FBI. An MIT nuclear scientist was assassinated. Bongino is out too early next year, apparently. Not very surprising. Costco was ahead of its time with the Kirkland brand. Anyway, this is true. Do we have a blast off me? Ladies and gentlemen, Scamdus Owens. I mean, yeah. Wait, fuck. I fucked that up. Here it is. Okay, let's blast off. Yeah, he was Portuguese. I'll talk about the MIT nuclear scientist that got assassinated, potentially assassinated. It does seem very suspicious. The reason why I think it's also an interesting story is because instantly a lot of the OSINT community and a lot of Zionists were like, oh, he was Jewish. And it's fucking crazy. Like, I don't understand what the purpose of that was, but it blows my mind that nowadays anything can happen. Any story that takes place has to instantly correspond to whatever, like any story that takes place in the news that invites a little bit of scrutiny and invites a little bit of confusion and chaos is automatically utilized, weaponized by people, by political actors with whatever the fuck their goals are. They just go like back in the day when stuff like this used to happen, like when school shootings or mass shootings used to happen, Republicans every now and then would get things wrong, right? And then they realized that there is no penalties for getting things wrong, and you can just like directionally lie with no punishments whatsoever. As a matter of fact, people actually are excited when you lie in a way that like suits their propagandistic purposes. And now everybody does it. People of all different types of backgrounds do it. It's one of the most insane things I've ever seen. MIT nuclear scientist gets killed in the courtyard of his own apartment complex. And immediately I saw a shit ton of accounts being like, Jews are under attack. Notice how another Jewish scientist was assassinated. It's like, dude, where did you get that? Like, why would you even say that? Dude wasn't Jewish. He's Portuguese. Had nothing to do this had nothing to do with Judaism at all. And I saw a bunch of Zionist accounts being like, see, Jews are under attack again. I know Portuguese Jews, to be honest. Okay, but he wasn't one of them. What do you mean? Like, what the fuck does that have to do with anything? Yeah, okay. There are Jewish people all around the world. Like, hello? We get it. You blasted off. I don't think you got it. I don't think you got it enough. Okay, fine. I'll retweet. Damn. Yeah, retweet that shit. Hey, man, can you do more in your off-stream hours so the personal news section can be the whole stream? That's unironically my favorite part. Please and thanks. You got it. Like, what do you think has a higher priority here? That he was a fucking MIT nuclear scientist? Or whatever, like, his religious background might have been, regardless, whether he was Jewish or not. Like, what are you talking about? It's so fucking crazy. I do think it's safe. I do think it's safe to say, given the lack of information, there's at least a possibility it could be an anti-Semitic hate crime given his identity, but it doesn't mean it's automatically the case. It's just soon to say one way or another. No, he was Catholic. He's like that's what I saw from one of his. No, he's not. This is what I mean. This is what I'm talking about. Why the fuck did people, why did people instantly land on this thing for some reason? Like, that's all it is, though. That's all it takes is like for someone to be like, nah, he's Jewish, actually. That's why they killed him. And then immediately it just like fucking flies all around. Why would people lie to me on the internet about that? What the fuck? That's what I mean. That's what I mean. Do you see what I'm saying, though? Do you understand? This was the point that I was making. This is exactly the point that I was making. The point that I was making is that, like, this kind of stuff actually has a real impact, even for people who are like tuned into shit, right? Like, Megaphonics is in here every day. Megaphonics is in here every fucking day of the week. Like, I know we like to make jokes about Megaphonics in general, but you know, if you're in here every single fucking day, you're probably a little bit more tuned into what's going on. And you see like information, you see how misinformation runs amok on the internet. Like, you're supposed to be a little bit more skeptical of these kinds of narratives. But nowadays, I feel like it's whoever is first to market. You know, whoever is first to market and is able to lean into conspiracy wins. And it's one of the craziest things I have it's one of the craziest things to like experience from afar, and I just don't understand it. Like I think there is a lot of good in just taking a deep breath, taking a couple steps back, and just waiting for more information to come out. Okay? You made it sound like he couldn't be Jewish because he was Portuguese. No, I made it sound like he's not Jewish because he's not fucking Jewish. What the hell is going on? I even said, yeah, sure, someone who's Portuguese could be Jewish. I mean, it's less likely, right? Statistically speaking, it's an incredibly small population of Portuguese Jews, okay? But that's not the point regardless. The homicide investigation in Brookline comes across as, so an MIT professor was fatally shot at his home and police launched a homicide investigation. Okay? Yeah, he's not Jewish because he's Catholic. What is happening? There's two different metas, okay? Instantly people say the shooter is a Muslim trans Antifa activist. And then now the inverse of it is every victim of a shooting is also Jewish. Like, what the hell is happening? Reddit fact check on his claimed Jewish identity. What is this? For whatever his worth, his Wikipedia says he's from a Sephardic Jewish family, but the third source listed claiming that he doesn't say anything about him being Jewish on the MIT page source of that claim. For now, given the timing of his murder and the peculiarity of the timing, I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt and leave his Wikipedia page along with other Yeshiva World source given by another commenter on this post. There's a good chance he's Jewish, we shall see. Is probably worth keeping an eye on. I saw one of the family friends or something saying he's not, okay, that he was Catholic. But once again, as I said already, like his Jewish background is not the major point of contention here. I feel like if he was murdered, it most likely is not because he's Jewish, but because he was a fucking nuclear scientist. Do you understand? In any case, a professor at Massachusetts Institute of Technology was fatally shot at his home near Boston, and authorities said they had launched a homicide investigation. Nuno F.G. Loureiro, a 47-year-old physicist and fusion scientist, was shot Monday night at his home in Brookline, Massachusetts. He died at a local hospital on Tuesday, the Norfolk District Attorney's Office said in a statement. The prosecutor's office said no suspects have been taken into custody as of Tuesday afternoon and that its investigation was ongoing. Loureiro, who joined MIT in 2016, was named last year to lead MIT's Plasma Science and Fusion Center, where he aimed to advance clean energy technology and other research. The center, one of the school's largest labs, had more than 250 people working across 7 buildings when he took the helm. Loureiro, who was married, grew up in Viseu in central Portugal and studied in Lisbon before earning a doctorate in London, according to MIT. He was a researcher at an institute for nuclear fusion in Lisbon before MIT, it said. Loureiro. He's shown a bright light as a mentor, a friend, a teacher, a colleague, and leader, and was universally admired for his articulate, compassionate manner. Dennis White, an engineering professor who previously led MIT's Plasma Science and Fusion Center, told a campus publication. The president of MIT, Sally Kornbluth, said in a statement that Loureiro's death was a shocking loss. The homicide investigation in Brookline comes as police in Providence, Rhode Island, about 50 miles away, continue to search for the gunman who killed 2 students and injured 9 others at Brown University on Saturday. FBI said it knew of no connection between the crimes. A 22-year-old student at Boston University who lives near Loureiro's apartment in Brookline told Boston Globe she heard 3 loud noises Monday evening and feared it was gunfire. I had never heard anything so loud, so I assumed they were gunshots. Liv Shackner was quoted as saying, "It's difficult to grasp. It just seems like it keeps happening." Some of Loureiro's students visited his home, an apartment in a 3-story brick building, Tuesday afternoon to pay their respects. The U.S. ambassador to Portugal, John J. Arrigo, expressed his condolences in an online post that honored Loureiro for his leadership and contributions to science. It's not hyperbole to say MIT is where you go to find solutions to humanity's biggest problems, Loureiro said. When he was named to lead the Plasma Science Lab this year, fusion energy will change the course of history. So it's nutty that, like, normally, under normal circumstances, the conspiracy theory here should be that it's like a big oil assassination, right? Like, this is supposed to be a very competitive, potentially very competitive alternative energy platform that would most likely undermine the financial interests of big oil or something, right? Or you can make a conspiracy theory around like, you know, Israel and America are just like openly assassinating nuclear scientists, and they're celebrating such assassinations on the global stage. So then this could be like, I don't know, an Iranian retaliation or something. But the very fact that people instantly were like, well, it's because this is an anti-Semitic hate crime, that like, and this was like the conversation, the speculation is supposed to be around other instances, but then they just turned the fucking conversation back to like this being an anti-Semitic hate crime potentially. For context, I suspect people went with the he's Jewish narrative because he lived in Brookline, which is a large Jewish population. Like, I suspect that if he was assassinated, I feel like the higher priority for why, and this is all suspicion at this point, but the higher priority that invites the most amount of scrutiny would be from either, you know, the big oil and gas industry or something, or potentially like a country with a competitive platform that has also a competitive platform that also has is trying to make waves in the similar industry or something. You know, do you see what I mean? Fusion is not a more cost-effective version of power production at the moment, primarily because that tech is like at the earliest 20 years away. If anyone would discover sustainable fusion, it would be China. Yeah. HasanAbi is not entertaining UFO talk this morning, it seems. I mean, I feel like in the field of conspiracy, there are what do you call it? Oh yeah, this was the friend that I saw, but sad to hear this is one of the friends, but I don't know how fucking valid this is. Sad to hear of Nuno Loureiro's passing. He was already a leading plasma physicist of our generation with an exceptional scientific trajectory ahead of him, and a wit that those who knew him will never forget. Last time we spoke, he had a wife and 3 children who are no doubt in immense pain. Most people will never fully grasp how profound a loss this is, not just personally, but for science itself. For the record, Nuno would never comment on Israel or Gaza. That simply wasn't who he was, and he was not Jewish. Not all scientists are Jewish, and using the death of a deeply respected man to push. Like, I don't know. This wasn't what I saw. There was someone who was actually a friend of his. That I don't know where it is though. I need to find it. But someone who's a family friend that quoted on it. It's Nuno. This is the first time I heard he was Jewish. No, this was like all over big accounts. And I think J Post also said that he was Jewish. And there was like I saw like a photo of a random building, potentially his building, that people were saying was his apartment complex, that said like that had a Stand With Israel sticker on the window or something. Like, it just blew my mind that immediately they fucking immediately they hit that line. Yeah, Stop Anti-Semitism posted about it for one, but many others did as well. But apparently there's like a film. There is a person by the same name who is it anti-Semitic to assume he's Jewish, or is pro-Israel people are very anti-Semitic? No, dude. His background and his religion in this regard is not the first thing that you should be instantly thinking about. He was a fucking nuclear scientist. That's my point. My point is his religious background is probably not the first thing that I would dial in on when I hear that a fucking MIT professor specifically working on new nuclear technology is most likely assassinated right outside of his home. That's my point. My point is, like, I don't understand that this is like this is how some people instantly took it. Regardless, I don't even know why we're having this conversation. But I thought everyone would be you know, understanding of the point I'm making here. It's crazy because there is like very obviously, yeah, Laura Loomer. Before any facts are established, Laura Loomer and aligned pro-Israel accounts are already framing the Brown shooting and MIT professor killing yesterday as a coordinated attack on Jewish and pro-Israel figures. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, do you see how fucking frustrating this shit is? Breaking: MIT professor in nuclear science and physics, Nuno Loureiro, was just shot and killed at his home in Brookline, Massachusetts on Monday evening. He's reportedly Jewish and pro-Israel. People say the shooter is on the run. The shooting comes after a shooter at Brown University opened fire on a classroom on Saturday where the professor who usually occupies the study room that was shot up is Jewish and pro-Israel. Like, even the Brown University shooting, oh yeah, the shooter didn't actually end up killing a Jewish professor, but he was probably trying to kill a Jewish pro-Israel professor. What the fuck is happening? They can't even do like conspiracy theories correctly at this point. Is someone ambushing elite universities on the East Coast trying to murder pro-Israel and Jewish professors during Hanukkah? Both shooters are on the run. Is it the same shooter? 27,000 likes. This is Israel Hayom, a right-wing Israeli outlet, states there is no indication the MIT professor was Jewish or pro-Israel despite claims by some commentators. Why was MIT nuclear scientist Nuno F.G. Loureiro shot dead? Why is this a thing? Like, what the fuck is going on? Does this not make you guys a little bit curious? Like, does this not invite a little bit of scrutiny as to why in situations like this, immediately people who are primarily invested in cutting propaganda that is seemingly favorable to Israel is like insta-locking this shit? Wait, is the reporting on the Brown professor being a Jewish professor misinfo? I hadn't realized yet. Obviously, the coverage on this nuclear scientist getting assassinated is a clear misdirection, in my opinion. He's only being reported as being Portuguese in Portuguese news for what it's worth. I hate that nowadays it is getting virtually impossible. It's getting more and more difficult to figure out and establish consensus reality because there are so many opportunists who instantly, on any issue where there isn't like a shit ton of facts, on any issue that invites a little bit of skepticism or a little bit of scrutiny or a little bit of curiosity, they insta-lock whatever whatever narrative is pertinent to their overarching propagandistic goals. Okay, immediately people who are pro-Israel will say like, oh, this victim was Jewish and he was killed for being Jewish. Anti-Semitism is on the rise. Or people who are anti-Semitic will say, oh, he was killed for being Israeli, and he was like, at any moment now he was going to actually take his Jewish research to Israel and give Israel the research, and then that's why he was assassinated. You know what I mean? Like, it's just fucking insane. Like, can we just wait and try to figure out and make a can we just wait and make an assessment after we figure out what the actual details are, especially in a situation like this where Israel is notorious for, you know, murdering fucking nuclear scientists openly and publicly and saying it's fucking fair game. It seems like the global rules on shit like this is changing dramatically. Okay. And my first inclination isn't that this guy was murdered for being Jewish in an anti-Semitic hate crime. My first inclination is that he was most likely murdered for the research that he was conducting in MIT in terms of nuclear fusion, in terms of the research that he was working on at MIT. Probably is the reason why he was assassinated, if he was fucking assassinated, you know? How is that? God. In any case, nuclear fusion is literally the biggest threat to oil oligarchs. I would believe he was killed for his research way more than being pro-Israel. Exactly. Especially because like there's no indication that he was at all. Like there's no evidence that he was at all, except for what Laura Loomer is claiming. But again, please, I invite everyone to scrutinize this kind of immediate narrative building, immediate world building in moments such as this one, because it will lead you astray. Okay? To be fair, there's also no evidence that he was killed for being a nuclear scientist either. We're all conjecturing at this point. Okay, true. But don't you feel like there is a higher likelihood? Because there's no evidence of him being Jewish at all, but there is at least evidence of him being a nuclear scientist, right? Like, that's my point. We know he is a nuclear scientist. We don't know what his religious background is. And even if he was Jewish, don't you feel like there is a higher priority that he was a nuclear scientist? What is this? If you think he died for being a nuclear scientist, I'm sorry, you're stupid. If you think murdering a single scientist does anything, you're dumb. They don't get funding for storing ideas in their head. Their work is published, etc. What? Okay, well, tell that to fucking Israel, chatter, because they seemingly do keep popping nuclear scientists. like it's Skittles. Okay. Yeah. Here is 9 scientists assassinated for being Jewish. Oh, wait, that's not the case. Israel says it killed 9 Iranian nuclear scientists, embraces attacks from Iran. Anyway, this is the reason why I brought this up is because it's his capacity to push the field forward and make huge contributions that sets him apart. Exactly. If he's making individual progress on a specifically hard problem, absolutely he's the target of those hoping to interfere with that progress. Whatever chatter you just read is profoundly brain broken to think otherwise. Like, the ideas don't perish, obviously. But if you think that like especially when it comes to publicly available research, if you think that singular individuals are still not moving research in a specific direction in a way that like others can't, then there is no reason for research leads at all, right? Why do we even have research leads? Why are there leaders and individual scientists that we praise at all? It's just across the board, it's a collective. And there is truth to that, right? Obviously, it's a collection of all the previously available data that people work on, and it's the product of a team. But yes, in certain instances, the team leader could have a unique vision or unique insight, and that is the reason why they could, be assassinated, potentially. Okay? Not saying that he definitely was, but the investigation that has been launched into it is a homicide investigation. So, of course, given his background, it's like this, okay? Charlie Kirk was a political advocate. When he got killed, nobody thought, oh, this must be a crime of passion. Why did nobody think that this was Charlie Kirk's gay lover who shot and killed him, for example? Because he was fucking Charlie Kirk. If your job is being Charlie Kirk and you get shot, yeah, of course people are going to immediately go, kind of feels like this might have been a political assassination, okay? In any case, now that I even joked about it, people are going to be like, nah, it was a gay lover narrative, I think. I hope that I have your level of patience one day. I know, well, you have to have a level of patience that is seemingly profound if you want to be able to explain certain basic concepts to, 20,000, 30,000 people. In any case, the like I said, the interesting part about this story is in my opinion, the suspicion of why, or the why is obviously not completely solved here. And also the other interesting part of it is, my job as a media critic, I obviously am going to be extra attentive about how quickly certain kinds of discourse spreads with or without any real tangible point of information. Okay. And that's it. I find that to be somewhat disturbing, and I find that to be very interesting. Might be some student he failed or something too. I mean, I don't know if that's super likely, even though statistically speaking, yes, you are more likely to be murdered by someone you know than not. But I guess in this situation, your job and your background and the research that you're conducting does play a role, I feel like. Anyway, now we are going to talk about the new enhanced videos of the Brown University shooting person of interest released, because obviously the other shooting, the other potential assassination that took place was like only 20 minutes away from the Rhode Island Brown University campus shooting that took place a couple days prior to this. And that in and of itself was also a high profile incident that created a lot of chaos. And we still don't fucking know who did it, but that didn't stop the Republicans from making up their own dang minds about that one too. Specifically, Republicans and OSINT Twitter once again immediately dove into the archives to find any Palestinian they potentially could to blame for this. It was insane. Okay, obviously we don't have a lot of details beyond like a couple images. The shooter is still not found. There is not really any. Did you see this? This seems wild. Oh my God. I was just covering this. It was the first story I covered today, chatter. But there was a real we did it Reddit moment. but this time on Twitter, and this time even more racist than we did at
killed
Reddit.
2 people at Brown
Hold on, I'll be back
University
in a
is still on the loose. Days later now, police have released new high-quality videos of the suspect. They want the public to help identify the man on your screen here, seen around the Ivy League campus before and after the shootings. Tom Hansen is following the investigation.
Videos released Tuesday show the suspected gunman in enhanced detail, walking and sometimes running in a residential area near Brown University's campus, hours before Saturday's deadly mass shooting.
We believe that he was actually casing out this area to commit the crime. That's a pattern that criminals do.
Police say they don't know why the unidentified man appears to have a bag with him in some clips, while in others it cannot be seen. They also have not determined the man's approximate age or if he has a connection to the university.
I don't think we know anything about this person's motivations at this point.
Rhode Island Attorney General Peter Nerona says there is no surveillance video of the person of interest inside the building where 2 students were killed and 9 others injured. Brown has 1,200 cameras across campus, but Nerona says almost none were positioned to capture the shooter, citing the building's placement on the edge of campus.
Whether that was by design by the shooter or not, I can't tell you. But it is an unfortunate circumstance for us because we just don't have the kind of surveillance video that you might think.
Police insist there is no threat to the community, and they are confident there will be a breakthrough soon, despite the manhunt now entering its 5th day without answers.
The more time that passes, the more time this person of interest potentially has to get away.
Correct. But the key here is identifying the person. Once the person's identified, at that point, it is very difficult to.
Wow, these guys this is brilliant insight, dude. on both ends. Yeah. The more you know about a shooter, the harder their chances are at getting away. And the other guy's like, well, the more days pass, the harder it is for people to find who the shooter actually is. Incredible stuff happening all around. Now, the FBI is not doing great. Let's just say the FBI is not doing great. Kash Patel has had a sequence of high-profile fuck-ups at this point, which has led a lot of people to scrutinize whether or not he should even have this job at all. A lot of people are very frustrated with his performance. I am a firm believer that while the FBI does a lot of interference on, political organizing and things of that nature throughout his history, has done a whole bunch of fucked up shit. There are certain things that the FBI is supposed to be good at. This is one of those things, okay? Like, this quite literally is the thing that they're supposed to be the best at, okay? When a mass shooting takes place, you're supposed to be good at finding who the mass shooter is, right? You're supposed to be good at, like, apprehending the shooter. You're supposed to be good at figuring out who the shooter is. Like, investigating crimes and murders is the one thing that you expect the FBI to be competent at, okay? It's your job. It's the reason why you get all of the funding, or at least, like, it's the reason why the public is comfortable with you getting all the funding. It's the reason why all the movies are about how you actually don't fuck up these investigations, right? And beyond that, the people in charge of the FBI are supposed to project confidence because this is an important institution. It's an important arm of federal law enforcement. So when you have an incompetent dipshit like Kash Patel leading the agency, you are actually not projecting confidence whatsoever. Now, obviously, people who are on the left have always been frustrated with the FBI, but even people such as myself who have been frustrated with the ideological position of the FBI or the role that it plays in, like, infiltrating and destroying, like, left mobilizing and things of that nature, is utterly irrelevant in this situation. Because virtually everyone understands that this is the primary purpose of law enforcement in general, okay? But people on the right are also no longer confident in the competence of the FBI, and part of that is because they were under the Biden administration. Everybody complained about how political the FBI had gotten, how woke the FBI had gotten, so that Donald Trump, in an effort to fix the problems within the agency, decided to put a bunch of his loyalists in charge and also dramatically restructure the agency and what they were focused on, what they were tasked with dealing with. And And lo and behold, we have an FBI that is incapable of delivering a coherent narrative in the aftermath of high-profile assassinations that even right-wingers care about, like Charlie Kirk, and people no longer trust it at all. So, you know, I guess it's somewhat unsurprising that this would happen. Also, something a little bit sad about the FBI breaking from MS Now. FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino has quietly told confidants he plans to formally leave his job early in the new year and will not be returning to the headquarters to work this month, according to 8 people briefed on his account. If you recall, I kept saying, where is Dan Bongino? Is he dead? Did Kash Patel murder my goat, Dan Bongino? And Dan Bongino was very depressed about how his comprehensive work as the deputy director of the FBI was ruining his life, ruining his marriage. And he was really excited to quiet quit or to potentially get back to work, hawking supplements. Turns out Dan Bongino wants to get back to podcasting and, get back to selling supplements. So there is that part of the story as well. But I'm actually surprised as to why Kash Patel has not been fired yet. That's, I think, more interesting than the inevitable retirement of Dan Bongino, who signaled that he wanted to fucking leave this position basically 2 weeks into the fucking job, especially after the Epstein files actually harmed his reputation as a conspiratorial podcaster. So Felix, of course, says Felix is an unlikely ally of the Kash Patel regime, and says, you do realize it's Kash and Alexis' 17-month anniversary, right? That's Kash Patel's girlfriend. Sorry if not everything is going according to your precious schedule. Last I checked, the crime scene will still be there once director Patel returns from the 5-finger death punch couples cruise next month. And to which Brace responded with, it's literally frozen. It can't wait. To which Felix responded with, cold is known as law enforcement's favorite temperature for the way it preserves evidence. Oh my God, I thought that was sarcasm. No, Felix is a Kash Patel truther and a Kash Patel defender. A Kash Patel loyalist. Okay. Now, what's interesting about a sequence of L's that Kash Patel has taken is that since the Brown University mass shooting that took place, or the Brown University school shooting that took place on Saturday, Kash Patel has done 2 podcasts, 2 television interviews, and falsely claimed that they caught the shooter. Now, that obviously is, pissing people off quite a bit. Because it seems like these guys are primarily invested in boosting their profiles, like they're acting like they're still podcasters, but you're the director of the FBI. You are not just a podcaster. You are the director of the FBI. So when you're the director of the FBI, you can't be doing podcaster shit when you should be doing director of the FBI shit. It's pretty simple. Okay? And seemingly, this has not been a major point of concern for the Trump administration, at least. But it has pissed off a lot of people, and I don't mean just like people who are antagonistic to the Trump administration. I'm talking people who are Republican, people who are right wing, people who are in the realm of conspiracy theories. They are all very frustrated with the way that things are going. I think Charlie Kirk was like a pivotal moment, especially the ways in which Dan Bongino, or not Dan Bongino, Kash Patel, Dan Bongino and Kash Patel first came out with the Epstein files and were like, oh, all this stuff that we said about Jeffrey Epstein is fake, actually. Now that we're in charge, it's actually fake. Donald Trump is actually not connected to Epstein at all. And everyone was like, that's weird that you said that. I don't know if I can trust you anymore. And then with the Charlie Kirk assassination, when they started releasing information about the Charlie Kirk assassination that people were not comfortable with, or people did not feel satiated by, then obviously there was even more scrutiny. And now, since then, Dan Bongino has had numerous moments such as this one that have really pissed off people. It's not his fault. He just happens to look like he's the most suspicious man in America. But I do want to show you and then there was the private jet incident that took place. With Kash Patel's girlfriend. Obviously, that was another big point that pissed him off. that pissed a lot of people off. On the podcast tonight, FBI Director Kash Patel says it's ironic that he's criticized for taxpayer-funded travel to see his girlfriend perform musically. He says if he were abusing it, he'd go see every one of her shows, not just the approximately 15% he's attended. When asked why his girlfriend doesn't have a ring yet, Patel responds to the interview by saying the media won't dictate the speed of their relationship. Patel says members of Congress are being hypocritical when they criticize his travel because members of Congress go on junkets. The ultimate hypocrisy, it's clickbait. The discussion is now referencing some very awful, vile threats being made against Patel's girlfriend, terribly menacing. Patel is mentioning some truly brutal and disgraceful threats against public officials this year. It's truly an horror to hear. The targets include private citizen, family members of those officials. This is, of course, from the Kash Patel interview that took place with, and you might be surprised to find out about this, Katie Miller, who happens to be Steve Miller's wife. That's right. Steve Miller's wife apparently has a fucking podcast, and Steve Miller's wife, Katie Miller, on her podcast had Kash Patel and Kash Patel's girlfriend as guests. Okay? This was the interview. Katie Miller has also had another high-profile guest, Elon Musk, since then. It's just one of the most insane things, dude. It's like, what the fuck are we doing? Can I guess 30K views? No, not even. I mean, the view count on Twitter is completely busted anyway, but it didn't get a lot of views at all.
Consequence, Benghazi or Russiagate or what have you. They always said it's going to be the loudest when you're over the target. And yeah, it's been the loudest for us in recent history because she's doing amazing things and the FBI is doing a great job for the American people. And
it's just wild that this entire administration is comprised of grifters who are first and foremost self-interested, okay? And the ones who podcasted their way into positions of power want to go back to podcasting, and the ones who were in background positions like Katie Miller basically were like, oh, I want to become a podcaster myself. So at the end of the day, the highest thing you can be, the highest achievement that you can accomplish on the right-wing grift is selling supplements. Fucking insane. Why'd Katie ask if his girlfriend, if she's Israeli? Is that a rumor? Yes. People say that she is a Mossad operative. But the reason why people say she is a Mossad operative is not because she's Jewish or from Israel. The reason why they say she's a Mossad operative is because she, I believe, worked on Prager University, which is actually owned and has hired many former IDF Unit 8200 operatives. And that is the reason why people are suspecting her of being a Mossad operative, not because she's like Jewish or anything like that. I believe she is. She's Armenian, I think. Kash Patel's girlfriend just turned 27. In a couple months, Kash turns 46. Kind of creepy. I love that you're doing age gap relationship here. Because Kash Patel is gay, okay? The real suspicion here is why a gay man who has a lot of evidence for his, gay activities feels the need to consistently talk about how he has a girlfriend who he cares for very much. So don't worry. It's not an inappropriate age gap relationship in the way that you think. Yeah. Also, she's 27. Like, as I've said before, once you're above the age of 25, I don't think Kash Patel is like seducing her. Okay. I think she can make up her own mind about who she wants to be in a relationship with. It may be the case, but saying homophobes are closeted turns violence into group fighting. Wait, what? I'm very careful about who I say is closeted. I don't like run around throwing that out there willy-nilly, okay? There's a difference between saying, oh, all homophobes are secretly... First of all, Kash Patel hasn't really even talked about homophobia that much. Like, I wouldn't say homophobia is one of his like primary concerns or primary points of output. And the reason why I'm saying that is not because he's homophobic because he's gay or something. The reason why I'm saying that is because he had a boyfriend in Las Vegas. Okay. I do love that we're having a conversation about the unimaginably incompetent FBI director whose only background is that he is a podcaster and his potentially intelligence asset girlfriend, and the two things that some of the people in this community want to hit on is the problematic age gap here, and whether or not his suspected sexual identification is going to be problematic to point out or not. I like that we are all on the ball here. We are totally locked in. Thank you, guys. He literally only got the job because he's hot. True. Anyway, that is true. He's also a children's book author, not just a podcaster. And I think he spent a little bit of time in the White House last time, in like the last Trump administration, when he was like working with one of these fucking dipshits, one of these like dipshit congresspersons, and like any number of different things that Trump was invested in, creating legal chaos around. I forget what it was, but oh my God, this has to be a fucking ChatGPT response, right? The whole homophobes are actually closeted thing is absolutely overblown. Most of them are literally just particularly hateful straight people. Not to say gaslighting them isn't fun, but this in particular just feels like a cheap gotcha that still paints queer people in a negative light. That's AI. There's no way that person is real. That's ChatGPT. That has a clanker vibes. In any case, where was I? I wanted to show you some choice quotes from this back and forth as well. But basically, a lot of people are frustrated. A lot of people are very mad. They're very mad that this is what Kash Patel was doing, even though he filmed this prior to the Brown University shooting. People were frustrated that this is like what he's been predisposed with, right? And yeah, the second to last timestamp on the podcast is Poly market predictions on a Kash Alexis engagement, because everything fucking sucks. Kash Patel, what's your go-to hype song? What is happening, dude? What's your biggest surprise as an FBI director? All right, we're moving on from this. Anyway, but getting back to the Brown University shooting, and the lack of information that's readily available, what ended up happening in this circumstance was, of course, the most predictable outcome. In the absence of information, with all of this heightened attention on another school shooting, people decided to take matters into their own fucking hands.
Hide from law enforcement.
Meanwhile, the Providence
and I'm going to get to that in a
community
second.
Is grieving.
Love one another.
Hundreds of people packed church pews at a vigil Tuesday night, honoring victims and families.
You always assume, like, if this happens, it's going to be somewhere else. But
I thought that was Harry Sasson.
Today, we're all someone else.
And 7 of the 9 injured students remain in the hospital. We're also seeing an obituary published for Ella Cook, one of the 2 students who died in Saturday's shooting. There will be a memorial service in her honor in her home state of Alabama. That happens on Monday.
Tom, thank you.
I wouldn't say they've hit a dead end, but they just...
Yeah. So there are, in the absence of hard evidence on who the suspected shooter is, especially considering that the FBI actually went and found someone that they declared as a person of interest, someone from Wisconsin that had traveled to Rhode Island with weapons. And then they released that person of interest, even though they had released the name of that person of interest. And Kash Patel had falsely claimed that they got the shooter again, as he's known to fucking do. The shooter is still at large. Okay? The shooter is still at fucking large. So what did people on Twitter do? Oh, that's right. They immediately scoured the internet to find any Brown University student they possibly could that they tried to, they tried to claim was the actual shooter. They went with a queer Palestinian Brown University student, okay? Mustafa Karbouk, okay? They decided it was Mustafa Karbouk that was the shooter, okay? And of course, with the heightened attention on this, with the heightened attention on this from all of the fucking schizo posters on the internet, this one literally got 44,000 likes. He instantly fucking deleted his profile, and the university deleted his pages because he was getting doxxed everywhere. He was getting doxxed as the shooter by a bunch of fucking freaks. So when Brown University scrubbed its entire website of Mustafa Karbouk, Free Palestine LGBTQ activist, then they used that as additional proof that he definitely was the shooter. The Nazi motherfuckers trawled through to find one heavyset queer Palestinian guy and have created a totally baseless defamation conspiracy that Brown University is trying to cover up that this is the mass murder because the pages were removed at some point in the past year. We are talking about a Palestinian refugee student. What might have happened in the early spring that would make the university uneasy about posting pages online about a Palestinian refugee student? They've inundated the internet with this garbage. It's based on nothing. Just find someone whose identity you want to impugn and vaguely claim that he's a little bit heavy set. That's it. There's no identifying details, no matching clothes, no witness accounts, no motive, nothing. Remember with Kirk's assassination, how they misidentified and doxed like a dozen different people who debated him. They tried ruining those people's lives, and then it turned out none of them had anything to do with it. Many lived thousands of miles away. Time to make a massive carve out in Section 230 for this kind of fake OSINT kind of shit. It needs to be penalized, not rewarded or monetized. Yeah. And then there's also this. There's been a huge cover up happening at Brown University. It's been 3 days, over 800 cameras on campus, actively scrubbing down web pages. Active shooter alert never went off. 21,000 likes, by the way. In every press conference, they refused to admit that the shooter shouted Allahu Akbar before he started killing. By the way, the reason why they refused to admit that is because there's no evidence that that happened. Okay? I like that if you've been in here long enough, I've often talked about how people online go along with whatever kind of fucking narratives from afar that they claim is actually happening in instances of like parasocial interest, right? And under normal circumstances, people were just like laser focused on the suspected relationships between like content creators that they watch, or K-pop Twitter and K-pop stan Twitter would focus on their favorite beloved celebrities and whether or not they were interacting with one another in a way. They wanted to like find out more information about this kind of stuff, and I never thought that it would get to this degree, this kind of attitude, this kind of this way of operating would ever become so damaging to public discourse that like basically people online can just like come up with whatever kind of fucking conspiracy that they decided on the spot, and then everyone else in the real world who are serious adults who have serious jobs like investigating shit have to go along with the made up fucking conspiracy. And the very fact that they're not going along with the made up conspiracy also implies that the conspiracy is real. What the fuck are we doing? It is completely insane. Okay? Like you, Keck. I know. Like me. Always. Yeah. It's always says you and never why you believe that I'm engaging in this, or never any evidence as to how I've done this. This is, even by MAGA standards, an extraordinarily stupid conspiracy theory. If a Brown student were the killer, how would scrubbing his profile page help Brown save its skin? It would not erase the fact that he was enrolled at the school, so what difference would it make? Perhaps Palestinian students were getting scrubbed off of their websites specifically because there are entire organizations dedicated to doxing Palestinian students. Okay? And also, Sean McGuire, our favorite Islamophobic freak, made a whole 7-minute rant, conspiratorial rant on this. Sean McGuire posted a video rant accusing a queer pro-Palestine Brown student of being the shooter, then quietly deleted it after Brown denied the claim. He's making a strong late-stage push for biggest disgrace of 2025. It seems very likely that the Brown shooter was an ardent pro-Palestine activist of Palestinian heritage. Brown is actively scrubbing his online presence. As a student they formerly celebrated, the West is ablaze with terror attacks, and it was all predictable. Brown University now says Mustafa Karbuch is not involved in the mass shooting investigation. As law enforcement officials stated clearly on Tuesday afternoon, if this individual's name had any relevance to the current investigation, they would be actively looking for this individual and providing information publicly. It is fucking insane. And Sean McGuire hasn't stopped, okay, on conspiracy posting regardless. I cannot believe that we are now at the stage where collective delusion on the internet is actually leading to collective delusion and mass psychosis that is oftentimes also AI backed. Okay. Like this guy goes, asked Gemini. Oh, sick, man. You asked AI? That's awesome. I guess, pack up the investigation, I guess. You did an AI overview. Got it. Like mass delusion on the internet in a direction of whatever kind of like preconceived biases that people may have is enough for people to lean into conspiracy theories. And when there's like actual hard evidence that comes out that disproves the conspiracy theories, people just go, nah, and especially because there is no real market correction, right? The point is, back in the day, at least the idea was that people are still ultimately invested in the truth, right? People were invested in the truth, and therefore, if someone was consistently revealed to release misinformation in incidents like this, right, then the market would correct itself. People would stop tuning into that person, right? People would warn that person. People would say, hey, this guy's a straight up liar. They fucking keep leading you astray. Nowadays, there is no such market correction. You are incentivized to lie in a specific biased political direction, okay? You're incentivized to lie, and therefore, there is no market correction that comes. There is no punishments for consistently lying. There's actually a reward for consistently lying in this kind of direction, okay? And even if you are someone who chooses not to engage in this kind of posture, like myself, someone who actively, in instances of like breaking news, will try to, dial it back, will try to get people to make reasonable analysis, people can just simply go, nah, you do it too, dumbass. You're biased, and therefore you do it as well. Okay? You do it too, dumbass. You do it as well. And if enough people are also saying that about someone like myself, then people believe it. That's it. If Brown is stonewalling a criminal investigation in order to save its skin, I will not feel a shred of sympathy for when they get what they deserve. I don't know. Maybe they didn't fucking do that. Okay? But that hasn't stopped people from suspecting that they did do that, because what matters more is the narrative. Narrative is more important than the truth. Okay? Aaron Regenberg says, do these freaks not understand that the cover-up they're inventing would need to be directed by the FBI? So Kash Patel's refusing to admit that the shooter said Allahu Akbar. The reason they're not admitting it is because the law enforcement authorities interviewing all the witnesses determined it didn't fucking happen. Where did this come from? The internet. Someone made it up. I think it was Laura Loomer who made it up. Laura Loomer wasn't there. Laura Loomer is not a firsthand. Laura Loomer is not a firsthand witness to the shooting. Okay? Why the fuck are people listening to someone who just made something up very clearly? Is being first to market with a biased conspiracy more important than actually trying to fucking arrive at a truth? What the fuck is happening? We saw a version of this on the liberal side as well, and that's still ongoing with the Charlie Kirk stuff. There were a lot of people who immediately was like, oh no, the shooter is a groyper. Tyler Robinson's a groyper. And it fucking worked. And if you recall at the time, I said, I don't think Tyler Robinson is a fucking groyper. I don't think there's enough evidence to suggest that he's actually a groyper at all. Like, and turns out he actually wasn't, let's be real. But the problem, and that issue is still ongoing because Candace Owens was basically able to single-handedly redirect the narrative back to Israel being responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk, and that Tyler Robinson actually is innocent. You said he was a groyper day of. I like that your name is Jeremy 5K Hill, and you are just making shit up. I said there is a likelihood that he could be a groyper, but judging by his social media activity that we know of, he's most likely not. I said that there is a lot of animosity amongst groypers against someone like Charlie Kirk, but that's not enough evidence that this person specifically is a groyper. Okay? Not only did I say he wasn't, I even tweeted that he most likely wasn't, as a matter of fact. Don't know why you have to misremember. Don't know why you are engaging in this kind of thing. Having said that, it was not lost on me that the idea that he might be a groyper was favored by a lot of liberals and favored by a lot of left-wingers, and that conspiracy actually was so powerful and so overwhelming that it even caused right-wingers to dial back the narrative that this was actually a leftist trans Antifa activist shooter. Okay? That's the reason why they very quickly, when they found out that the Tyler Robinson was from good stock, white family, Mormon, MAGA dad, they turned around and said, hey, maybe this is a pray for his soul type situation and not a we must kill all transgenders type of situation. You feel me? So even when it's advantageous to make up a fake bullshit response, especially because both liberals and leftists are also in line with this kind of conspiratorial thinking, I choose not to do that. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because there is less and less interest in maintaining an actual investment in the truth and trying to analyze the situation with hard evidence that is readily available. It's much nowadays, I think like just pushing false information and being first to market in a biased direction is a much better way to combat the right also doing that. How long is this stun lock? This is not a stun lock. What the fuck? This is perhaps one of the most consequential parts of discourse in 2025. What the hell? It can be reduced to lying is OP, please nerf. Okay, but it's getting more and more OP. The reason Brown took down some web pages is because you put a student's life in danger with your baseless lies. Get out of our fucking city, you tragedy exploiting shameless fucks. In any case, I cannot believe how quickly the right seizes on this kind of shit. I remember thinking that you were jumping on conclusions. I believe you did call he's a fucking groiper at one point. Sorry, I can't run the tape. I just remember because at the time I was a new listener and I didn't know what the fuck a groiper was. No, you're misremembering, and you're either mistaking me with someone else that you were watching, or you're just straightforwardly misremembering this. Okay, you're most likely confusing me with someone else that you were watching, because I was one of the few places on the left that didn't immediately say that this person was a groper. As a matter of fact, I said that while there is a small chance that he might be a groper, all of the evidence that I have seen so far leads me to believe that he is not a groiper. Okay, I mean, there's tweets about it. I tweeted at other left-wing journalists and whatnot as well with my disagreements. Not that it matters. Yeah, people were mad at me. I watched like all hours of your, and I remember saying it's a possibility that people should stop saying he is for sure one because there isn't enough evidence at the time. Yes. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that misinformation in either direction is unironically a more effective way to combat misinformation in any direction is unironically a more effective way to fucking combat right-wing misinformation. Like left-wing misinformation is more effective than combating right-wing misinformation with the truth. Okay. I said Tyler Robinson, Kirk's alleged shooter, came from a Mormon family in both law enforcement and the military, but I'm not so certain if he himself was right-wing. A lot of the memes posted on the casings are ironic or of left variety, different than previous far-right shooters. It's still too soon to tell, but this is very important to understand as well. Yeah, I saw that as well. I don't know how to weigh that over the Chow Bella, though. Like, that could be Gopnik posting, which is across the political spectrum. Need more info. Gorpers usually hail previous shooters, and they have way more aggressive slogans they use to signal, though. Okay? That's it. Like, I'm not in favor of fighting fire with fire. I think that we mustn't drop our investment in the truth. Okay? I think the truth is what is more important than anything else. Even if it doesn't favor our political position, that's something that I will always work towards. I might get certain things wrong in my assessment. I might make incorrect predictions every now and then, but the reality is I will always try my very best to make sure that I am conducting analysis off of hard evidence. Okay? I know that misinformation spreading is more fun and actually unironically more effective, especially nowadays. Like I said, I keep stressing this point, and I hope people understand this. Spreading misinformation is more effective in combating right-wing misinformation. That is just the truth. Spreading left-wing misinformation is more effective in combating right-wing misinformation than spreading the truth and dialing in and trying to establish verifiable evidence and conduct your analysis off of that. I'm telling you right now, Candace Owens has proven that reality. Okay? Is it more effective in the long term, though? I think in the long term, there is no consensus reality. That's what I'm saying. There's no consensus truth. There's no consensus reality. I will continue to shout from the rooftops about, dialing in and trying to figure out exactly what's going on, because that's my own personal autistic stubbornness, I guess. But that's what I care about more than anything else. But I will openly admit that lying and spreading misinformation from a biased perspective is unironically more successful in combating right-wing misinformation.
Don't have any solid leads on the identification of the subject.
It appears as though he may be scoping things out, but it's more so he's like buying time. He's almost waiting until he knows where he wants to go and what he wants to do.
He's engaging in that pre-attack surveillance, that right before, making sure it's a soft target, making sure there's no law enforcement in sight, and just rehearsing his attack right before he goes in that building and commits it.
Breaking news now in the manhunt for the Brown University shooter, now in its 5th day. Providence police are now looking for a second person who was, quote, in the proximity of the person of interest. Wow, a lot we are learning minute by minute as this goes on. I'm Sandra Smith in New York. John, good to be with you.
Good to be with you as well, Sandra. I'm John Roberts in Washington, and this is America Report.
Why don't you participate in lies and propaganda to achieve left-wing goals? Great question. First of all, propaganda as a neutral term is something that I'm not shy about admitting that I do. It's just marketing, right? Secondly, the reason why I don't engage in falsehoods or lies to achieve left-wing goals is, one, because it's unethical, and two, because I personally believe the truth already has this sort of bias anyway. So you don't need to do that. You need to only do that. You need to only do that if the truth does not favor your worldview. That's why the right, more often than not, feels the need to lie to make up a point. Okay? And you guys are saying keep credibility, but honestly, it doesn't matter anymore. That's my point. Credibility is no longer matched. Credibility is no longer calculated off of how truthful your claims are. It's calculated off of how far your false narrative, no matter how fucking ridiculous it is, spreads. Okay? This is precisely the reason why Candace Owens is one of the most seemingly credible political commentators on the internet. Okay? Back in the day, credibility was obviously held up as a standard by your performance and how truthful you were, how much you actually cared about making sure that you land on the truth, making sure that your analysis was backed by facts that were verified by evidence. Okay? Credibility no longer is tied. Credibility is no longer a metric that people care about, rather. Or if you want to think about credibility, if you do care about credibility, people, I think, falsely attribute relatability and how far your message spreads to credibility. You're more credible if your ideas go spread far and wide.
That headline comes as new video lays out a timeline of the potential shooter's movements in 15 different clips, up to 2 hours before and just minutes after the deadly mass shooting.
We have Fox Team coverage for you kicking off right now with Paul Morrow, who is on the ground digging into this new timeline.
But first to our national
You're
correspondent,
too
Brian
doomer,
Ennis,
man.
This
Is too online. Househead. I don't think this is doomer. I think this is simply how things are. And you're right, this is too online. But I think the world we live in is increasingly more online than ever before. Okay? Also, I'm not saying I'm going to drop what my standards are. I haven't, and I will continue to seek out the truth. And yes, while Twitter is not real life, as I have said over and over again, and that normies are not entirely invested in the narratives that blow up on the internet, obviously it's impossible not to recognize someone like Candace Owens and what she's done to normie brains. Okay, it's just Twitter and Twitter-style conspiratorial thinking that is first and foremost biased is now the prevailing way that people get their information. It's all about being first to market with a specific conspiracy theory that people can lean into. And this administration has made Twitter more real life than ever before. What is this? The grift continues. Oh, yeah, I don't really care too much about this now. I think Candace Owens is probably cutting away at her credibility her credibility amongst the conspiratorial wing by calling off the character assassination of Erica Kirk after having a private closed-door meeting with Erica Kirk. So,
Providence with the latest. Brian?
John and Sandra, good afternoon. This news breaking within the last half hour. The Providence police releasing new images of a second person. Now, I want to be careful with how I use the language, so I'll read what they just posted on X. They said investigators are asking for the public's help in identifying and speaking to the individual shown in these photos who was in proximity of the person of interest. We have a press conference, that is a news conference, I should say, that is scheduled for 5 p.m. today. There'll be a lot of questions.
I think you're dead wrong on this. Just like hypocrisy and violent rhetoric, truth and credibility are graded on a curve that is heavily biased to the right. They don't care about being right or wrong, but that won't stop them from pointing out when you were wrong. No, I don't disagree with that. Okay? I don't disagree with that. I've said that over and over again. There is so much more scrutiny if you are even remotely on the left or associated with what people consider to be left-wing positions, like demonstrating empathy for people, right? This is correct. Right-wingers who very clearly don't care about hypocrisy will weaponize false hypocrisy even. Like in moments that are not even hypocritical, they'll just simply say hypocrisy anyway. I mean, there's no greater evidence of this than like people saying, oh, you want fucking Medicare for all? Well, guess what? You own a house. Fuck you to Bernie Sanders. Okay? Oh, you think better things are possible? Well, fuck you. You own a house. At no point did anybody say that like ownership over a home is antithetical to being a progressive person, being a left-wing person, being a socialist person. It's fucking ridiculous.
About that. Now, these new images come a day after the Providence police released new enhanced video of the primary person of interest we've been talking about. 5'8" with a stocky build, walking around the nearby neighborhood as early as 10:30 a.m., 5.5 hours before the shooting. They're hoping someone out there will recognize the way that he walks and carries his weight. Sometimes he's seen wearing a satchel, sometimes he's not. Investigators say the video released is the best video they have.
They're claiming that the fact that he put his hands behind his back implies that he's Middle Eastern, by the way, which is insane.
Now, back out here in front of the Barris and Holly building, I want to give people an idea of the timeline and sort of what we now know based on the FBI's information. Behind me is the north entrance, sort of the back entrance, loading dock, and parking lot. The FBI has focused a ton of energy on that entrance. We've seen people in Tyvek suits and cameras looking at that. It's believed, based on what we know, that the gunman, primary person of interest, the suspect, came out of that entrance or exit and started walking this way and passing this dumpster. Now, over the last few days, we've seen FBI agents in Tyvek suits inside of that dumpster. This is a school parking lot. Now, after he goes by this way, according to what the FBI timeline says, that person of interest is seen on a surveillance video 2 blocks away, and he crossing Hope Street. You can see him running through crossing Hope Street, which is behind that vehicle. I don't know if Dave can show that pole to the left of that car, but there is a surveillance video at 4:03 p.m. that shows the primary person of interest running past that pole across Hope Street to Waterman. The person of interest is seen for the last time at 4:06 p.m. going down Waterman Street. Now, it's really interesting to note here, the cameras have been a big issue in this investigation. Dave, if you just look around this parking lot to show everybody, there are no cameras that we can see out here, right outside of the Barris and Hawley building. You can see there are no cameras that we see visible to the eye. So that is something that has been a big sticking point in this investigation. The only camera, again, that catches this primary person of interest is down the block all the way over there, running out. So that is where we're at now with the investigation. John and Sandra.
All right, thanks. And we look forward to more updates as the hours and days progress. Brian Yennis.
We're in a... it was difficult to determine where the line is with these things. Almost no one wants to criminalize gambling as such, but like this also hard to call it too online when even the mainstream media is embracing the post-truth engagement farming models of prediction markets. Exactly. Like the very fact that you got CNN doing like Kalshi prediction collaborations, like Kalshi gambling market collaborations implies that like we have officially arrived at the post-truth world.
Of course, Brian, thank you. Sandra?
All right, let's bring in retired NYPD inspector and Fox News contributor Paul Morrow, who's also live on the scene.
Also, the AI boosting, the AI enhancement is one of the dumbest things you could possibly do in moments like this, for the record. AI enhancement has led to wrong people being determined as suspects over and over again. It happened with Tyler Robinson as well. The AI does not actually have any credible method of figuring out who this person is. It just makes up a face. Okay? The AI can hallucinate, and in this circumstance, it does. Because it has no way of knowing. It has no way of knowing what's behind or what's behind the pixels. Like, it just doesn't know that at all. So it just makes up whatever the fuck it thinks is, you know, whatever the most common facial structure that it can fucking generate. And considering that AI is trained on other people's faces, this kind of AI enhancement will always put a random person's face on it.
In Providence, so much I want to ask you about based on what we're now learning. First of all, the university and the local police there told students, staff, administration that there was no immediate threat on campus, that they should feel secure while also remaining vigilant. Now learning they're looking for a person of interest connected to the person of interest. I mean, are people safe that are still there?
I mean, it's very hard to say. Just let's remember that they sent everybody home. The school has told everybody that finals are canceled, school is over for the semester, and that's apparent here on the streets. They're relatively deserted. To be clear, the building that we're at, which is where the shooting occurred, is right on the edge. It's realistically the first aspect of Brown University that you hit when you walk out of the adjacent residential neighborhood. There's a neighborhood right here. It's very affluent, a lot of houses that are behind walls well set back, which I think explains the paucity of private videos that they've been able to get from Ring cameras and the like. So whether or not they're safe, the police very clearly, they're trying to walk that fine line between creating an element of panic, but reassuring people that they're doing everything that they can and that people should go about their lives.
Paul, okay, so you mentioned students leaving campus. There's been some who have taken issue with that because obviously with the lack of cameras and video surveillance footage, many are wondering, are they letting some of the students go that could have been eyewitnesses that could help aid this investigation? Should there be further interviews or more interviews that haven't happened yet, Paul? Is there a risk to letting all these people go home?
Yeah, there is. You know, you're absolutely right. And we saw this. I know I've name-checked it before, but the public knows it, so I use it. The Koberger case. That happened University of Idaho at Moscow. And same situation there. They canceled the rest of classes. The kids that were going to the school, they all dispersed. And as a result, when it came time to do some interviews, they had to actually rely on police all around the country to go knock on doors and ask, were you there and what did you see? I suspect there's going to be some of that here as well. And there's also the fact that, as I said, because this is adjacent to a residential neighborhood, during the weekend, in the immediate aftermath of the event, because it happened on a Saturday, a lot of these people were not home. Some of them might not still be home because they may be gone to Florida for the season or something like that. And that's why you're seeing video dribble in, because they're canvassing very hard, going further and further out, trying to get a hold of people that have either just returned or maybe even getting a hold of them wherever they are and saying, can you get somebody to let us in and access your Ring camera? Or they're going right to the source and saying, we need a consent from you because we're going to pull video from the video company.
I mean, I think that could happen faster than it is, but I don't know enough to be a critic of that.
Well, it's been multiple days at this point, so who knows where the fucking shooter is? Maybe the shooter's in Florida, or maybe the shooter's in Mexico by now, or
I also want
Mexico, Canada.
Ask you about a discussion I just had with my colleagues downstairs on Outnumbered. Kaylee Mackin and I were discussing, obviously, you know, there are going to be parents who are going to be very concerned about sending their kids to a university where we're learning.
Well, fear not, guys. It was just a bunch of Brown University students that got killed, and not like a healthcare, private insurance healthcare executive. So it's you know, oops.
There wasn't an abundant camera presence. We're learning to.
It wasn't the president's favorite podcaster. It wasn't, you know, it wasn't a healthcare. Yeah, it wasn't a right-wing podcaster. It wasn't a healthcare executive. So who cares? It's fine.
Pull enough surveillance footage to catch this person. This this long after this crime happened. As far as armed security on campus, Kaylee and I were wondering what you can tell us about that since you're on the ground there. Is the security on campus at Brown armed?
Brown has its own police force. They're an actual gun-carrying police force, the Brown University Police, and they actually responded. Ultimately, they were the ones who would be responsible for activating the sirens, etc. They have a chief of security as well. And I think, Sandra, and you know, not to use an unfortunate metaphor, but you're right over the target, because you gotta say to yourself, how is it that in a building that is not only at the edge of campus, which says to me you got to be very cognizant of people wandering in and out, not even shooters, just trespassers, people that are homeless or people looking to do a burglary. How is it that the outer salient of your campus, which is where one of the most busy classes that they have is held, how is it that the ingress and egress doesn't have a simple camera, the kind of Ring cameras that we're even talking about in a private home? Costs next to nothing in the course of a university budget. They don't have that. On a day that there were a number of things going on a Saturday during finals season, they apparently had either propped open the door or literally deactivated the card access during the day, and there was no security guard. So you really do have to question why it is that the building was so insecure and why we're not hearing more about that. Let's remember, a place like Brown drives the economy in this town. And I don't think it's any accident that there have been so many politicians at the lectern, and yet we're not hearing a whole lot from Brown Security.
I mean, where's the head of security protocol for the university to explain what the protocol was and what the protocol is? Final question. I mean, does it stump you that there's not just more eyewitness video footage? I mean, we were also just discussing you can't go anywhere now without, 20 cameras up and catching something, anything that is happening at any given moment anywhere. Why have we not seen any further video of what went down that day, that hour?
Well, like I said, the school, he fled into the residential neighborhood from the edge of the school campus. So you can take the school off the table. And as I said, then you're down to the local residences. There are other things you can hope for here relative to video. A lot of car dash cams have video these days. Somebody might have got picked up. Hopefully they're looking at that and they're hoping people will come forward with something like that. But the fact that video is still, sort of coming in, I think shows you they are pressing on that front. We got this new image of a person of interest. They're not couching that as a person that replaces the original one. They seem to be saying maybe somebody who knows something or somebody who might be involved. And there's some hopeful signs in that video. I only took a quick look. We just got it. But he's holding a bag. The original perp was holding a bag as well that then is not in some of the other videos. Where'd that bag go? This person also seems to be walking.
Sorry, Paul, you're generating so many more questions, I'm sure, for viewers at home. But the person of interest yelled something, correct? And we're still not told what that person yelled while carrying out the crimes?
They're trying to claim it's Allah Akbar, right? That's what it is?
Yeah, reportedly he did. And, that's another question I have, because I'm wondering if this study hall was either live streamed or maybe some of the students in there were recording it. That would be common so that you could review your notes. I'm wondering if everybody in that room has been interviewed to say, did you record the session so that we can review what he yelled or if he did yell? So look, there are a lot of questions here. I'm sure they're pressing on all this. And all I would say, Sandra, as you and I talked about yesterday, I believe, remember the Koberger case. For 6 weeks, everybody said these guys don't know what they're doing. They're chasing their tails.
Yeah, they're saying reportedly when the fucking investigators have said that that's not the case. If that is the case, wouldn't there be, if that is the case, and they're trying to find any sort of identifiable thing about the background of the suspect, wouldn't they literally reveal that? They're basically revealing Ring camera footage of not just the potential suspect, but now people that the suspect was around. They're obviously very desperate. Why wouldn't there be fucking footage of him yelling? Why wouldn't they actually reveal that footage? I don't understand. It makes no sense. This has not been a narrative that I have seen beyond. This has not been a narrative that I've seen beyond Twitter. I've only seen that on Twitter. Nowhere else.
And then when it all came out, everybody was quite impressed. So let's give them some time. When you don't get an immediate solve, that doesn't mean the case is over, and I still think they'll get there.
So it sounds like you're saying have faith in the process. You're on the ground. You're gathering information. You see the investigation at work. I guess my final question is, do students come back from the break if this guy's still on the loose?
I think they're going to have to. At the end of the day, the school's got to operate. I mean, obviously, that's a call that the university is going to have to make. But I would imagine you're going to see a significantly different security posture at this university going forward. And frankly, from where I sit, that's pretty long overdue.
Wow. Paul Morrow on the ground there in Providence, Rhode Island for us on that. So many questions. Paul, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right.
Hey, everyone. I'm Emily Campagno. Where's her ring?
Oh, here it is. Kash Patel dragged over interview with girlfriend.
It's definitely coming, so I wouldn't worry about it.
FBI Director Kash Patel is facing backlash for the timing of the release of an interview with conservative political advisor Katie Miller, the wife of White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller.
Do you think certain attacks on you or your relationship affect your work?
This nonsense about, oh, you're taking a private jet. We're taking the FBI plane because Congress 20 years ago said FBI directors are not allowed to take commercial air travel, ever.
Some have said Patel's chummy tone amid an ongoing FBI manhunt for the Brown.
The optics of Pockets' girlfriend coming out while the FBI is failing at a manhunt are just awful. I'm sure the podcast was recorded weeks ago, but this is a big thumbs down.
University mass shooter was out of touch. Among the critics is California Governor Gavin Newsom, who wrote, "Good to know he's got time to hop on a taxpayer-funded private jet to record a podcast with his girlfriend."
Right now, in the middle of this massive crisis that his people are working, you're forcing them, expecting them to work 24 hours a day for days and days on end. To be appearing like this, talking about your personal life, it's really a dispiriting message to the troops.
According to Miller, the interview was conducted before the December 13th shooting.
Ken, you also have new reporting along with Carol Leonnig that Deputy FBI Director Dan Bongino says he'll leave his job.
RIP. RIP, folks. Some of our goats are leaving the FBI. And by some of our goats, I'm, of course, referencing my personal goat, Dan Bongino. Dan Bongina down. Dan Bongina down. Ladies and gentlemen, the shot heard around the world.
Early in the new year. What can you tell us?
Yeah, that's right. Bongino has told a number of colleagues and his close staff that he's gone, essentially. He's going to announce it fairly soon. We've reported that some of his effects have been moved out of his office. That's according to more than 8 people that we've talked to. Look, everybody I've spoken to at the FBI believes he's gone. He didn't comment on it. But look, he's been...
It's literally... Imagine he didn't tell anyone shit, and this is how he found out he's getting let go. No, I'm pretty sure he was signaling. Since the Epstein file release that harmed his credibility in the conspiratorial right, his credibility as a podcaster in the conspiratorial right, Dan Bongino has been incredibly depressed and staying out of the public sight. That's the reason why I was jokingly saying, is he dead? Did Kash Patel actually kill Dan Bongino? What the fuck's going on? Breaking, President Trump confirms the reporters that FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino is leaving the agency. Dan did a great job. I think he wants to go back to his show, Trump said. Yeah, you were right. He wants to go back to podcasting. Yes, he said it. I wasn't like prophetic in this assessment. I was just listening to what this man was saying. He straight up fucking said, being the deputy director of the FBI sucks. I want to fucking sell supplements. I want to sell supplements while talking shit. This shit sucks. It's not even a self-demotion. Haven't you noticed that the fact that Katie Miller is also trying to podcast right now, you haven't realized that all these guys want to do is sell t-shirts and supplements? That's the highest thing you can be in the conservative sphere. Nobody wants to actually, they don't have any ideological goals, Chad. They don't have any real, goals. None of them, with the exception of like Stephen Miller, actually want to do something, actually want to change the American trajectory. They just want to do fucking podcasts and they want to chirp into the wind. Their only goals are improving their standing in society, making as much money as possible in the easiest ways possible. That's it. And they're not above using the government offices as their own personal upward social mobility advancement project. The highest stage, especially on the right-wing movement, the highest achievement you can get to is just being a conspiracy podcaster. That's it. There is no ideological commitment to a coherent right-wing to a coherent right-wing project. There is no, like, there are some who are invested in this. Steve Miller, I would say, is definitely truthfully invested in a white supremacist vision for America, and that's what makes him so scary. But even his wife doesn't give a shit. His wife basically just wants to be a podcaster. Yeah, Dan Bongino campaigns on Trump releasing the Epstein files. Trump wins, takes control of the FBI, puts Dan Bongino second in command of the FBI. Dan Bongino cries about the Epstein files' lack of release, but not because like he truly wanted to find out the truth or anything, but he complains about how it harmed his credibility amongst the conspiratorial right, so that when he inevitably goes back to podcasting once his tenure is over at the FBI, people are not going to trust him. So he basically was like, I got to get an early exit out of here before this thing calcifies and people know me as an actor that is not credible. And remember, credibility in this situation has nothing to do with the truth. Credibility in this situation has everything to do, nothing to do with the truth, but everything to do with reach. Okay, remember that. And when people don't trust you anymore as a conspiracy theorist, because you are in the halls of power and you don't actually deliver on some of the promises that you made to your audience, then ultimately you're not going to be able to hawk as many supplements as you want to.
An incredibly controversial pick for deputy director. That's a job that's has always in history been reserved for a career FBI agent. Dan Bongino was not that. He was a Secret Service agent for a while, and then he became a right-wing podcaster. He was not popular inside the FBI. He was not popular with the Justice Department and with Attorney General Pam Bondi, and they had some clashes over the handling of the Epstein files. And now it appears that he is gone. One thing he can point to, he did try to put pressure on the FBI to try to solve the case of the pipe bombs planted outside RNC and DNC headquarters before January 6th, and the Bureau did solve that case based on career.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Another thing that's incredibly sad. Another thing that is incredibly sad is that the one thing that they were supposed to, the one conspiracy they were supposed to solve, turns out the guy was fucking MAGA. The guy who did the RNC DNC pipe bombing, the suspect that they couldn't find for years, that everyone was speculating was a federal agent, was actually a MAGA loyalist. So what the fuck? So the one thing that they thought that they could get a W on didn't even help them.
Investigators. So he is taking credit for that. I should say, though, that the suspect that they've arrested and named does not support the conspiracy theories that Bongino was advocating as a podcaster when he said that the FBI knew things that it wasn't disclosing and that it was a quote-unquote inside job. There's no evidence of that, Chris.
Ken Delaney, thank you.
We're going to begin with tough information, new information on the deaths of Rob Reiner and his wife, Michelle.
All of our favorite right-wing conspiracy theorists are failing hard. Yeah, here is the clip of Trump also openly mentioning Dan Bongino's, or confirming Dan Bongino's leave.
Dan did a great job. I think he wants to go back to his show.
Yeah, I said the right lacks a sincere ideological vision for America. It's pure self-interested grift. So of course, the highest stage for any right-winger is going to be selling supplements and T-shirts while peddling conspiracies. If we go to war tonight, will you stream late? Maybe.
Yeah.
My lib dad is so brave broken that he thought a radical Islamist killed Rob Reiner. Yeah. Rob Reiner's son has reverted to Islam. Is that what it is? Yeah, Tucker Carlson. Members of Congress were briefed yesterday that a war is coming, and it'll be announced in the address to the nation tonight at 9 o'clock by the president. A member of Congress told me that this morning, says Tucker Carlson, by the way. My suspicion was that there is a likelihood that Trump will announce going to or waging war with Venezuela as well, for the record. MS Now was the one that got the scoop. They were the same one saying Trump is looking for Kash Patel's replacement. Yeah, MS Now definitely has some libbed up insiders at the FBI for sure.
Is Trump going to start a war in Venezuela?
I don't know. I don't know when this program airs, the one that we're on right now. This thing's maybe live.
We're live now, and then it'll be posted immediately. So now,
my sense is, I don't know the answer. I've certainly been on the phone a lot about it. I have no power. I'm a podcaster, but I'm very interested. And so here's what I know so far, which is that members of Congress were briefed yesterday that a war is coming, and it'll be announced in the address to the nation tonight at 9 o'clock by the president. Who knows, by the way, if that will actually happen? I don't know. And I never want to overstate what I know, which is pretty limited in general. But a member of Congress told me that this morning.
Is Trump going to start a war?
Do you think Republicans would bring the draft back if they do go to war with Venezuela, or do you think that would be political suicide? I mean, probably not. I think, listen, are you going to cover the address tonight? Yes, it's at 6 p.m. Pacific time. Here's the thing, okay? Here's the thing. I think in the absence of a 9/11 style situation, draft numbers are never going to recover. Okay, do with that information what you will. But it's very clear that the only reason why a lot of people immediately joined the military was because of 9/11. And the further we've moved away from 9/11, the worse recruitment numbers have gotten. Having said that, however, we do have a shit ton of contractors, PMCs, private military people that are veterans themselves who are in this business anyway. And, I don't know if they can make up for the lack of manpower that way, but I don't know if there will be, and you got drone warfare too, but I don't know if there will be a serious draft or anything like that. But I also don't believe that, as it stands currently, the poverty draft that exists is enough to make up for the manpower necessary. But then again, we're fighting Venezuela, so who knows? Yeah. How has the military enlistment changed? Military applicants reached a 40-year low in 2022. As you can see, from 1980 onward, the newly enlisted number since 1977 has gone down. It's always been on a downtrend, and there were some peaks, but ultimately it's at record lows at this point. The only thing that people go for in the military for these days is for health insurance. I mean, it's for health insurance. It's for, paying for your college. Those are the reasons why people join. Primary reasons why people join is because their parents are in the military. And if their parents are not in the military, usually it's because they join because they want upward social mobility or some other form of desperation. The biggest boost that the military gets in recruitment is oftentimes due to, things like 9/11. Oh, by the way, I forgot to show this, but this is one of the most insane things I've seen. This guy's like one of the top wide receivers in the country, right? Puka Nasua. I don't know how to say his name correctly, but he was apparently doing a fucking kick stream with Aiden Ross the other day. And Aiden was like, hey, you should do this iconic Jewish dance. And it's like the greedy merchant meme.
Go spin it, flex, then look and go like this. All right?
Not cool.
Yes! Yes! Just like a bow. Yes, just like this. All right, so do it all one.
Number 2 wide receiver behind Smith. Fucking insane, dude. How do these guys not have anyone around them to be like, this is not a good idea, fam?
Yo! Spin it, flex. Dude! Yes!
In the camera.
Does that? We got you do it?
Yeah.
Whoa!
That's easy.
All right, so let's do it together. Ready? Spin, flex. Oh my God.
It's also crazy because this is happening when there's so much commentary around, growing anti-Semitism even before this, but especially considering that this is the weekend. This happened during the weekend of the Bondi Beach shooting. I cannot think of a worse. I mean, there is no good time to do shit like this, in my opinion, but it's fucking insane. It's fucking insane that is happening on this weekend, especially. He's also getting shit on right now for live streaming in the locker room and continuing even after a veteran teammate told him to stop. He wanted to bring them into the Rams facility, but the coach and the PR team shut him down. I don't know that guy, but do you think he knows what he's doing? Not Aiden? No, I don't think this guy knows anything, dude. What do you mean? I don't think he knows anything. And I mean, Aiden Ross obviously knows what he's doing, but it's so fucking crazy. Yeah, it's yikes. Ramstar wide receiver Puka Nakua says he will do an anti-Semitic Jewish dance for his next touchdown celebration. This is a terrible look for one of the faces of the NFL. Dove Kleiman with the Shy emoji, shy emoji, shy emoji.
Bullshit.
Dove Kleiman, wow, Ram star wide receiver Puka Nacua exposed the NFL referees, saying they make bad calls on purpose just to get screen time on TV. They are lawyers. They want to be on TV. They text their friends in their group chat like, "Did you see me do that on Sunday Night Football?"
Sometimes.
Oh, 100%. I'm like, they had a. Yes, the refs are the worst because they're just some of the rules aren't. And like, these guys want to be. These guys are lawyers and like they want to be on TV too, bro. Like the game. You don't think he's texting his friends in the group chat like, "Yo, you guys just saw me Sunday Night Football"? Like that was
no way.
Like that wasn't PI. Like, but I called it. I was like,
seriously, they do that?
I mean, these guys are normal human beings too, bro. Like these guys.
I mean, they do a better job than them.
Yikes. Rams wide receiver Puka Nacua caught live streaming in the locker room despite the team having a strict rule against players doing so. One of his teammates even asked him to stop while he was changing, but he ignored the request and kept filming. What an awful look for Puka. Puka gets hit in the head for a living. Don't believe anything he says. Yeah, I know. Dove Kleiman is a troll account like Yeet for the NFL. I can guess that from the captions. I don't understand how you've won the lottery, okay? Not only have you won the lottery, but you've obviously worked really hard to get to the point that you're at, and then you just actively try to destroy it with not things on the field, but instead things off the field. I don't understand that at all. Like, just all you need to do at that point is stay safe, maintain your diet and your training regimen, and just not do dumb shit like this. Okay? Says you? What do you mean, says you? How the fuck does that even make sense? I would say the same thing about fucking streamers too. Yes, streamers also have won the fucking lottery. The difference in that situation is streamers yap for a living. Okay? So you're gonna run into some problems in terms of, whatever the fuck you're talking about. But for NFL players, you don't have to yap at all. Yapping will almost always get you in trouble. He's one of the best in the NFL. Nothing will happen. I mean, sure, but you're not doing yourself any favors when an inevitable injury sets you back. Okay? He is McDonald's like every day.
Dude, I was gonna yell at me. Hey, bro, don't live stream.
Okay, don't live stream, bro.
Yo, don't live stream in the locker room.
What? I'm not.
That's so dumb. We also do forget that a lot of these dudes, I mean, this dude's a fucking Zoomer, right? So he grew up in the media environment that bricked his brain before he even potentially got CTE as a fucking wide receiver. You know what I mean? So I think that the CTE probably doesn't help, especially because he most likely got the CTE before he got the internet induced CTE. Anyway, his Mormonism is the real brain rot. Yeah, he's a Mormon quintuple whammy. He went to BYU. He's got the Mormon brain rot too. Yeah, all of that stuff combined leads a man to potentially do shit like this. I just don't understand. Bad behavior reduces their income potential. They'll stay in the NFL because of your talent, but you won't get paid as much. I know. I just don't understand it. I genuinely don't understand it. You're basically working against yourself, right? You know what Puka's getting news for? Calling out the refs, not anti-Semitic shit? Yeah, of course not. Because he's not pro-Palestine, chatter. Duh. Fuck you mean? Yeah. Guess what would have actually invited a shit ton of media scrutiny? If in that live stream at any moment did he go, I actually think Israel's really fucked up. I hate Israel. Or Israel is a dangerous entity in the region that is destabilizing this entire region, and it's really fucked up that we have this unlimited loyalty towards Israel. Any number of those, any number of words such as that in succession would have invited a tremendous amount of scrutiny. To be fair, you probably need to know where Israel is first and foremost. But could this get him benched? I don't want to play against him in fantasy. Anyway, I don't know how this will affect your sports betting, chatters. I apologize. This is the extent of my interest and the extent of my knowledge on things like this. Open Presents, thank you for the 25 gifted subs for gifting the Piker Broadcasting Service. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers.
and the arrest of their son, Nick. This is a family.
Yeah, we're getting back into the Reiner gruesome double murder and the son's involvement. New surveillance video shows Nick Reiner before his arrest.
Tragedy at this point. The newly released footage shows him in a gas station convenience store just hours after the killings and minutes before he was taken into custody. He is now charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder in the deaths of his parents, just to say those words. Jonathan Vigliotti is in Los Angeles for us once again. He's been on the story for several days now. Jonathan, good morning.
And Tony, good morning to you. Nick.
Apparently, a lot of kick streamers have been all over the Reiner home as well. With like I saw videos of like a line of media, mainstream media and local news sources outside of the house, doing interviews and things like that. Doing real time coverage, and then they're surrounded by a bunch of fucking troll live streamers.
Reiner is being held
because we live in hell. Yes. Here it is. Ghoulish influencers ignite chaos outside of Rob Reiner's home just hours after horror discovery. A quiet Brentwood block turned into a live stream circus in the hours after Rob Reiner and his wife Michelle were allegedly murdered inside their mansion by their own son, with social media influencers causing headaches for both neighbors and cops. Any terrorist propaganda to support today? I don't support Israel, and I don't support America's terrorism in Venezuela, so I think you're at the wrong broadcast, chatter. But I like that they're going back to that. That's cool. I like that the haters are in here. Yeah, don't ban the guy. While reporting from Reiner's home, the Post observed 2 men drive up to the active crime scene in a black Tesla and immediately create chaos on Monday morning. At least one of the men appeared to be live streaming from the vehicle parked right outside of Reiner's home while officers stood nearby. Almost immediately, they began shouting to their followers and pumping loud music while live streaming. The flashpoint came when LAPD officers ordered one of the influencers to turn the music down. Someone just died, though, the influencer said as police moved in. We just want to keep the peace, he added, accusing the other media at the scene of exploiting the tragedy. We want to give it up to these guys. They're all trying to profit off the man that died, the streamer stated. Officers repeated the order to turn the music down. Just keep it down, okay? That's all we want legally, an officer said. Influencer wearing a gold crown stands amid reporters. I think you all know what that influencer's background is. If you see the gold Burger King crown, for the right-wingers on the internet, that's a signal to the famous. That's a signal to the famous plane incident, the airplane incident where the guy was saying the N-word while wearing a Burger King crown and had a mask, a chin diaper under his chin. Here's the video of the situation.
Hi. How you doing? Not well. Yeah. The gentleman over here was threatening me.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot. He said, she said, he said a lot of.
I have everything on stream. I have thousands of viewers. I'll show you my footage. Okay. The guy tried to grope me. I have autism. I'm sitting here minding my own business. Guy kept grabbing me inappropriately, and I'm uncomfortable. I want to press charges. I want to press charges. Yes.
Let's go down there and watch it. Yeah, let's go watch it over.
I'm gonna leave my stream here.
That's fine. Please, we'll just go to the end.
I'm leaving my stream here.
So we can see it, but it's a little bit quieter.
Gentleman over here is making threats towards me. My stuff was molested. I'm standing on what I believe in for my in the chat.
We're in such a weird place on the one hand, like the media circus that's outside of this house is already weird enough as it is. And on the other hand, these guys are like very obviously there to boost their own personal profiles. Like at least the media circus outside is there doing a job, right? A job for local news. There's a heightened attention around this incident. Yes, the dude is dropping M-bombs is white. Audio chatter here. Dude dropping M-bombs is white, right? Yes, that's why he's wearing the Burger King hat. This is all just kick streamers now. Yeah, pretty much. And I think I don't know how to describe it, but like the more nihilistic people become, the more they like the more the meta basically turns into put yourself out there and do some heinous shit that other people would normally consider to be socially maladaptive behavior. And because there's no real check here beyond like social stigma, and that the only currency that matters is clout, people do this kind of stuff. And they get a lot of praise on the internet for doing this kind of stuff. Not only do they get a lot of praise on the internet for doing this kind of stuff, but they also get money for doing this kind of stuff. I don't really know how to deal with this. I don't.
He touched my property, and he's invading my creative bubble.
Can you guys step back over there, please? Thank you.
I don't pay a lot of money to directors.
I think ignoring them is best. I know, but the reality of the matter is, us ignoring these guys doesn't change the reality that there's a market for it, right? Like there is these are basically like morbid merchants of despair. They put themselves in these situations where like other people are basically egging them on in the chat to do more and more like weird shit. And even if you ignore them when you're there, there's obviously a market for it where they're like, oh, push the needle further. Push the needle further, be more insane, be more unhinged. Does this not seem like the eventual outcome of streamers willing to do anything for views in the paparazzi aspect? Yes, for sure. He repeatedly claimed he was a minor, though he appeared to be in his 20s. He stood in front of the home wearing a black sweatshirt top with a gold Burger King crown planted in the middle of a tight swarm of reporters and camera crews. He repeatedly accused members of the media assaulting him. He touched my property. N-word, I'm standing on what I believe in is for my N-words in the chat, he said, before repeating he touched my property and is invading my creative bubble. No arrests were immediately announced in the connection with the disturbance. The disorder unfolded against the backdrop of a horrifying crime. Rob 78, Michelle 70 were found at their homes with their throats slashed around 3:30 p.m. Sunday, TMZ reported. Rob Reiner's troubled son, Nick Reiner, has been charged with the fatal stabbings, authorities said on Monday. Nick Reiner, 32, who has spent the years battling drug addiction and cycling in and out of rehab, is in custody. He was detained around 9:15 p.m. Sunday. Reiner's daughter, Romy, discovered the bodies around 3:30 p.m. and told police she believed the family member should be the suspect, TMZ reported. She allegedly described the relative as dangerous, according to the report. Nick Reiner has previously spoken publicly about his struggles with addiction, homelessness, and instability. Yeah. Anyway, here is the new surveillance video showing Nick Reiner before his arrest.
This jail in downtown Los Angeles without bail. He is undergoing what we are told are routine medical clearances. He could make his first appearance in court for arraignment as early as today. New security video shows Nick Reiner in a striped shirt pacing inside a convenience store shortly before his arrest Sunday night. Outside the store, you see the LAPD arriving and arresting him. Police say he did not resist. Prosecutors allege the 32-year-old used a knife to fatally stab his parents, Rob and Michelle Reiner, in their Brentwood home. Nick Reiner is now facing 2 first-degree murder charges.
These charges carry a maximum sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole or the death penalty.
It's still unclear when the alleged attack occurred and how long the couple had been dead before their bodies were discovered. The New York Times reports a massage therapist arrived at the Reiner home on Sunday. When nobody came to the gate, she called the couple's daughter, Romy, who arrived and found her father's body.
That's so
the day
devastating.
before the murders, Rob and Nick Reiner got into an argument at Conan O'Brien's Christmas party. NBC News reports Nick interrupted former SNL comedian Bill Hader before storming off. Nick Reiner has been open about his struggles with addiction, recalling on a 2018 podcast one incident where he became violent while on drugs.
And I was up for days on end and punching out different things in my guest house. I think I started with the TV and then I went over to the lamp. Everything in the guest house got wrecked.
While promoting the film he made with his father, Nick Reiner said he was grateful for his parents.
Well, I think I'm lucky in the sense that I have parents that care about me, and because of that, when I would go out and do drugs and stuff like that, I'd feel a tremendous amount of guilt.
And close friends of Rob Reiner, including Billy Crystal and Larry David, put out a joint statement yesterday to the Associated Press, writing in part, and I quote here, Rob Reiner not only was a great comic actor, he became a master storyteller. His greatest gift was freedom. If you had an idea, he listened. He brought you into the process. To be in his hands as a filmmaker was a privilege, but that is only part of his legacy. As far as his son goes, he is represented by Alan Jackson. He is a high-profile defense attorney. Prior clients include Harvey Weinstein and Kevin Spacey. Gail, we reached out for comment. we have not heard back.
The more you hear, Jonathan, the worse it gets. It's heartbreaking. I think Tony said it best when he said it is a family tragedy. Jonathan, we thank you, and there's more to come, I'm sure. Thanks.
Counsel, how would you like to proceed today? Your Honor, if we could, I would like to ask for a continuance of the arraignment. I want to get it complete at this juncture. It's too early. We've coordinated with counsel from the DA's office, and January 7th, with the court's permission, will be a convenient date for us to come back for potential arraignment. There are very, very complex and serious issues that are associated with this case. These need to be thoroughly but very carefully dealt with and examined and looked at and analyzed. And we ask that during this process you allow the system to move forward in the way that it was designed to move forward, not with a rush to judgment, not with jumping to conclusions, but with restraint and with dignity and with the respect that this system and this process deserves and that the family deserves.
1 week after the U.S. seized an...
All right. Yeah. This just can be used further to demonize people suffering with substance use disorder too. Seems like it's just validating Brian kill me ideology. I mean, I think there's already plenty of that stuff. You guys call him a loser, dick, etc. Obviously, he committed a heinous, unforgivable act, but he was very clearly, especially a tragic victim of addiction and awful mental health. Yeah, I mean, he also did slit the throats of both of his parents. So it's a complex story because obviously, on the one hand, it shows that having basically all the resources on the planet is sometimes still not enough to combat something such as addiction. Addiction in and of itself does not imply that you're going to become a violent murderer of your parents, for the record. But even when you have supportive family members, even when you have all the money in the world, it's still not enough. We don't know if his addiction played a role in this, obviously, but the reason why people are suspecting that is because he could have relapsed or had some significant mental health complications in the process, because this act of violence is so heinous in and of itself that, you know, there's a reason why people are people are scrutinizing that aspect of his background. Are we going to talk about the conspiracy theory of Rob Reiner doing a doc on Trump and Russia, and that's why he dies? No, we're not going to talk about that because I don't think that is as relevant in this story. Low-key, I tend to think you have mostly good takes, and I think the way you are talking about this issue and you've done before with substance use and mental health isn't helpful and comes off voyeuristic. Okay. We don't have enough evidence at this point about anything beyond the fact that this dude allegedly killed, slit the throats of both of his parents. Okay? I mean, I think that act alone is pretty wild. It's pretty crazy. And when you hear something like that, it's understandable that people's first suspicion would be a mental health episode, because the other side of that speculation would be that he was mentally clear in that moment, and that he was just like looking for the most opportune time to slit the throats of his parents, both of his parents, in their Brentwood home. Like, he planned it out. He had complete mental clarity. And in order for that theory to work, you have to expand on that theory and add on a million different things. Like, was this revenge? What did the parents do that invited this kind of revenge, considering that this is a deeply personal type of murder? It's not like, it's more personal than using a gun. Okay? I think that's the reason why people are assuming that is the likely motive here, or the likely reason here. Anyway, people are always so quick to judge and point the finger. This is obviously a heinous act, but we don't know all the details. I understand. People are brain broken from Netflix Crime Slop and the Menendez brothers. Yeah. I mean, yeah, 20-year history of drug addiction, homelessness, and the mental health complications that come along with that is going to play a role in profiling a suspect. I think it's understandable, especially when, in the absence of additional details, and when there's not more information, people are going to assume that played a role in this. It doesn't mean that everyone with mental health problems or anyone who has suffered from addiction is going to go and slit the throats of their parents at all. but it's understandable why people would assume that played a role in this. Okay. Anyway, we're moving on from the Reiner story to Venezuela. Bloomberg is reporting, according to Phil Stewart, that Bloomberg is reporting that Venezuela is running out of oil storage space as Trump announced a blockade. Venezuela's main oil storage and tankers at its terminals are quickly filling up and may be at maximum capacity in about 10 days. Donald Trump yesterday came out and said Venezuela's oil and land actually belongs to us, the United States of America, in a Truth Social post, which was weird. And that there was also a closed-door meeting with senators, with congresspersons, giving them further details into the boat strikes that took place. Trump administration is asking the U.S. oil industry if they would return to Venezuela once Maduro is gone. And Donald Trump is signaling that he is going to invade Venezuela militarily. There's also a big announcement coming out tonight. So the suspicion now is that the announcement will talk about how wonderful the American century of humiliation looks like from Trump's perspective, how much he has actually changed the trajectory of America, which is true. He has, just in the negative, but he will claim it's in the positive. Our peaceful president, our no new wars president, is doing another war. Now, I don't think that this is simply an Epstein distraction. I think the timing of this benefits him, certainly, but that's not the reason why he put Marco Rubio as the Secretary of State. Okay? Marco Rubio has wanted this for many, many years prior to the Epstein files ever becoming a moment of political consequence for Donald Trump. I think this has more to do with extraction of natural resources and also decoupling, or at least destabilizing, Latin American countries that are outside of the orbit of American influence. The natural resources is a nice gift to the capital owners and the bosses as well. Do we have a concrete idea of what Marco Rubio's ideology is? Yes, he's a fucking war hawk. He's just permanent war. He's Mr. More War. Anyway, it's certainly about the oil as well as decoupling Venezuela and many other Latin American countries from China. We want to clean our backyard in the same way that we did during the Cold War with destabilization, death, destruction, overthrowing democratically elected socialist governments. And it's interesting that a lot of people are going, well, Venezuelan oil is not reliable or valuable, and that's the reason why it can't be for oil. And I think that's a stupid assessment. Really. I've never met a millionaire that said, no, I don't want another $1 million. Okay? Like we are not, if there's one thing that I know about capital owners and big business owners, eliminating any kind of market competition is always going to be a benefit for them. And also, it's free money. It's extra free money. The notion that they will say no to extra free money or close to free money is ridiculous. Venezuelan oil is the type of oil we process, not for the rest of the world. No, I know the type of oil that is extracted in Venezuela is different than like Saudi Arabian oil, for example, which is much easier to refine. But like I said, the very fact that it exists is enough. Okay?
Okay, not going to let anybody going through that shouldn't be going through. You remember they took all of our...
Didn't you refuse $1 million deal during election day? That's insane that you're asking me that question. Do you think I also run a cooperative? Is that the norm for every fucking quote unquote business owner? No, obviously not. Yeah, that's not. What do I always say? The reliance on the magnanimous nature of billionaires and millionaires has yet to yield tremendous prosperity for the working class. It's ridiculous.
Energy rights. They took all of our oil from not that long ago, and we want it back. But they took it. They illegally took it.
Yeah. Yes, I have met myself, chatter. I am familiar with the way I act. So much so that I know that that is not the norm for those who have a financial incentive in super profits for the oil and gas industry to continue. Anyway, this is pretty cool. He's like, Venezuelan oil, they illegally took it from us. We don't know how. We don't know what that means. But yesterday, Donald Trump basically revealed that he is doing an oil tanker blockade.
Oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela. This morning, President Trump going even further, escalating his pressure campaign against Venezuela's authoritarian leader Nicolas Maduro, announcing what he calls a total and complete blockade of all sanctioned oil tankers going to and from Venezuela. A full blockade is an act of war under international law, but Trump saying he only wants to block sanctioned oil. Trump also saying he's designating the Venezuelan government as a foreign terrorist organization, a step that legally would have to be taken by the State Department, and accusing Maduro of using the country's vast oil fields to enrich himself and his administration. Last week's seizure marked the first time the U.S. had overtly interfered with Venezuela's oil experts. Overnight, the Venezuelan government responding to Trump's latest escalation, calling his threat to impose a blockade reckless and a violation of international law. Saying in a statement, the President of the United States intends to impose in an absolutely irrational manner a supposed naval military blockade on Venezuela with the objective of stealing the wealth that belongs to our homeland. For months, the Trump administration has been increasing its operation in the Caribbean, amassing the largest military presence in decades, including the world's largest aircraft carrier. The Pentagon striking 25 alleged drug boats in the Caribbean and Eastern Pacific, killing at least 95 people without providing any public evidence or identifying those killed. The administration has insisted this campaign is about stemming the flow of drugs. But in a series of shockingly candid interviews with Vanity Fair, White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles blunt in suggesting this may really be about regime change. Wiles saying the president wants to keep on blowing up boats until Maduro cries uncle. And people way smarter than me on that say that he will. And lawmakers on both sides of the aisle have expressed concerns about the legality of this campaign and that it could be dragging the U.S. into another war. And again, a full blockade would be.
Yeah, will it? I mean, yeah, it is. 100%. They're going to start blocking food and supplies next. It's completely normal to use starvation as a weapon of war now. Yeah, Donald Trump keeps saying it's about oil, but the media keeps saying, well, that's not the case now. Now, hold on now. I personally think it's not a singular reason. It never really is. It's the war economy and who stands to profit from extra war. Here, we have a little bit of extra war on top of the war that we have, on top of the wars that we have. It also, by their calculation, probably gives them additional domestic policy, domestic repressive benefits. And the ultimate goal is to forcibly destabilize countries that dare to align with China in any way, shape, or form. Okay, politically, economically, in any way, shape, or form. They're basically showing the rest of the Latin American countries like, this is what we will do to you if you have any sort of interest in aligning with our major foreign adversary. Yeah, it's the dominoes theory also playing itself out against Cuba. Donald Trump has signaled that he would do the same to Gustavo Petro as well. So any country that we are, any country that is not going out and electing, I don't know, the grandchild of a straight up Nazi, not like a neo-Nazi, like an actual Nazi, like in like what just took place with the recent election in Chile is, or sorry, not the grandson of a Nazi. I apologize. The son of a Nazi and a Pinochet supporter. My mistake. Well, then we met with the full might of American empire. Trump saying U.S. companies not profiting is theft.
Land, oil rights, whatever we had, they took it away because we had a president that maybe wasn't watching. But they're not going to do that. We want it back. They took our oil rights. We had a lot of oil there. As you know, they threw our companies out.
Yeah. No, they took our oil rights. It's our oil. It's mine. It's my land. It's my oil. Give it back to me. I like that there is a sense of honesty in the way that Trump carries himself with this stuff, where he basically goes, what are you going to do about it? Because in the post-Israel awakening in the world, we have basically arrived at might is right politics. It always was might is right politics, but at least it was, at least there was a level of insincere pandering. If it's the Democrats, they would say stuff like, well, you know, Maduro is undemocratic and he's killing gay people or something, right? And that's why we have to interfere in their events. And in the past, for the Republicans, they would try to find a way to really beef up the threat. Oh, these guys hate us. You know, they're against everything we stand for. And they're a real ever-present danger and a threat. They have weapons of mass destruction. Donald Trump has basically decided, nah, we don't really need to do all of that. I want the oil. What the fuck are you going to do about it? Is there anyone that can dare question my authority on this? Nope. Well, guess what? We're going to fucking war. That's where we're at. I think the real reasons why we're entertaining the invasion, the full-scale invasion of Venezuela, is partially because of, obviously, the oil and all of the other land and extraction of natural resources, helmed by a puppet leadership in a destabilized country that will also forcibly decouple said country from having any sort of sympathetic trade relationship with China, our major foreign adversary. It will be a warning sign to all of the other countries that are forcibly that are forced out of the American periphery, the American sphere of influence, that are directly in our backyard, as Americans love to say. And that's what the real reasons are. I don't even think people are entertaining the whole like war on drugs narrative as much. Trump seemingly has even dropped that this has anything to do with fentanyl. They basically tested that a little bit, where they were like, oh, we have to kill these boaters that are on go-fast boats, you know, smuggling who knows what between Trinidad, Tobago, and Venezuela, because they claimed that this was, you know, vicious fentanyl drug smugglers. He also did declare fentanyl to be a weapon of mass destruction yesterday. So they're still trying to hit it on every angle to the best of their ability, but it does feel like there's not a lot of confidence in this kind of narrative. Okay. Pablo reports, were you satisfied with the answers you've gotten so far in this classified briefing on Venezuela?
Have you gotten so far today in these classified briefings?
No.
Yeah.
That was a joke.
Okay.
That was a joke.
And were any questions asked? Were compelling? Like, were any questions answered?
There was not a single piece of intelligence that was shared that even rises to the level of any other briefing that we've seen on Ukraine, China, anything. There was no serious. This was not a serious intelligence briefing. This was a communication of opinion. And if this administration wants to go to war, they need to go get it from Congress. And if Republicans want to defend this argument that cocaine is a weapon, they can go vote on that. But this is kind of this is just conjecture at this point.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Were you satisfied?
Yeah. Did you know that Chevron is still allowed to operate in Venezuela despite all the U.S. sanctions and blockade? And Chevron pays no tax or royalties to Venezuela. It refines about a third of Venezuelan oil and ships them to the U.S. U.S. foreign policy is like the mafia. Yeah, U.S. tanker seizure has paralyzed Venezuelan oil shipping, except Chevron's. Vessels are idling at the ports or veering away from the region, but for Chevron, it's business as usual. Yeah. In some respects, it is like the reason why I say it's not just about oil, even though oil is definitely a primary concern, is because in order to receive, like I suspect, at least according to reports that have come out so far, Maduro would be more willing to cooperate even at gunpoint like this, but they just don't want Maduro in charge at all and want their puppet to be in charge instead, Machado. So yeah, that's where we're at. Exciting stuff. Hasan, your crash outs always make my day. Thanks for being so easy to rage bait, little bro. You're welcome, chatter. I hope that I can provide you a little moment of respite from how shitty everything is and increasingly getting shittier and shittier. Hopefully you can tune into the live stream when you are forcibly drafted to go fight in Venezuela for the Chevron War, and you'll go, oh man, you know, I saw most of my platoon die to Shahed missiles, but at least I could rage bait Hasan. In your last moment, when you're taking a deep breath, you'll go, well, at least I got one last rage bait off of Hasan. That was cool. What Maduro's offering, reminder that Maduro has basically been offering complete liberalization and redirection away from Russia and China for months. Venezuelan officials, I mean, there's a lot of inconsistent reporting on this stuff. Venezuelan officials, hoping to end their country's clash with the United States, offered the Trump administration a dominant stake in Venezuela's oil and other mineral wealth in discussions that lasted for months, according to multiple people close to the talks. The far-reaching offer remained on the table as the Trump administration called for the government of President Nicolas Maduro of Venezuela, a narco-terror cartel, amassed warships in the Caribbean and began blowing up boats that American officials say were carrying drugs from Venezuela. Under a deal discussed between a senior U.S. official and Mr. Maduro's top aides, the Venezuelan strongman offered to open up all existing and future oil and gold projects to American companies, give preferential contracts to American businesses, reverse the flow of Venezuelan oil exports from China to the United States, and slash his country's energy and mining contracts with Chinese, Iranian, and Russian firms. No rage bait. Sincerely, you helped me go from being doomer to being an absurdist. Still a socialist, of course. No, we're not watching Clandestine today, chatter. Come on. There's more serious stuff happening. I don't really give a shit. Anyway, China voices support for Venezuela, says it opposes unilateral bullying. Oh, fuck. How will this dipshit call himself peacetime president is a question I'm seeing in the chat. And the answer to that is he doesn't need to. Most people, I think you need to understand, most people are closer to the motivations demonstrated by that one chatter who was like, you're so easy to rage bait. It really makes my day, little bro. In the sense that they don't give a fuck about any of this shit. They just don't care. They might care if their immediate family members that are currently in the military because they wanted to pay for their communications degree are going to come back in a fucking body bag or with their legs blown off or some shit. At that point, they might start thinking about it. But that's far in the future, right? Most voters don't want war with Venezuela. Come on. It doesn't really matter. What people don't want and what will move people to action, to demonstration, to setting up hurdles in front of the administration's agenda is two entirely things. Most people don't give a shit until it directly impacts them. And even when something directly impacts them, it takes a lot of serious self-examination to figure out exactly why this happened. Two entirely things. I meant two entirely separate things. Okay? For most people, they care about what's immediately in front of them. And as long as there's a steady flow of bullshit that satiates their appetite, that piques their curiosity, that makes their otherwise boring, monotonous, and repetitive lives go by, they'll focus on that stuff. Drama, TikTok brain rot, gambling, pornography, other vices that they can dive into to forget how shitty things actually are in their immediate lives. True crime, bum fights, kick streams, internet slop, football. And a population like this is very malleable. That's it. And until things get to a point where their next meal for the average person is called into question, right? That's why I always say, you know, the price of jalapeno poppers is actually more relevant than you think. If their treats get called if their treats are under threat, if their next meal is under threat, then people might start waking up, you know? House Democrats to force war powers votes as Trump teases strikes on Venezuela. Why aren't you an accelerationist then? Why would I be an accelerationist? Accelerationism is the normal. Accelerationism is happening, whether we try to stop it or not. I'm someone who understands that the American empire is not going to fall quietly. Okay? Step aside quietly. It will go down with a fight. You're watching it happen regardless of whatever I say and do. He's not poor enough to be accelerationist. He has more life to live than a lot of us. Is once again that exact same type of silly commentary, silly analysis. You know, it's just there's like always a hidden underlying sinister reason for why I'm saying the things I'm saying or why I'm doing the things I'm doing. It must be. The truth can't just be, this is what I believe. Phil D. Stewart, more confirmation that something might be coming. This language suggests that Senator Schumer knows of plans by Trump for military action that have not been enacted yet. Donald Trump does not have the authority to carry out his current plans to use military force in the Caribbean without authorization from Congress. If he acts without congressional authorization, the Senate will move a bipartisan resolution to prevent the unauthorized use of force. Americans do not want more endless wars. Well, Chuck, it's cool and all that you're saying it now, but shouldn't you have been gearing up for this very moment, as Donald Trump for the past couple of months has been signaling that he was going to do exactly this? Like, it probably would have been great when people like myself were yelling at the Democrats for not making a bigger fuss as this car was slated to come crashing down the hillside. We were going 65 miles an hour, directly headed towards a hill. And the guy who had his hands on the wheel kept saying, I'm going to run this shit off the hill. I'm going to do it. And there's not really much you can say or do about it. And the Democrats in the car were like, nah, probably fine. Maybe even at times saying they might enjoy the ride down. Oh, if you just gave us more information about where we're headed at the bottom of the hillside, we would be fine with it potentially. We just want more information. No, you should have been yelling about how we're about to come crashing down. Perhaps it would have been important. Perhaps it would have been beneficial to prime the audience instead of saying at the very last moment, well, you're not getting the authorization necessary to do so. Just saying. Don't think this is the best idea. To be fair, this is why reactionaries earned their moniker. They're not known for being proactive. I disagree. I think the right-wing reactionary movement is incredibly proactive. Their ideology is reactive, but in an effort to build a foundation, in an effort to justify the actions that they will take, oftentimes they do actually build on propaganda. Americans did not decide overnight that migrants were a problem and they were a violent parasitic force that was destroying regular American existence. That was decades of propaganda that made a nation of immigrants feel like these new migrants that were coming in were somehow different. Americans didn't arrive at the conclusion that we must take away bodily autonomy from women by denying them the choice to get a medically necessary abortion when they choose to do so. That took like 45 years. You feel me? Here's one other great example of this. The share of Americans who think immigration is good for America hit an all-time high this year at 79%. As in, Republicans also feel like immigration is a good thing. The share of Americans who think immigration is a good thing hit an all-time high this year in the United States of America. Something that I've talked about quite a bit. I said if there's one consistent pattern in American politics is that Americans don't know what they're voting for, especially Republicans. They hate the policies they think they want once they're implemented. If only someone was warning about this over and over and over and over again. There was. I warned about this far before the election cycle. I warned about this when the Biden administration refused to abide by campaign promises that they made that revolved around solving the humanitarian crisis at the border, and thought that it would just simply go away, thought that Republicans wouldn't use this as an opportunity. And once they saw that 60% of Americans were on board with mass deportations, they went, oh no, we have to literally deport. We have to be the deportation party ourselves. Turns out when people started watching their friends, their neighbors, their barback, their landscapers get fucking ripped away from their families by masked thugs of the state at their court hearings, they didn't like it. They didn't like it one bit. They thought, wait a minute, I thought you were actually lies. When polled, do you want to expel all immigrants or just most? The majority chose just most, which shows actually all Americans want this and love it. Every single instance where people are asked two questions, where people are given two choices, do you want mass deportation or mass conditional amnesty? Conditional amnesty has always won out in this country. There has never been a moment where mass deportation has defeated conditional amnesty for all at any point in time in the United States of America's history. Because, as I always like to say, while white supremacy is a pretty solid motivator for a lot of people, Americans are far less racist than and far less anti-immigrant than our European counterparts. Okay? That chatter was joking, for the record. The problem here is nobody entertains that second. Nobody ever entertains that second policy. Okay? No one. And Democrats don't actually engage in any sort of counter messaging initiative at all. Whether they're in power or not doesn't matter. They're always finding themselves playing a defensive posture against the unlimited brain rot induced manufactured outrage around migrants. This is just one issue, by the way, but it's consistent across all wedge issues that Republicans develop, design, and specifically post and specifically create so that they can make it seem like there is a significant difference between the Democrats and the Republicans and why you must vote for the Republicans over the Democrats. They create a fucking issue, they lie about said issue, and then they solve the lies, or they attempt to solve the made-up problem. But because the problem is made up, the problem in this circumstance that's made up being undocumented migrants are responsible for a large share of crimes, right? Because that problem is completely fucking made up, it doesn't fix anything. It doesn't fix people's material standing. It doesn't actually improve people's economic outlook. And all they end up seeing is mass instability in the form of this unelected, unaccountable domestic military force that's ripping away their neighbors from their fucking families. And in the absence of any sort of serious improvement on the economy, why the fuck would people, why would people go, oh yeah, no, I subscribe to this. This is great. Buyer's remorse is going beyond disappointment with Trump's second term and extending to an increasing repudiation among voters of his nativist, protectionist, and isolationist policies. That is from the Bulwark. So I'm sure that they will find a way to magically turn this into some fucking neocon bullshit. From the poll posted today, if you had to choose, which would you prefer? Giving most undocumented immigrants in the United States a pathway to legal status or deporting most undocumented immigrants in the United States? Giving pathway has 57%. Deporting has 35%. So one must ask the question why that much more popular position gets no fucking coverage in the media whatsoever. I think it's because of the Democrats. I think that is a Democratic Party fucking failure. Okay? That is a Democrat failure because it has been consistent. Okay? That would be infinitely more popular if that was the conversation. If there was an effective counter that said, what the fuck are you talking about? The notion that these guys that are coming into this country are not American is perhaps the most un-American thing you can say. Every single person in this country can, to a certain degree, with the exception of black people, can trace their lineage back to a country of a nation of origin that's not the United States of America, with the exception of black people and the indigenous population, of course. Ask yourselves why you do not ever hear from the Democrats that mass amnesty is far more popular than mass deportation. Ask yourself this. No, the reason why I say with the exception of black people is because most black people cannot trace their ancestral origin back to a specific country due to chattel slavery. Heading into a year with midterm elections, 18% of voters approve of the way that Democrats in Congress are handling their job, while 73% disapprove, which is a record low job approval rating for them, according to a Quinnipiac University national poll of registered voters released today. Quinnipiac University first began asking this question in 2009. The previous low was July 2025, when 19% of voters approved the job the Democrats in Congress were doing, while 72% disapproved. In today's poll, among Democrats, 42% approved the way that members of their own party in Congress are handling their job, while 48% disapprove. In Quinnipiac University's October 22nd poll, among Democrats, 58% approved of the way the Democrats in Congress were handling their job, while 36% disapproved. If the elections were held today, 47% of voters say they would want to see the Democratic Party win control of the United States House of Representatives, while 43% would want to see the Republican Party's control over the House. unprecedented unpopularity for the Republican administration that controls everything, and yet only 47% of voters say they want to see the Democratic Party control the United States House of Representatives. Think about how devastating that is. Congratulations to Hakeem Jeffries. You are almost single-handedly responsible for this. They have, in the face of so much cruelty, basically left people by the wayside, left them out in the dark on their own, telling them, we can't do anything. This compares to Quinnipiac October 22nd poll when the Democratic Party held a clear advantage over the Republican Party at 50 to 41%. Republicans versus Democrats on the issues. Handling the economy, 46% say the Republican Party, 41% say the Democratic Party, and 7% volunteer that there is no difference. Preserving democracy in the United States, 49% say the Democratic Party, 40% say the Republican Party, and 5% say that there's no difference. On handling immigration, 47% say the Republican Party, and 42% say the Democratic Party, and 7% volunteer that there's no difference. On the handling of healthcare, 51% say the Democratic Party, and 37% say the Republican Party. This was part of the reason why the Democrats were motivated to speak out on healthcare and make that the pivotal issue for why the shutdown was taking place. The problem, however, is perhaps the only reason why there is established legitimacy amongst the Democrats on the issue of healthcare is because they're the only party that has moved the needle in the opposite direction on healthcare, and they're utterly devoid of any sort of policy on anything else. Okay? It's the things that they message around that seemingly have created a sense of confidence around them. Preserving democracy is the thing that they've messaged around. Handling healthcare is the thing that they've messaged around, so people have a little bit more confidence in them on those issues. But the very fact that they're still so unimaginably unpopular and so weak when Donald Trump is at his lowest point in his job approval is insane to me. And I think that's partially because they thought they could get away without actually moving the public in any discernible direction, without actually leading at all, without actually making a big fuss, relying on the voters to see for themselves how devastating Trump was. Like a scorned lover, like a narcissistic partner. Oh, you'll see what it's like when I'm not around. The fuck is this? No, that doesn't actually make people run back to the Democrats at all. That makes people resent the Democrats further. It still goes back to that same exact air of entitlement that the Democrats demonstrate every single election cycle, where they're like, you have to vote for us because the alternative is far worse. If that's what you rely on over and over again, less and less people will show up to vote. And we saw that. We saw that with this last election. It didn't work. If only there was a person that was warning about this. This is how nativist America First types like Miller justify the same old neocon agenda. Oh, for the record, yeah. American sweat, ingenuity, and toil created the oil industry in Venezuela. Its tyrannical expropriation was the largest recorded theft of American wealth and property. These pillaged assets were then used to fund terrorism and to flood our streets with killers, mercenaries, and drugs. Full-blown fucking neocon sentiment. To quote Felix Biederman, Republicans are the father that beats you and Democrats are the mother that lets it happen and just watches. Yeah, and Americans are the kid that actually starts enjoying getting fucking beaten up, I think. At least the Republican voters seemingly are. Democrats think a watered-down message that Zohran Mamdani put out there with no real, tangible, discernible policy prescriptions is going to be enough for them to eke out marginal victories over the Republicans. This is also wrong, okay? At least it's, directionally better than what the Democrats have presented thus far, but simply saying affordability is not going to move the needle. You have to say what you are going to do. My buddy just started recently talking about America First a lot and is also an avid Asmongold watcher. Connection. I wonder why. Chatter, come on. Yeah. My grandfather started talking about how much he loves Donald Trump. He's been watching a lot of Fox News recently. Care to comment on this? Is this a unique phenomena? I keep thinking about Alex Bronzini's reporting coming out of Welcome Fest featuring Matty Iglesias, Richie Torres, and all. Yeah. This is from all the way back in June. The top 5 issues Americans care about are the economy, immigration, taxes, crime, and healthcare. We will now be spending the rest of our conference talking about how Democrats need to be meaner to migrants. Yeah. No, you see, true moderate republicanism hasn't been tried. Okay? That's what it is. The Democrats haven't gone far right enough. But once they hit the perfect level of being far right, then people will automatically almost always and only vote for the Democratic Party. It just hasn't happened yet. Okay? Meanwhile, as they boulder in that direction, Americans become more and more reactionary. All you end up doing in that situation is concede on right-wing framing on issues that are born out of ridiculous notions, born out of collective hysteria, and you arrive at this position. And yeah, now we're in fucking potentially war with Venezuela. According to a new report from the New York Times, several ships carrying oil byproducts from Venezuela sailed from the country's east coast, escorted by the Venezuelan Navy between Tuesday evening and Wednesday morning, hours after Trump declared a blockade, for the record. It is unclear if the ships were among those on the U.S. sanctions list, but it indicates that the task force will have to develop new contingency plans in the event of a confrontation at sea. The escorts were ordered in response to Trump's threats. Fortune. So the big question now are whether the U.S. will only seize sanctioned tankers and whether the White House will add new sanctions to crude oil vessels that dock in Venezuela. Francisco Minaldi said, if not, it wouldn't be a true blockade at all because there are plenty of vessels in the dark fleet, Minaldi said. But if you sanction them while they're loading the oil, then it's a blockade. Yeah. Also, no one is asking why we haven't loosened up on these restrictions at all, why these restrictions have to exist. Why did these restrictions actually give us the right to steal and seize the oil on a fucking for a foreign country? You know? Meanwhile, of course, our favorite ogre, Democratic Senator John Fetterman, has called the congressional hearings held on the Venezuela boat strikes pretty comprehensive for his little brain, his tiny peanut-sized brain. He said, yeah, it's comprehensive. It made me, it confused me. This idea that the media has put out that the military is just picking off any boat it comes across, that's just not true, Fetterman told News Nation's Christopher Cuomo. There's extensive intelligence, and they know exactly who's on that boat and what's on that boat. John Fetterman, once again, confirming what we already knew, which is that this is a fucking crock of shit. Sorry if this sounds harsh, but like, what's his purpose in life anymore? Just being a mouthpiece for Israel and the Republican Party. That's what it is. Here is
and said it's not just about drugs; it's about
you
oil.
You can hear what he's saying here.
They are the whole regime, the whole country is a foreign terror organization, a total and complete blockade of all sanctioned oil tankers going in and out until they return what they stole from us. What did they steal, and what do you make of this?
Yeah, well, what makes it that Iran is...
Like, even Chris Cuomo, who's also on his own reactionary pivot here, is like, well, this seems a little far-fetched, don't you think? And this fucking ogre's like, well, they did steal, and stealing is wrong. The oil was promised to us 3,000 years ago, just like Israel was promised that land 4,000 years ago. It's just, I love Israel, and I love Amerisrael, and that's it. And Iran wants the oil, I think.
Is involved on that, and Russia's involved on that, and China as well, too. I mean, a lot of these things, I mean, that's sanctioned oil right now, and those are the kinds of funds.
Yeah, it's our Iran. The fuck? Fetterman is a DARPA experiment. They Frankensteined him. I think Fetterman is exactly what I've been saying all along, which is that a traumatic brain injury will make you more Republican. The more brain damage you are, the more likely you are to become Republican.
That support regimes like in Iran as well, too. And now, absolutely, right now, it's not a plan to like a land war and invade Venezuela and that, but seizing those kinds of oil tankers, and it's undeniable that that's oil that's going to support Iran, and those are the kinds of funds that are used, all kinds of illicit things, so terrorism. So for me, it makes a lot of sense, at least by what I've seen.
Senator Waddle here and said it's...
Yeah, he's so Israel brain, dude. He doesn't even understand why people have an issue with that. Like, he's like, what do you mean? It was promised to us. It's ours. That land is ours. We should be killing children in Caracas right now. Every day that goes by that we're not murdering children and bombing hospitals is a day where I can't go on television and talk about how the Maduro regime is using human shields. And I would really like to do that. I would really like to deliver this narrative this time for the United States of America.
Donald Trump has ordered a blockade of all sanctioned oil tankers going in and out of Venezuela. In a social media post, the US president said the Venezuelan government had been designated a terrorist organisation and then accused it of drug smuggling and trafficking. Here's some of what he said. Venezuela is completely surrounded by the largest armada ever assembled in the history of South America, and it will only get bigger. And the shock to them will be like nothing they've ever seen before until such time as they return to the United States of America all of the oil, land and other assets that they previously stole from us. So much to talk about here. Joined, luckily, by our defence and security analyst, Professor Michael Clark. These are very strong words, and we're used to seeing this from President Donald Trump.
I think there's a real issue with the way that mainstream outlets cover whatever the fuck Donald Trump is doing, because they're so used to just like playing the role of normalization, where Donald Trump could just like whip his dick out and be like, you need to suck this now. And they'd be like, well, today we have a penile expert to talk about why Donald Trump's whipping of his penis was actually an act of aggression that harkens back to a different time when Lyndon B. Johnson also would do the same thing. Here is historian Michael Clark to talk about Donald Trump's penis revelation. Like, you can just say he's a fucking madman, you know? You can say he's a madman and he wants to steal the natural resources of a foreign adversary while actively decoupling them from the other foreign adversary, the big bad, China. Like, there's always this, can we make sense of the senseless attitude that mainstream media has? And it's so strange.
Why do you think this will matter, these words?
Well, they matter because they show his intent. He's really ratcheting up the pressure on Maduro in Venezuela to step down or leave in some way. They're less extreme than he may sound, because he said a complete blockade of all the embargoed tankers.
Okay.
Point to me, Venezuela exports about 1 million barrels a day of oil, a lot of it legally, but some of it illegally through these dark fleet tankers, because they're sanctioned tankers and they go to places that are supposed to be under embargo, like Cuba. And some of them go to India and Malaysia, Turkey, China, where they're getting cheap oil because
It's so odd to me that like the prevailing narrative in liberal media and liberal discourse is, no, actually, although Donald Trump keeps saying this is about oil, it's not about oil, because famously, people, the people in the oil and gas industry always love eliminating market competition. They hate that. They love having market competition, okay? It actually keeps things interesting, okay? So clearly, I mean, as you know, one thing that wealthy people always do is say, no more money, please. If there's one thing I know about super wealthy people who are executives and shareholders in the oil and gas industry, they're constantly always saying, oh, more cheap extraction of the same natural resources that we're extracting from the land? Nah, I don't want that. I hate hoarding wealth. I hate making more money. No thanks. What is this fucking argument? What is this argument? Like, oh, well, it's a different type of oil. It's like harder to extract. Okay, who cares? They still want it.
Illegal, and they're buying it cheaply from tankers that shouldn't be on the seas. And last week, literally a week ago, the 10th of December, this was the skipper. The Americans seized it, and this was an embargoed tanker. And the skipper was...
Trump is like, I want this. It's my oil. I would like to have it now. And I'm going to continue taking more of it. And then they're like, well, you know, well, I'll have you know, the type of oil in this skipper is actually the type of oil that the Americans hate. They despise it. It's not refinable. It's not the same type of oil. Okay, well, they're fucking doing piracy. It's like saying, well, the Blackbeard pirates notoriously hate doubloons. Here is a video footage of the Blackbeard pirates engaging in the act of piracy where they're stealing doubloons directly from the treasure chest of the British Navy. And yet, I will sit here and tell you, they hate those doubloons. As you can see, the Blackbeard pirate is biting into the doubloon, not to test. To the untrained eye, you might suspect it's to test whether or not this is real gold. But in fact, he's biting into it because he's signaling to the rest of the pirates that he hates the doubloon.
About 1 million barrels of oil. It had already offloaded some to go to Cuba. That's what they do. They get into the high seas and then they offload it onto something else. And the Americans took the tanker in. It's going into Florida, I think, at the moment. And the oil will be seized. And what Trump is now saying is that we'll do this to all embargoed tankers. So that won't kill the Venezuelan economy, but it certainly restricts it because they've been earning a fair bit out of embargoed oil. I mean, most of their money, their illegal money, comes through drug trafficking. They don't produce drugs, but they traffic them. People trafficking, a lot of that, and gold smuggling. So that's how the government keeps paying all of its soldiers, and they have a lot of them. But its economy is still based on oil. I mean, Venezuela has the biggest proven oil reserves in the world. It should be a very, very rich country, instead of which it's a very poor country because of corruption and sheer incompetence over the last 20-odd years.
So I suppose we need to talk about why it's happening now and the agenda of President Trump.
Yeah, I mean, the agenda seems to be twofold. He says that, the biggest naval development or biggest naval concentration, and that's true. I mean, nothing so big since the Cuba crisis in 1962. So you've got this big naval task force. They've got aircraft sitting in the Roosevelt Roads Air Base in Puerto Rico. They've got Marines at sea or Marines available, 22nd Marine Expeditionary Unit, and another.
I still don't get what the justification actually is. They are allowed to have oil. Yeah, it's Venezuela is an enemy, and Venezuela as an enemy state is not allowed to literally do trade with everybody else because we said so. That's pretty much it. That's it. That's the whole point. That's it. I know it sounds stupid, but that's literally it. I mean, same with fucking Cuba. We have never forgiven Cuba for having a successful revolution against a corrupt dictator that was, slaughtering people, enslaving them. But that corrupt dictator happened to be our guy. We gave him a lot of money. We gave him a lot of weapons. And the Cuban Revolution still succeeded. So what did we do? We turned around and we punished them with an unjustifiable blockade that has existed since the revolution and hasn't stopped. This kind of blockade also has secondary consequences where you are not allowed to... Bana chopstick verir misin? Ama. Neye? Yok. Sadece chopstick versen yerim. Where other countries that happen to trade with Cuba also are hit with a wave of scrutiny, okay? They're also hit with secondary sanctions at times. Not always, but there is already a chilling effect that makes it so that many other countries that could trade with Cuba simply do not.
15,000 troops on troop ships and so on. So it's a big force. And while they're doing that, they're also attacking boats.
Yes.
And so far, I keep a score on this. So far, they've attacked 25 boats and killed 95 people who they say are narco-terrorists without any evidence. And they're coming under pressure to prove that these people are whatever a narco-terrorist is supposed to be. And while they've been doing this, interestingly, the American Coast Guard has been going about its normal job. So in the year to September, the Coast Guard have intercepted 200 boats, at least 70 of them in the Caribbean. So the Coast Guard are doing what the Coast Guard should do. They intercept boats and they arrest them. They don't blow them up. They just arrest them. They're going about their job while the Pentagon is going around exploding missiles against boats and killing people. So the policy seems to be one of two things. One is to put the frighteners on all of the drug cartels in the region, that the Americans are coming for you in pretty extreme ways.
Get the fuck
and the other
out of
is
here, bro.
increasingly...
Get the fuck out of here. This guy is the expert, by the way. Brother, we are the drug cartel. We are the one who knocks. Why are you manufacturing consent for American imperialism? You're not even fucking American. God damn, British people are so fucking cucked. It's crazy. The automatic predisposition of the average Brit is just to be servile to the lordship, no matter what, is crazy. Yes, my lordship ordains it.
To put the pressure on Maduro and say that, there has to be a change of government in Venezuela. maybe there will be. The world markets seem to think that Maduro's days are numbered, but he doesn't, and he's sitting it out, and his army are pretty loyal to him, not because they're going to die for Maduro, none of them will, but he allows them to play games with the drug cartels. So they're all intricately based in the drug cartels, not producing drugs, but trafficking them from Colombia to the coast where they go to Europe.
Okay, Michael, thank you.
4 Republicans joined their Democratic colleagues to eventually force a House vote on expiring Obamacare tax subsidies, which will likely come in the new year.
Sources, please. What do you mean? The guy he's an expert. He's an expert. In this interview, Scott Detrow of NPR refers to illicit tankers, smuggling, black market. Again, Venezuela shipping oil to Cuba violates no international laws. U.S. sanctions do not, by definition, make something illicit. It's just one out of 193 UN member states. Mindless state propaganda by NPR. Venezuela and Cuba are under no legal or moral obligation to follow U.S. laws, just as the U.S. is under no legal or moral obligation to follow Venezuelan or Cuban laws. The U.S. calling something illegal does not, in and of itself, make it so. When NPR reports on U.S. companies trading with Taiwan in violation of Chinese sanctions, is this referred to as illicit smuggling on the black market by NPR? No, it is not, for obvious reasons. This would be seen as doing state propaganda for China. What is the point of these grimy, seedy editorial labels other than to subtly morph U.S. dictates into some ersatz international law in the minds of NPR's unsophisticated liberal listenership? If NPR is state media, uncritically adopting a state line, they should openly say so. It's fucking insane. We just decide something is fucked up. In many circumstances, it doesn't take much for the Treasury to decide something is sanctionable. And then that's enough for us to move, and the media will automatically assume that that is the case as well. I know Bongo resigned.
Our chief congressional correspondent, Chad Pergram, has the latest. I guess, Chad, goes to prove all politics are low.
Meanwhile, Venezuela going to find out why we don't have health care. Am I right? Here's one of the reasons why we don't have health care. Republicans in Congress in a state of panic and disarray. Let's take a look.
And there's a lot of Republicans in competitive seats who don't want this thing hanging around their head.
People are worried about the midterms, John. The Republican brass blocked GOP moderates from their plans to renew Obamacare aid on an interim basis. So 4 moderates signed their names to a Democratic effort to go around the speaker and re-up the aid for 3 years.
Look, we were really left with no choice. We worked in a good faith effort over these many weeks to come up with a bipartisan compromise on extending the enhanced premium tax credits with reforms. Vote left us with little choice.
Joining Lawler on the Democrats' gambit were fellow Republicans Brian Fitzpatrick, Rob Bresnahan, and Ryan McKenzie, all from Pennsylvania. The effort now has 218 signatures, so they can team up with Democrats and force a vote on renewing the Obamacare assistance. House Speaker Mike Johnson says he has not lost control of the House.
These are not normal times. There are processes and procedures in the House that are less frequently used when there are larger majorities. When you have a razor-thin margin, as we do, then all the procedures in the book people think are on the table, and that's the difference.
These Republicans represent swing districts. There's concern about Republicans not addressing the expiring tax credits, but conservatives oppose propping up Obamacare.
Not a single Republican has ever voted for Obamacare. This is y'all's plan. You put it into law. It was a disaster then. It's a disaster now. It's more expensive now than it's ever been. And it's your plan. And it's our job to fix it.
Yeah. How do we fix it, by the way? Oh, deregulate it further in the interest of the insurance companies and their profit margins, which we are seemingly claiming that we hate. That's what's so insane about the Republican commentary on this issue, is that their solution is to make the problem worse.
House votes on a bill later today. It allows groups of people to buy insurance as a coalition. The Congressional Budget Office says the bill saves $36 billion, but 100,000 people will lose coverage in 10 years. John?
And we'll see which way the vote goes in the new year. Chad.
Let's assume for a moment you're right, and that all these Egyptian planes were flying around tracking Charlie Kirk and Turning Point and Erica Kirk. Why? What is your theory?
I don't know. Instead of watching Candace Owens, I'd rather watch a Piers Morgan Uncensored, but let's see what the comments look like. Piers, wait till it's popular Morgan. Should call them Piers, whichever the way the wind blows Morgan. You don't need to scale the roof like Spider-Man. They have stairs that go near the roof, very accessible. Yo, E. That's E. I like that. I might actually skip this, to be honest. I want to see the Erica Kirk insight. It would be cool if you could cover some food sovereignty efforts and not just billionaire slop backlash content. How come you don't cover any food sovereignty efforts? Are you intentionally feeding off the fearmonger streak? Or have you not genuinely considered covering efforts from indigenous organizing efforts from across the globe? Can you please address my question? I feel like this topic is often ignored by you. What? Brother, I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. I don't know what you're saying. But the answer is yes. I don't cover food sovereignty initiatives because I'm in the pocket of big food. As you can see, I'm eating right now. Why can't anybody ever be like, hey man, hey, what's up? New chatter here. Have you ever heard about this thing? No, it always has to be some like big fucking conspiracy. Hasan must not be covering insert my hyper niche and hyper specific interest because he's in the pocket of the cruel and oppressive people that are doing my thing that I'm talking about. I don't know, man. Anyway, let's see how Clandis presented herself here.
I don't know.
But what's your theory then? You must have an idea.
My theory is that we should investigate everything strange that happened on that day so we can figure out what happened. The difference between me and you is that I have the courage to take the risks and ask the questions first, okay, before it's popular. You wait until it becomes popular and then you change your mind. Stop.
And she made no request of you whatsoever, Erica Kirk, in 4.5 hours. Well, no matter what your opinion is about Candace Owens, and very few people don't seem to have one, she has a definite knack for commanding attention. Many people have been openly enraged by her theorising on the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Many have been captivated nightly by what they see as either a thrilling real-time investigation into a colossal cover-up or a cynical strategy to exploit the most emotive and consequential news story of the year. Several of the Candace Owens claims are focused on Turning Point USA, the organisation funded by Charlie Kirk and now run by his widow, Erica, who last week issued this firm request.
She has been one of the main peddlers of these conspiracies, and she is making a huge amount of money on it. She is building her business off of these lies. What do you want to say to her and the other people that are putting these lies out into the world right now?
Stop. That's it. That's all I have to say. Stop.
Well, shortly after that, Candace Owens was invited to a lengthy private meeting with Erica Kirk, which is now the catalyst for frenzied speculation that she may be having second thoughts about some of her theories. She's also, I should add, marking the release of her new book, Make Him a Sandwich. And amid all of that, she joins me now for her first interview since the meeting with Erica Kirk. Candace Owens, welcome back to Uncensored.
It's good to be with you at the end of another year.
Yes, and what a year it's been, not least for you. It's fair to say your fame continues to rise, infamy some would put it, but you're always a welcome guest on Uncensored. Let's get to this extraordinary meeting that you had with Erica Kirk. It came right after we saw her say in that CBS town hall, you should just stop with the conspiracy theories. So who approached who about you guys actually getting together?
I was approached by Turning Point after Blake Neff, who works on Charlie's show, sort of fumbled this invite. It was, I'd almost say it was a fake invite publicly. And then in the middle of the night said, oh, Candace is not able to be here tomorrow. And they never messaged me. And I think there was quite a bit of public backlash with how they went about it. It just was just not the way that we try to set meetings. And so what happened after was they reached out to me, said Erica would agree to do a live stream, just the two of us. And then after Erica's PR blitz, they reached out again and said that they felt that it was better for us to meet one-on-one as opposed to us sitting down having Megyn Kelly moderate, which was the idea originally.
Right. And so where did you have your summit meeting?
At a hotel here in Nashville.
And a lot of your supporters, fans of your show, think that you may have been lured into a trap. Did anything while you were there make you think you were being lured into a trap?
I don't know that a lot of my fans think that I was being lured into a trap. I think ahead of time they had some...
Yes, they did. You're 100%. Oh my gosh, she's so compromised. Oh my God, I am no longer a clandestine operator. She is 100% compromised. It was virtually every comment, dude. Her fans are cooking her. Yeah, no shit they are. Candace Owens' large fan base was very angry with her yesterday and deeply frustrated. In all the years I've been following her, tracking her fan base, I've never seen anything like it. These are the top comments on our episode yesterday where she discussed in a word salad offering little to nothing her 4.5 hour meeting with Erica Kirk. Analysis I did of the comments, tens of thousands of them, showed 74% of them were negative. I don't know about this analysis. A stunning number. The dominant emotional currents of the comments ranked in order: betrayal and disillusionment, suspicion, paranoia, and conspiracy thinking, anger and hostility, confusion and cognitive dissonance. You had a 4.5 hour meeting in a closed door setting with your op, with a person that you've designed as your op, only to turn around and back away. How the hell can you sit here and act like people weren't concerned about your well-being? She still has 160K watching right now, but that's less than yesterday. Yeah, it'll peter out. Trust. Candace Owens is folding like a cheap lawn chair after receiving pushback from her own fans. She pinned this comment under yesterday's video, but quickly deleted it after receiving even more pushback. As you can see, she plays the victim and fishes for sympathy that did not come. This comes after she raged out and accused her own fans of being boss when criticized her in the chat during the live stream. Yeah, she panicked so hard that she went live on Instagram, dude, to like more to her more loyal following in a more personal setting to a smaller audience. Yes, including myself. She looked for the hug box. Okay, I'm a bit frustrated about the comments here. Foremost, I was only given the option for a closed door meeting. I obviously agreed to it. It was almost 5 hours long. I need time to digest. I just wanted to present the facts to you, all of you today, of what they said without any of my own innuendo, because there is a lot to digest and pray about. Yeah, no, she's I think she thought she could basically massage the narrative into leaning off. As I clocked yesterday, she thought she could basically back away from Turning Point USA's money bags a little bit, and thought that she had motion like that, not realizing that this would actually invite a lot of scrutiny because people are coming to her for maximalist conspiracy theories. Yeah, she overestimated her fans' loyalty. And like I said, the people that come in for whatever the most base boosted, maxed out, Jews did this conspiracy are going to fucking turn on you when you don't feed them that. Anyway, how many people can even say they watched a friend of theirs be murdered in cold blood over politics and then has to consider the possibility that the entire government's colluded to make it happen? And maybe even people close to him, all while being attacked from every media group and influencer in the world. It's very heavy stuff. And on top of it, I have to deal with how fickle the audience is if I make one mistake on pronunciation, God forbid. Oh, yeah. She thought she could fucking cave.
Concerns, obviously, because I think in general, after you see a public assassination and you start tracking so many lies that are happening, there's going to be an understandable amount of angst that people feel. And I certainly felt the angst as well. I've obviously been very clear that I am suspicious of some of the characters that are at Turning Point USA. So I totally understand why the public was concerned.
When you saw Erica, she was obviously angry about you in that CBS town hall. What was her demeanor like when you met her?
Well, I don't think that she thought she was angry in that. I think maybe that was the characterization from the public. I certainly thought she was angry as well. And she sort of clarified that she was a bit annoyed by the questioning, the way in which Barry had set up the question with the podcaster Candace Owens, which I think was definitely being driven more by Barry Weiss's feelings towards me, long-running feelings towards me, than it was perhaps for the benefit of CBS and trying to pretend to be an impartial journalist. So I think she was frustrated by the line of questioning, is what she explained to me.
So how would you categorize the 4.5 hours? If you were looking at it in totality, what was the tone of the conversation? What do you think you both got out of it?
Well, for me, answers to the questions of trying to understand why there were so many Turning Point lies and why, instead of people acknowledging that these are lies, I felt that there was this billion-dollar psychological operation to convince people that Candace is just crazy. These aren't lies. These are made up. And so I was very refreshed that they owned up to the lies. That was a great first step. And I think, what motivates that? Maybe.
God, she is so... Bro. She is so self-involved. She is so self-involved. Everything is Candace this, Candace that. Not realizing that the reason why people are tuning into Candace is not because of who you are. It's because of what you represent. People want to know the truth. People are suspicious. They want you to fucking entertain conspiracy theories. Oh, I went in and fucking had a private closed door meeting with the people that I've been blaming for everything. And they agreed to everything I was saying, and they basically said my feelings are valid.
Because despite having what I would assume to be the best PR agents and crisis PR agents in the world.
What is happening, brother? What do you want? Oh my God, there's fucking 32,000 people in here. I'm stepping away. You're not collaborative. You're totally reactionary. Oh, this is the food sovereignty guy. Food sovereignty isn't hyper niche, dude. Haha. Like, you read it, say you have no idea what I'm talking about, and you call the efforts of food sovereignty niche. Oh my God. Brother. Okay. They, them. Okay. Themperor. Jesus Christ. Listen, we cover a lot of stuff here. Okay? We cover a lot of stuff here. And I need you to understand something. Okay? Something that is, there is an issue that is near and dear to you. Okay? There's an issue like the one that you're presenting. I'm not discounting it. I'm just saying I'm oblivious to it. I don't know what it is. Okay? I don't know what it is. It's okay for me to not know everything. Would you, like, what do you want? You want me to drop everything and start fucking learning about food sovereignty right now? Is that what you want? Because that's not going to happen. Okay? God damn, dude. I can't be the only outlet for a lot of you guys, please. And then there comes the fucking secondary market sloppers that will go, Hasan fucking hates food sovereignty. A thing that I didn't know about until I wanted to make this video. And I will just be reading off the Wikipedia page now because Hasan hates food sovereignty. Here's what food sovereignty is. You know, it's all right. Sometimes I don't know shit. The expectation that I'm going to drop every other thing that I'm doing for the thing that you care about, and I'm sure plenty of other people do, is wild. The power of a country or community to control its own food supply and to determine the policies and processes that govern food and production and distribution for anyone who can't Google. Okay. Conservative wine moms are turning. Check this TikTok. People in the comments for real believe Charlie's alive. Skip to 120. Oh my God, that's awesome.
Bamboozled. Listen to Candace's Instagram story.
How long is this fucking video?
Single.
Oh, it's not that long.
Candace's Instagram story last night.
I'm alive. I'm totally fine, and I'm sorry. I was going to do a show for you guys this evening, but I am truly exhausted. Very productive conversation. I asked every single question. I mean, from Egyptian planes to Turning Point USA Faith, and I was very surprised by some of the answers that I got, and I think they were also very surprised when I shared certain intel. This probably should have happened a very long time ago, but I wanted to let you guys know that I am alive, and I will have the full rundown for you guys tomorrow of what transpired, and yeah, I think it was definitely a very big step in the right direction. So
now let's listen to Erica's point of view 3 days ago on the town hall.
I believe that Tyler Robinson murdered your husband.
Yes, I do.
Why do you think it is so hard for so many people to believe that reality?
Because it's too simple. Again, everyone always has to think there's more to the story. Well, sometimes there's not.
We're way too smiley and happy after meeting with someone who has that perspective about what happened to Charlie. I'm telling y'all, like, this is upsetting to me. Okay, look at my neck. Okay, my neck is all red and patchy because I am grossed out by this whole thing. Because she amped us up for 3 freaking months. Every single episode, like, dragging out details, like, indisputable facts, like, for a fact, I now know Turning Point was involved in this. Everyone removed their money from this diabolical organization now. But then you meet with the person who's the head of this diabolical
Yeah, they were out for
organization,
blood.
Smiley afterwards, and now you're...
They wanted blood, and Clandis gave them nothing. She said, go with her, girl. Give us nothing.
Moving in the right direction. And let me tell you what that direction is. America in Israel. Like this. This is the direction, okay? Because that's who's behind her. This is about midterms and the next election and moving forward. So if you think that your vote matters and that your vote counts, you are sadly mistaken, okay? Because these people have plans in place for years. We're talking hundreds of millions of dollars of development plans, expansion plans, tactical plans, military plans. Like, and if you really think that us peons are going to get in the way of their plans by our measly little vote by the 2 people that they give us to choose from, you're wrong. I'm so grossed out by this whole thing. And like I said, like, we all just need Jesus, okay? Because no man, woman.
Bro, Americans will believe anything but the reality, the objective reality that capitalism as an economic organization of society is responsible for the exact things that they're complaining about. They will believe in any conspiracy, no matter how far-fetched it is, no matter how silly it might be. Like, when you say, is she wrong? It's like, she's not entirely wrong, but once again, she's so close yet so far away. Okay? She's so close yet so fucking far away. Like, obviously, people like Candace Owens, I put in a different category, but like the average person that's duped by Candace, I think is unironically nearing a conclusion. It's like the people that say, you know, lock up Hillary Clinton, right? It's like, yeah, I agree, but why do you want that to happen? Like, do you want that to happen because of what the crimes that she conducted, committed in Libya? Or do you want it to happen because you think she's running like a pedophilia ring outside of a pizza shop in Washington, D.C.? Because, like, even on the pedophilia stuff, I'm willing to concede. You could be like, well, she's an Epstein affiliate, right? Like, in that situation, I could be like, okay, that's a little bit more valid in terms of, like, lock her up. But the last part is far-fetched for no reason. You know what I mean? Another TikTok that says Candace
Can the real
was
Candace
paid.
please stand up? Because I'm sorry, guys. Something is off. I just got home and I was watching clips of like her recent video. We got no answers as to what they actually spoke about for 4.5 hours. Like, look, I get the whole like, hey guys, Shabbat Shalom. That's how she did the intro. Aha, funny. But there's something.
Yeah, they're like, come on. She gave us a little bit. She gave us some Jew jokes in the beginning. So like, but I'm woke. I'm wizened up to that now. So many people are saying she was told Charlie is alive. I fucking love that. Hell yeah, dude. That's cope. Anyone that says that, well, first of all, they're like, you know, clinically insane. But anyone that says that is saying that because they don't want to believe that Candace Owens, like they have a parasocial investment in Candace Owens and believe that she would never lead them astray. So they have to cope with like an increasingly more insane narrative as to why she backed away. But that still comes with the recognition that she's literally backing away from Turning Point USA. So there is obviously this juxtaposition of what they expected versus what they got. And that contradiction can be exhausted and exploited.
Off because I just feel like this isn't Candace. Candace does talk about how like Erica owned the lies.
Owned the lies, or rather, I guess they would cage it as miscommunications that were coming from various people at the company. Erica sat down with Glenn Beck, but there was a portion that was going around that was viral, and it was Erica saying that she had Charlie's phone and that Charlie never texted anybody the night before. That obviously
I gave up on audio management. I'm sorry.
Poorly on me, because I was the one who said that he did, in fact, text multiple people the night before. Then I went on Jimmy Dore on Friday, Jimmy Dore's show, and I clarified. I said Andrew Colbert told me specifically that he was one of the people that received this text message. Got that directly from Andrew Colbert. And then somebody who had access to Dan Flood's communications said that Dan Flood similarly received a text message. They owned that right away and explained. Erica said that she has Charlie's phone. She's looking at his iMessages, and it turns out that he, like everybody else, communicates on Signal. He communicates on Telegram. When she heard me say that, they then went and looked, and yes, that what I said was true.
Oh, so she lies privately, but she doesn't say publicly, like, oh yeah, those were lies that I'm just like spewing on, you know, national television. I also found it a little odd that Candace did not address anything sketchy that Erica has done in the past. Like, let's just.
Yep.
4.5 hours you told us that meeting was, and we got nothing from this. Definitely seems like there was a payout, or I don't know, maybe there was a threat. I don't know, but something.
See, remember, one of the things I brought up yesterday was the fact that there is also so much additional investigation from right-wingers into Erica Kirk's background, where they like found out that she was dating one of Charlie Kirk's like producers who's slated to speak at the Turning Point USA conference yesterday. Like, you know, all the stuff. And while they're digging further into Erica Kirk's background, Candace Owens is not giving them that. Mark my words. From this point forward, if Candace pivots back to attacking Erica, I feel like Turning Point USA is going to reveal all of the conversations that took place, because I suspect they recorded it. And I think Candace was maybe too dumb to record it, not realizing that they most likely were. And that conversation will out Candace as the grifter that she is. So now she's stuck between a rock and a hard place. If she continues down this trajectory, she will slowly but surely chip away at her relevance. All of the heightened attention on these other conspiracies that she'll keep dangling in front of people's faces is never going to give them exactly what they want to see, which is Erica Kirk. And if she finally caves to her audience demands and hits Erica Kirk again, then I think Turning Point USA will cook them. But if she goes down this trajectory, she will slowly but surely lose her audience. And, a couple months from now, she'll be at the Turning Point USA conference. You'll see.
Is very off. I hate to say it because I really was like, no, she's gonna tell us, we're gonna get answers, and I got nothing. This is what I think. Either Candace was paid out or completely threatened, or I've seen the theories, guys, and I don't know. I'm such a realist that this is sometimes hard for me to believe, but some people are like, oh, Charlie is definitely still alive. She saw him on FaceTime, and that's why she seemed happier and relieved. At this point, I don't even know. I have no idea. Or third option, they're all in on this. They're all friends, and they did this all for attention, which is probably the worst option if that's the case.
I'm gonna be honest with you, dude. I think you need institutional help if you even remotely entertain Charlie Kirk being alive. Okay? I'm serious. If you know someone in your life that even remotely entertains this conspiracy theory that Charlie Kirk is still alive, after the fucking video that we all saw, okay, I'm gonna be honest with you, you need to get them medical help, okay? You need to get them fucking medical help ASAP.
We're moving toward a different world where people don't really care, if you are friends with the people at WME and CAA and what they can do for you. That sort of power is ineffectual in this day and age. And so I think they recognize that, and that the public simply doesn't believe the story that they've been fed, and the psychological operation to convince us not to believe our own eyes or to trust our common sense instincts has failed.
Okay,
and I think on their end, they got more clarity on how I figured out certain things, more clarity on why I am convinced that there are people that are inside of Turning Point that are dirty. And I was able to share more with them off record. And I think that they got more clarity in exchange.
Before we get into some of the sort of specifics, is there not a danger here? I've already seen it in some of the reaction from people that follow your show. Is there not a danger that in seeking to be the one that exposes the truth, and I don't know the truth about what happened to Charlie Kirk. I work on the assumption that this lone, twisted, weirdo Tyler Robinson killed him for whatever reason, and I suspect personally that is how this will play out. However, I have an open mind in the sense that we still don't really know what happened with President Kennedy's assassination. I found the attempted assassination of Donald Trump very odd in the way that that's been handled by the authorities and so on. I'm not naive. As a journalist of 40 years, I'm not naive enough to say every single thing you've been saying is obviously baloney, because I don't know. And we'll get to some of the more specific details. But is there not a danger, Candace, that by having a 4.5-hour private meeting...
My least popular opinion on this stuff is that I low-key, I hate revealing this, but I low-key think another fucking, another white boy, a quirked up white boy. I know that people really, really want like a well put together bow on this whole assassination stuff. But Low Kirk, I think the official narrative is probably closer to the truth than whatever the fuck everyone else is coming up with. Like, I'm more inclined to believe that Israel assassinated JFK than I am to believe that Israel assassinated Charlie Kirk. Yeah, I don't know who shot him, but that Tyler Robinson did it, in my opinion. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. HasanAbi is compromised. I mean, the beauty about my audience is that I spend a good deal of time shitting on conspiracy theories, even though I am fascinated by them, right? So ain't nobody's coming in here for the maximum conspiracy brain rot, unless it's to like make fun of it. So, you know, if that's what you're looking for here, you're not going to get it. I do think that there is a lot more. I think that like the investigators fucked up big time with their revelations early on. Explain his neck not exploding. Wait, what do you mean? His neck did explode. What the fuck? His neck, I watched it explode. I think like here. Okay. Couple conspiracies that, or a couple things that don't make a lot of sense. The gun. Okay. And the bullet. 30-06. I'm inclined to believe, I'm not a gun pervert, okay, but I'm inclined to believe that Angel Colvin's theory that the 30-06 actually had no fucking exit wound whatsoever, and it simply just hit his titanium neck and dumped itself into the fucking belly. None of that makes sense. Okay? None of that makes sense. Okay? I am in agreement with you on there, like on that front, for sure. Okay? I also don't I don't understand like how the gun was actually a gun that he was capable of breaking down and then putting back together, and then he like somehow left it out in the fucking wild and then couldn't return, and then literally Discord DM'd his trans lover like, hey, lover of mine, I don't want to make you an accessory to a manslaughter incident, but I do have a premeditated murder charge coming my way, Discord kitten. Here is my gun, you know, all that shit. Like that stuff was strange as hell. Okay? Yeah. What did he say? He said something that was so crazy. He was like, there's a squad car in the vicinity that I've tactically discertained. Like, remember how I was engraving bullets? I love engraving bullets. Haha. Yeah, there's a squad car near my automobile. So there's a lot of weird shit there, right? Like, I understand why there's suspicion. I understand why this seems, hey gang, I've been watching a clip of you on YouTube and find my dumbass remembered I have a Twitch account. Thanks for all you do. Genuinely been an amazing source of news and translation. Helped me cultivate better thinking about our situation at the moment. Also, okay, don't know what this is, but yeah, all of that stuff is strange. Yeah, cops on my 6, squad car too close to the vehicle. But my point is, it's very the strangeness itself does not mean that it was Israel. Like, for it to be Israel, with the exception of how Benjamin Netanyahu, and I say this as someone who definitely does believe Israel has the capacity and the interest in assassinating a high-profile public figure on U.S. soil. I think they would do it. They probably have done it. You know, it would not surprise me one bit, right? Having said that, in this circumstance, it just doesn't really make a lot of sense as to why they would do it to Charlie Kirk specifically. And last but not least, there isn't a lot of evidence that they did do it, right? So that's the reason why I'm like, yeah, there's some questions that I have, but the questions that I have does not invite the grander conspiracy that Israel was somehow responsible for this, especially because like the only side of the evidence that's being presented I am very familiar with, which is Charlie Kirk's ideological public pivot against Israel. Like, I know that wasn't the case, right? But now that Dan Bongino is retiring, maybe we'll find out more. How the FBI's handled the Brown shooting really makes you wonder if the my dad has 2 different phones and they both ring incredibly loud in the house for like 5 minutes, and he just like sits there and doesn't turn it on. I don't know why. He'll never put it on silent mode. Never. But yeah, how the FBI's handled the Brown shooting really makes me wonder if they would have ever caught Tyler Robinson if he didn't rat on himself. No, they would have. They would have not. I'm sorry, they wouldn't have. Plus, if Israel would have killed Charlie Kirk, why the fuck did they use Tyler Robinson as the fall guy? And why didn't they make like Mujahideen Iranian ISIS be of Palestinian descent? You know, be the fucking fall guy. Like that also doesn't make a lot of sense, you know? So even if the Egyptian plane stuff is just like regular surveillance by Israel or some shit around Charlie Kirk, and that invites suspicion, okay, that still doesn't prove that Israel would have killed Charlie Kirk and then used Tyler Robinson as the fall guy, you know? Especially when you try and find a Mujahideen in Utah. What do you mean, brother? You just drive with your fucking pickup truck with the ISIS flag in the back. What are you talking about? How do you think these things normally happen? How do you think these things have happened? The fuck? Yeah, drive, put the fucking ISIS flag in the back of the pickup truck, drive, and you know, perch up on the deck, boom, boom.
Rather than doing it in public, that all you're really going to do collectively, actually. You and
even with a white guy, they could have done an ISIS thing. I mean, look at Stephen Paddock, a conspiracy that we never arrived at the truth on. Remember, he fucking slaughtered so many people. And then his brother was talking about how weird all of this was. And then boom, child pornography in his hard drives. Like literally the day after. That was an ISIS one, right? That's what they said. I think Stephen Paddock also, similar to these guys, had gotten like $100,000 from a bank account in the Philippines as well, right? Like prior to the shooting. And also the Bondi Beach guys had gone to the Philippines prior to the Bondi Beach shooting.
Erica Kirk, is fuel the conspiracy theories about what you may or may not have discussed in that meeting, what part of the stuff that you've been broadcasting on your show she agrees with and doesn't agree with, and so on. Is there not a danger this is the least transparent way of going about trying to get solutions here?
Well, I'm a very transparent person.
I'm sorry, which mass atrocity was Stephen Paddock? The MGM shooting in Las Vegas at the Country Club Festival.
So my preference was to do it publicly, but I took the offer, obviously, to have any conversation, because if I hadn't done that, then I think everything I'm in doing would have appeared disingenuous. Like, oh, Candace is pretending that she wants answers to her questions, but when she got this offer,
Paddock bought a Filipino house for his Paddock bought a house for his Filipino girlfriend. He spent $100K, not received. Oh shit, my bad. I got the. Wait, really? Am I misremembering? It wasn't MGM. It was the Mandalay Bay. Sorry.
she suddenly said she didn't want to go because it wasn't public. They would have felt like I was moving the goalpost. So I was willing to take anything. And from their viewpoint, they felt like after the CBS News and the Fox News hits that Erica did, it was, my understanding was that they felt that it was a good idea to bring the temperature down first by having us sit down and communicate. And that doesn't mean that they necessarily say, oh, well, that's it. Now we're not going to have any other public discussion. I'm hopeful they will. I think they should. I totally agree with you. More transparency, the better.
Who else was in the meeting? Erica was there. Who else was there?
Justin Strife, who is the COO of Turning Point USA. And my husband was only there for a portion of it, and my cousin.
So there were no lawyers, for example?
No lawyers. But they did phone their lawyer because I asked the question. I was like, look, I'm open to being wrong, obviously. If there is something, which I think the media was kind of hinting at, that they had more, but they couldn't share it with the public, I said, I'm happy to keep my mouth shut. And I want to feel good walking out of here that there is something there. There is some sort of a smoking gun. And I will tell viewers just to be patient. And so they did call one of the lawyers working on this case, and it was not convincing at all. He said, in effect, all we have is what the public has seen, and we won't know more because we're investigating and looking for more. And so that just made me go, why is everybody being so over the top and ridiculous and using words like the evidence is overwhelming? It was Tyler Robinson, when they don't have anything that's overwhelming to show that they don't have a video of him taking the shot, which I think was something that I assumed, like, okay, there's all these cameras. Maybe they actually have that video.
Okay. In order to literally pin the crime on Tyler Robinson, there's enough evidence. Okay. There is. Whether he did it or not doesn't matter. But and the rest is up to how convincing the prosecutorial team will be. But they have a gun, they have the fingerprints, they have text messages. Whether a good defense attorney could fucking chop through that and claim that evidence is not valid is once again going to be up to how skillful the defense attorneys are. But, you know, when you got the parents' admission, all this stuff, there's definitely a decent amount of evidence. Whether the evidence is actually concocted and totally made up, that's going to be handled by the defense. But if they don't have a good defense team, which I think they do, it's a pretty solid case. There's definitely enough for a conviction. Defense attorney here, that's not quite how that works, at least with Tyler Robinson's statements that he made. Those statements could be brought into evidence at trial because statements by the defendant are always admissible in a criminal case. No, I know. I'm saying, like, will they be able to scrutinize the way that they extracted that information and tackle the veracity? Probably not, you know? Probably not, because they will literally have an FBI agent testifying, most likely. Yeah.
and they're waiting for a moment to release that to the public. They don't have that. Or at least I can say Erica's side has not seen that. And the lawyer communicated to me that they would not have access to that until earliest would be May, that right now they're just investigating, just like we're doing back at home.
Okay, you said that your motive for going to the meeting was that you would be able to come out and tell the world Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. So are you in a position to say that? Do you believe, as a consequence of your 4.5 hours with Erica, do you believe that it is now most likely that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk?
Absolutely not. I haven't seen one piece of compelling evidence that Tyler Robinson scaled the rooftops like Spider-Man on a college campus that he didn't go to and fired one shot, a magic bullet shot, and killed Charlie Kirk. I have not seen one piece of compelling evidence. In fact, I've seen more compelling evidence to the contrary.
You've seen their vibrant ads illuminating billboards and train stations.
Shen Yun? He's doing a Shen Yun ad? He's doing Falun Gong ads?
Who does Erica think killed her husband?
Well, I think that in her recent PR blitz, she sort of communicated that she trusted her team, and her lawyer was using kind of the same rhetoric that the media has been using, where, there's really, this is like, it's overwhelming. Maybe he didn't say the word overwhelming, but he was like, it's very clear, I think is what he said in particular. And then I pushed back and I said, what's clear? The affidavit? That's all you guys have? And I did tell him, if you would never be my lawyer, because it's just, a lawyer that's just kind of giving you adjectives, and I don't need a cheerleader. I need someone to be practical and to say, we don't have anything yet. I think the communication should be, we are hopeful that throughout this investigation, we are going to uncover more evidence that links Tyler Robinson to this crime. I do feel confident that he was involved in some capacity on that day. As I have said many times on my show, I was the one who broke the story that he was at the Dairy Queen throwing out clothes.
Watch the Papa Me video. What did he do? What did he make? Oh, watch the Shen Yun Papa Me video. He did a video on Shen Yun. He made a video on the dance thing. That was actually kind of surprising that so many YouTubers are critical of Shen Yun. Like that actually surprised me quite a bit. I really thought the Shen Yun stuff was like excellent propaganda for anti-China, especially because like a lot of people are automatically anti-China.
A local Dairy Queen throwing out clothes in a nearby cemetery. And so I do think he was involved, and multiple people were involved that day. And I think he did pick up clothes. I had communication with Lance's family. I had communication with Tyler Robinson's family. And for some reason, Lance is being protected, which I find to be very strange. His own family.
I was actually hoping he make you a vid for the memes. Oh, like with the Kayage stuff. Oh my God. Everybody would have loved that shit. I saw on my TikTok an entirely made up conspiracy theory that I somehow got Meat Canyon banned off Twitch or something, with like a shit ton of views and a shit ton of likes too. There were people that were claiming that I got Meat Canyon banned somehow. I love Meat Canyon. I don't give a shit that he made like a Collargate joke offhandedly. It was so... Apparently he got banned or something. I don't even fucking know. I have no idea. But it's so funny. It's so funny that people were just like, people were coming up with like totally ridiculous conspiracy theories that like apparently he got banned, and everyone was like, oh, I can't wait for Meat Canyon to make a video on HasanAbi. He got banned for making an offhanded kill yourself joke from losing a Magic the Gathering game. Yeah. More Pegasus. That's the one who made that video. Do people not realize that that's just like, oh, I'm going to stop asking this question. I was going to say, why do people just like believe random bullshit that people make up with no evidence whatsoever? And I guess it's because, once again, they want to believe it. For me, if I were to consistently be in the wrong, and people realize that like my output was like consistently wrong, if someone I was watching was like consistently wrong, I'd be like, all right, well, this stuff was entertaining at first, but it kind of feels like it just doesn't, you're not correct. Feels like a waste,
Thinks he's guilty of more, and they find it weird that the feds kind of glossed over him, almost as though he was a Fed operative, like he was working on behalf of them. And, you know, we've caught the feds have lied a lot.
Collargate is so funny because across communities, like this is an X-Men fandom post and no clue if they're a hater or a fan. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. Beast Hank McCoy. Fuck it. I'll hit it with a like. Deniz diyor bak bu Türk biri yapmış. Yeah. Did you see the issue of Wolverine that took place in Ankara, Turkey? Wait, what? No. All right,
it's just a fact. Turning Point USA people have lied a lot. That is a fact, which they have agreed to. They said that these were mistakes, but they, you know, whether a mistake or not, the public was lied to. So this obviously, you know, matters deeply to me, and it's just absurd that people would think that I'm doing this for clicks. I know Charlie. I knew Charlie. Charlie and I are very close, and it has been one of the most disgusting things ever that people first and foremost tried to start this psychological operation that Charlie and I hadn't spoken since 2019. They've lied about virtually everything that I've said on my podcast. I'm not going to let this go. Okay. We don't live in a country that is the embodiment of democratic principles. If Charlie Kirk gets publicly executed and the media apparatus is doing everything they can to cover the tracks, I would say to cover the tracks by demanding that there is no further inquiry into what happened on that day. That is not a country that I can get behind.
Let's get to some of the details, because it seems to me you've put up a lot of theories, but a lot of them don't seem to have a clear conclusion from you about what you actually think happened. I mean, you've been all over this now ever since Charlie was killed. What do you believe happened to him? Who do you think killed him?
Good question, Piers. Okay,
so
Piers.
I can't tell you definitively who pulled the trigger. I'm not going to lie to audiences and just put something out there that's not real. But what I can say is I feel convinced that the feds were involved. I can tell you that. I think the feds were involved in staging a cover-up. I think Kash Patel knows what happened and did not happen on that day.
Okay, dude.
I'm convinced by me being told by people that are feds that he is not acting right and that he is not wanting to share any information. Just a couple of people are allowed to even see anything. A Fed told me that they can't even touch the Charlie Kirk file without risk of being fired, and that he's grown increasingly mad. The U.S. Marshals that were there when they were doing the quote unquote manhunt for 33 hours said that Kash Patel effectively sent them on a wild goose chase, which is what was signaled to the public when he said, we got him, and it was actually the wrong person. And so it caused people to stop looking because they were convinced that they had the shooter. They felt that that was in order to allow the real perpetrators of the crimes to get away.
But that could just be the fog of the immediacy of these things. We've seen it at Brown University. Exactly the same thing. They thought they had the killer. They thought they had the killer. It turned out to be the wrong person. Right? It doesn't mean there's any great conspiracy by the feds to cover anything up. And again, even if what you're saying is true, I don't know. Maybe you're right. If what you're saying is true, what is it they're covering up? You've so far intimated or inferred something weird involving Egyptian planes. So, well, you know, what's that about? You've inferred perhaps Israeli involvement in some way. You've certainly inferred a lot of Turning Point USA involvement. That's a lot of people getting involved here in the murder of Charlie Kirk, potentially. But what I'm really curious about is, given you've been all over all this and you've been airing all these theories, well, which one is it? It can't be all of these things. Is it somebody?
Well, of course,
is it someone at Turning Point USA? I mean, who do you actually believe was behind this?
Of course, it can be all of those things. And what's really ironic here is that there's a clip of Charlie in the last months leading up to his death where he speaks about the JFK assassination. And he says that multiple countries were involved, multiple people were involved, the LBJ was involved, the feds were involved. And he's correct. That is what it means. When there is a conspiracy, there are multiple people that are involved. Of course, there's not one person on a grassy knoll who shot JFK.
Well, it might have been that.
There are people who had to agree to it. There had people who would have had to. The Dallas police were involved.
Candace,
I'm answering your question. I'm answering your question.
But my point
is, why aren't you just going to point to one person? That to me, even that seems like a part of telling people not to believe their own gut. Obviously, for this to have been pulled off, there had to have been multiple people involved. There had to have been people at Turning Point that were complicit in having this happen. Now, who knows what their motivations are? Doesn't mean maybe this person's like, hey, I'm going to help you.
Hang on. Okay, let me stop you. Hang on. When you say obviously somebody at Turning Point, you are accusing right now people that worked with Charlie Kirk at the company he built, which is now run by his widow. You are directly accusing people in that company.
No, this is not a good answer. This is not a good answer. Piers, don't go back to try to farm sympathy for an unsympathetic figure. People don't give a shit about Erica Kirk. They actually hate Erica Kirk. They right now are actually skeptical of Candace because she's not as aggressive towards Erica Kirk. God damn it. Backshots on stream is crazy. I know. No, instead, lean into it and be like, why did you change your perspective so aggressively after talking to her? And why didn't you reveal all of the information in your first tell-all? It kind of feels like you're leading people into simply watching more and more of your videos rather than actually giving them some kind of closure. Seems to me like you're just leading them down a narrative trail that seems to benefit yourself and nobody else. Certainly not Charlie Kirk. Clanker confirmed. Yes, it's the massager.
Of being complicit in his murder, right?
I want to just be very clear connecting that dot. So I said that when there is a conspiracy, of course, there are going to be multiple people involved. So applying that same logic to JFK, right? Knowing, as I do and as Charlie did believe that LBJ was involved, which then implicates the feds as having been involved, which then implicates the Dallas police station as being involved. I believe Israel was obviously involved, that they were the ones that wanted him dead for saying that what is now AIPAC should have to register under FARA. So there's motive. There are people that have to be involved on the ground that day. There are people that have to be willing to allow the perpetrators to get away. There has to be media that's complicit, and that's what literally Operation Mockingbird was. It was established to persuade the public.
Candace, here's the problem.
Well, hang on. It was established. So
but here's the problem with everything you're saying.
In this massive cover-up.
You keep saying, and this is where people think you're prone to endless conspiracy theories for whatever reason.
Okay.
Is you keep using the phrase they have to have been involved. So by that yardstick, what you're saying is with JFK's assassination, and we recently had a lot of the files released, which did not conclusively prove any of these things, right? Now, again, I don't know what happened to JFK, but the one possibility you've not ruled in is it was just as simple as Lee Harvey Oswald. It might have been. We don't know. Right, so when you say the media has to have been involved, Lyndon Johnson has to have been. But my problem is you're stating all these things as facts.
We can't do 63. It's such a nonsense to say that it was Lee Harvey Oswald acting.
You don't
by himself.
know that.
That's just such a nonsense. I do know it was not Lee Harvey Oswald acting by himself, and then that required national security to lock down the files, and that required the feds to impart the CIA to impart Operation Mockingbird to convince the public that it was. You can't go against. There's a grieving widow. Don't look further into it. Don't believe your own eyes.
Let me just say this is your Candace.
It was a grand conspiracy that killed JFK.
Candace,
I am going to say that confidently. I just think we have to grow up. We have to grow up. We can't keep pretending Lee Harvey Oswald killed JFK.
Fine.
We can't keep doing that.
That is your opinion. Today's show is sponsored. It's an opinion.
No, that's a fact.
He makes her look bad insofar as he's allowing her to keep going and has so many details that you would only know if you're down the same rabbit hole, and it makes her look insane. I don't know. I mean, I don't think this harms her standing at all. I think she did this because she knows that no matter what, Piers is always going to be like this uptight liberal representative of mainstream discourse. So being at odds against someone like that is going to only beef up her support. The only one who can steal her thunder right now is someone who is more conspiratorial than she is. Someone who is willing to fucking be like, nah, it was the Jews and Candace is also sold out to the Jews, you know? That type of thing. Because like when she goes back to like the JFK stuff or even 9/11, she'll win favors once again with the same audience. For me, I think the main thing I'm invested in, the main thing I want to find out is like if this had if I had any inclination that Israel had conducted this operation, I need more evidence for the motive, and more importantly, like I need more evidence in general. Like anything. Simply picking apart the existing official narrative is not enough to implicate Israel, because while there is definitely weird shit with the with the way that they've revealed details about this investigation, there is a lot of inconsistencies and there's a lot of weird stuff. It still doesn't automatically implicate Israel. Hopefully Dan Bongino, though, will be the truth teller here and will give us some breadcrumbs to follow.
It's not.
You know, it was an operator that popped out of the ground. Yeah, that's crazy. Oh, here, by the way, speaking of Israel, Hassan compromise. Yeah, I know. Yeah, Israel's number one enemy. I'm such an op to Israel that Kayagate was national news in Israel on October 7. Okay, chat. Like, think about how insane that is. Shocktober 7 made it to the Israeli airwaves on October 7. I feel like they would have probably had more consequential things to cover, like the Day of Memorial or something like that. Nope, that it still made its way to the Israeli airwaves that day. You are joking, right? No.
Now I met Alan Dershowitz, and he said the legal thing about 4 more years, and I said, Alan, I agree with you, so we can do it. I'm not saying nothing. Okay. Oh, Alan Dershowitz, you say? Jeffrey Epstein's friend, Alan Dershowitz? Also, I think this is the first time I heard Miriam Adelson speak. I did not think that was what she was going to sound like. I'll be honest. Like, because I know Sheldon's not Israeli, right? I knew that Miriam is. I just didn't know how Israeli she was. Yeah. Alan kept my pants on the entire time I was with Jeffrey Epstein Dershowitz. Alan, we must lower the age of consent constitutionally. Dershowitz. About it.
Alan's here someplace. Where's Alan?
Alan is here. Oh, he had a flight. Alan is here. Think about it.
Thank you.
Maybe I will be the first one who told me, or second. Yeah.
She said, think about it. I'll give you another 250.
I can't. This is a flex, brother. This is a flex. They're dabbing on us. They're flexing on us. It's just, how can you read this as anything but just a straight up flex? You've been so good to Israel. Maybe you do 4 more years, huh? Come on, dude. Come on, dude. Brother, the anti-Semitism is about to become so rampant. Did you see this?
I said, this is our first Jewish president.
Oh my God, bro, I'm sorry. If you even remotely gave a shred of a fuck about fomenting anti-Semitism, this is the opposite thing that you'd be doing. You'd be like, Trump is the least Jewish guy around. We hate him. Okay. Are you kidding me? Oh my God, brother. Every fucking day, it feels like when they did the Shabbat Shalom shit, or what was it? No, it was Mahmoud. Didn't they say Shabbat Shalom? What did they say? Shalom Mahmoud or something? What was it? Yeah. When they were deporting or trying to deport Mahmoud Khalil, and they were like, and the DHS account literally wrote straight up, Shalom Mahmoud. Yeah, better think twice before you protest against Israel next time around. Like, when they posted that, I was like, what the fuck are they doing? This kind of stuff, dude, is so insane. Who's the dude with the specs? That's Mark Levin. Like, I can't, it feels like they're just literally, hitting the button over and over again. They're like, what are you going to do? Yeah, no. On the one hand, they're like, excuse me. It's very anti-Semitic to literally reflect on the things that you are seeing on camera and repeat it, while also it almost feels like they're inviting the conspiracy over and over again.
And I said, this is our first Jewish president. Now he's the first Jewish president to serve 2 not consecutive presidencies. We thank you for everything.
That's right. Bad things happened on the second one. Namely, the election was rigged. And we found out, and you see that happening. But
and you are the greatest president.
Thank you very much.
And God bless you. I miss you.
This is insane, dude.
Like dude. This is every Nazi is coming in their pants looking at videos like this to be like, see, we told you. So we have Jewish person Aiden Ross doing Jewish money grubbing gestures. Well, and we have Trump being declared Jewish. This is my favorite time to be Jewish. Yeah, is not exactly the best time. Let's be real. It's like they looked at a fucking David Duke handbook and were like, let me open the chapter that says Zog, a Zionist occupied government, and look at what some of the most common conspiracies are around this sort of thing. And then let's just lean into it publicly as a joke. I'm sure at a time when like anti-Semitism is peaking, no one will look at that and think, holy shit, it was real all along. Okay? Like, it just fucking, what are you doing? Fantastic. Trump privately spoke with his former impeachment attorney, Alan Dershowitz, about potentially being president a third term. Dershowitz presented Trump a draft of his upcoming book called Could President Trump Constitutionally Serve a Third? Yeah. Wow. Subtlety in that title. You know, what's the message, I wonder? The book called Could President Trump Constitutionally Serve a Third Term? They discussed Dershowitz's conclusion on a potential Trump third term. Great.
You like Israel. Hold on. And he loves Israel too. It's true.
You can see who pulls the strings. This makes me feel sick. Puppet. Israel, good boy. U.S. woof. Sickening. A lot of innocent blood on their hands. United States of Israel. I just don't think these guys are thinking far enough. Maybe I'm crazy, but I genuinely don't think. I think these dudes feel untouchable. I think they're hopped up on their own fucking farts and legitimately think that this is not going to make people extra anti-Semitic. It's crazy. There's no grand conspiracy here. I don't think it's about like fomenting anti-Semitism in the West so that, you know, Jews feel less safe and therefore feel more secure in Israel or feel like they have a sense of, you know, they have an obligation to defend Israel or anything like that. I know that it was the common meta in the past, but I don't think the Zionists realize that this kind of anti-Semitism, this kind of fomenting of anti-Semitism will eventually have blowback, will eventually have consequences, demands of severing ties with Israel as well. And without Western support, if Israel thinks they can continue this song and dance, if Israel thinks they can continue behaving this way, then they're wrong. Israel will not get the unlimited support from the West. Israel will not consistently get the unlimited support from the West if... Wait, what the fuck? Sorry. Baba? Hold on. I need to get the door.
6 years ago, I was up here.
Hold on. Oh.
And I said, this is our first Jewish president. Now he's the first Jewish president to serve two not consecutive presidencies. We thank you for everything.
That's right. Bad things happened on the second one. Namely, the election was rigged. And we found out, and you see that happening. But,
and you are the greatest president.
Thank you very much.
And God bless you. I miss you.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Christian is staying here because Austin is too cheap to get him a hotel room. And he was at the door, and he had no way of he was at the door and had no way of getting inside.
As president of the United
Trump says Congress is becoming anti-Semitic. He says Omar hates Jewish people at the Hanukkah event. Brother, oh, you don't know a damn thing, okay? On the one hand, he's got Mark Levin kissing him on the cheek going, this is my Jewish president. And then he turns around and he's like, Congress is getting anti-Semitic. I don't think he realizes what his fandom looks like right now.
States, I will always support Jewish Americans, and I will always be a friend and a champion to the Jewish people. I have been. And I will say, you know, if you go back 10, 12, 15 years ago at the most, the strongest lobby in Washington was the Jewish lobby. It was Israel. That's no longer true. You have to be very careful. You have a Congress in particular which is becoming anti-Semitic. You have AOC +3. You have those people.
How is this anything but We hate every minority except for the Jews. You have to be woke for the Jews. Okay? You can be as racist as you want. We love racism. We love it. Don't we love racism, folks? But not the Jews. Like, if you're a Republican and you hear this, you're like, okay, the fuck is going on here?
Ilhan Omar, she hates Jewish people. And you have to be very careful because there's been a big change. You know, if you go back 15 years ago, I'm not Jewish, but my father was very friendly with many, many Jewish people, was honored by Federation. I would go with him to Federation of Jewish Philanthropies and many other things. And we grew up respecting and loving Jewish people. You know, you don't even think about it. In Brooklyn and Queens mostly. And my father didn't go to Manhattan. He never went to Manhattan from the standpoint. He could never understand how in Brooklyn you could buy a piece of land for $3 a foot and how in Manhattan you had to pay $1,000 a foot. He said, I can't get that. I don't like it. I like to buy it for $3. So it was different. It's a different thinking. In a way, I'm glad he didn't do that because he let me have some of that fun. And I had a lot of fun in Manhattan. We did great. But my father would tell me the most powerful lobby that there is in this country is the Jewish lobby.
My father would tell me Jews control the media and the banking institution, the Rothschild family. That's what my father would tell me. Also, they might have done 9/11, but it was very good because my tower became the tallest standing tower. Big ups to the Jews for that one, too. That's right. Also, Ilhan Omar is a dangerous anti-Semite. Like, does this make sense? Also, yeah, he did say the 9/11 thing. That wasn't a joke. I mean, not that he didn't say Jews did 9/11, but he did say that 9/11 made his tower the longest tower in Wall Street, the tallest tower standing in Wall Street. And that he said that actually on 9/11, by the way. Like, he called into a radio show on 9/11 the day of and said those words. Yeah, on 9/11, 2001. Sorry, I should have specified. Not like on a day of remembrance years later. No, he said it on the morning while the towers were smoldering. There was, yeah. They control the media and the banks. They did 9/11, but they did it good for me. Also, I can't stand these anti-Semitic people like Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib. They're anti-Semitic.
It's the Israeli lobby. It's not that way anymore. You have a lot of people in your way. You have a lot of people that don't want to help Israel. You have a lot of people in Congress that don't like Israel. You have a lot of people in Congress that, in a way, I think, Mike, we could say it, right? You're there. You're doing an amazing job, Mike Lawler. They hate Israel.
You have one of the landmark buildings down in the financial district, 40 Wall Street. Did you have any damage, or what's happened down there?
Well, it was an amazing phone call I made. 40 Wall Street actually was the second tallest building in downtown Manhattan, and it was actually, before the World Trade Center, was the tallest. And then when they built the World Trade Center, it became known as the second tallest, and now it's the tallest.
You think I was joking, right? You thought I was joking because you're like, there's no way. He literally said he had an amazing phone call where he found out that his tower, 40 Wall Street, was now the tallest standing tower in Wall Street once again. I got an amazing phone call from a friend, Mohammed Atta. He said, Donald, you're not going to believe it. Donald, you're not going to believe what I'm about to do. It's going to be the best thing that's happened to you. I said, Mohammed, what are you saying? Oh, Jesus Christ. It's crazy that these motherfuckers had the audacity to make it seem like I'm responsible for 9/11 still to this day. Meanwhile, the guy that they love was talking about 9/11 on 9/11 like this. How crazy.
They hate Israel. And if you would have told me 15 years ago that that was possible, Jason, I would have said there's no way. There's no way that's possible. But
did he just say Jews are the most powerful lobby? Yes, he did. In a sequence of words where he sandwiched attacks against Ilhan Omar, claiming that Ilhan Omar is so anti-Semitic, to a room full of what I assume is Jewish people at the Hanukkah celebration cheering on. First, they booed Ilhan Omar, And then they cheered on when Donald Trump was like, Jews, you're so powerful. You have the most powerful lobby. You control everything. We love it. Don't we love it, folks? And they were like, yeah. Boo, I hate Ilhan Omar. She's so anti-Semitic.
Happening, and obviously it's getting progressively worse. Less so in the Senate, but the Senate's starting also. You get glimmers, you know, when I'm in the back rooms talking to people, you get glimmers of statements that you say, whoa, where did that come from? So we have to be, Sid, we have to be very careful because it's bad things are happening. And then you see what goes on in Australia or October 7th. How about October 7th? And then
how about October 7th? Bro's opening it. Bro's talking about October 7th like it's like he's about to set up a comedy bit, dude. How about that October 7th, folks? Wasn't it crazy? I mean, come on. Can you believe it? I can't. Maybe it wasn't real. Maybe you Jews cooked that one up too, like all the others. But we love it. Ilhan Omar is so anti-Semitic, by the way. Everyone's like, yeah. What's the deal with October 7th? What's going on there? How about it?
Then you have people that deny it ever happened. How about the people that deny, like they deny the Holocaust?
Who deny, by the way, there is no one that denies that October 7th happened. I don't know why this is his line of criticism. Like you can say, oh, people, deny the atrocities took place or something. But I've never met a person in my life, because it's far too close to October 7th. I've yet to meet a single person that's like, nah, that wasn't real. Like it actually didn't happen. You don't know what he thinks. I don't think he thinks. Yeah, Holocaust deniers don't even deny October 7th happened. I don't even understand. Just let a white boy riff. How about those people, folks? They deny October 7th ever happened. They think that day nothing happened in Israel. Yeah, you got to give it a couple. You got to give it a couple years, brother, before you start hitting those lines. Like it took a while for people to say 9/11. I mean, it was an instant that they were saying it was an inside job or that Israel did it, blah, 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 all the stuff. But like, it took a couple years until people started deciding that 9/11 actually was a hologram and it wasn't real. Like they didn't instantly hit that line. You know what I mean? It's too soon for you to say people deny the existence of October 7th.
But, you know, you figure, well, that's just many years. Well, October 7th is not many years at all. And you have people that deny October. I saw tape that I wish I never saw it, actually. I wish I never saw it. I got to see tape that some of you got to see. But as president, I got to see things I wish I never saw. But there's no denying it. But then they'll say, oh, the tape was a rigged tape. It was a tape that never existed. They made it up. It's just propaganda. I don't know if they believe it. I don't think they believe it, but you have to be very, very careful. Bad things are happening, and we're not going to let that happen. While I'm president and the DOJ and Harmeet, we're not.
This is where you talk about Jews, women, and blacks.
They're always coming up with, no, it's not the Jews. No, it's not women. No, it's not blacks. It's actually really complicated. No, it fucking isn't at all. Jews are running society. Women need to shut the fuck up. Blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. And we would live in paradise. It's that simple.
Man, would you like to clarify what you meant?
Man, so based. Man, don't call me a Nazi, though. But isn't that base, chat? And chat's like spamming base. Isn't that based? Oh, don't call me a Nazi if you do that. It's because you want me dead.
That's all true. The entire shame apparatus has failed.
You want to know what else failed? Platforming niggas like him. Failed. Why the fuck are you platforming that? You failed. And the reason why he failed, everyone in that chat failed, Piers Morgan failed.
Piers Morgan fucking failed.
Our institutions have failed. Yep. And the reason why is because he's right in the sense that the whole method of shaming doesn't work when people aren't ashamed. Mm-hmm. Why is that a power play? You see these Groiper niggas and you see the nigga like the nigga who's on Jubilee and they'll be like, yeah, I'm a fascist. And these niggas, their whole MO is, I'm gonna say this racist thing to this person. It's gonna make them uncomfortable. I'm gonna say, yes, I'm a Nazi. It's gonna make you uncomfortable, right?
Then in that same breath, you get shot in your neck and they say you're supposed to have empathy for a nigga that's been saying those things to make you uncomfortable.
And also, too,
insane.
Fuck a shame thing, because clearly no one wants to take accountability. You just don't have to choose the side of putting him on your platform.
I was gonna say, you're right. The shame thing doesn't work. What's going to work now is the dragging.
Yeah.
Because there's gonna be two options. There's three options. There's one, it's either you platform the nigga.
Yeah.
There's two, you either deplatform the nigga.
Yeah.
Or three, if y'all want to have this conversation about, oh, well, you can't shame anymore. Okay, let's talk about.
Asmongold's watching you right now. What else is new, brother? What else is fucking new? Yeah, based. Nick Fuentes is so based. So based. Instead of watching, how about he stop ducking me? Let's have a conversation. We can address some of these inconsistencies, you know? Don't click away now. Don't click away now, Asmon. If you are actually watching. He's not watching you. He's probably watching a video, I guess.
What we can do. What we can do is, as a society, make these people's lives unbearable.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what we can do.
Real shit.
We have to allow people to.
Ash Sarkar and Lord Finkelstein discuss the influence of Nick Fuentes. I'm skipping this. Trump facing criticism of his xenophobic tirade. There's a new video from friend of the show, editor extraordinaire Alex Novell, that I want to watch, called Ethan Klein's War on Women Content Terminated.
Now look at this.
Asmon wants his fans to stalk and accost you IRL, but he won't speak to you through a screen, never letting him live that shit down. Yeah, I heard it's a banger. It's been a while since we watched Alex, so let's do it.
Fucking vile pig.
It's also been a really long time since I've like paid attention to whatever the fuck Ethan Klein has been doing, and it's actually straight up. It's given me a lot of mental clarity. So I assume, no, only if you promise gaming, promise that now. Okay, everybody, shut the fuck up. So we shall see what he's been up to.
Fucking demon, dude. We need to exterminate him. We don't believe in extermination, but let's just move him somewhere else. All right, we need to get this here in its own neighborhood, with its own kind. It's.
Yeah, I saw on TikTok, after years of saying gambling is cancer and that he would never take a gambling sponsorship, I heard he took a gambling sponsorship, but he's dropped all of his fucking principles across the board, you know? It's just not, I think at this point, it's so Jover. No one in his fandom gives a shit. And I think he's realized that no one in his fandom gives a shit. So he'll just do whatever the fuck.
Fantasy.
The culture war is raging on all fronts. Foot soldiers, fresh off the assembly line, strike the hot iron of the battlefield in droves, inoculated with the pounding drums of war.
It's going to war, you know what it is, guys. It's fucking straight up the front lines. I'm going to the front today to fight for the Jewish people.
Trapped in a never-ending battle against anyone brave.
Yeah, that's one of the funniest bars, by the way, that he like presented himself as like this brave soldier fighting anti-Semitism on the internet by attacking some of the most prominent anti-Zionists who aren't anti-Semitic, while collaborating with people who very openly are anti-Semitic. And not a single person was like, this doesn't make sense.
Enough to fight back. The architect of the culture war sits safe and tucked away from the horrors of the front lines, with endless resources and endless rage for the world that he created. But maybe, just maybe, we can turn back the clock. Maybe this time, we can actually stop Judgment Day from happening once and for all. Face the force powering all the hate and shut it down for good. It's the only way to bring about change to the chaos of war. Some people think that change is impossible, and maybe they're right. Because if I know one thing, it's that culture war never changes.
Has the brave warrior fighting anti-Semitism actually had any statements about Asmongold's open celebration and intent to collaborate with open neo-Nazi Nick Fuentes? Or is he noticeably absent from that because he thinks Asmongold is a brave warrior fighting against his one true enemy, me, and he does not want to. He's not actually remotely invested in anti-Semitism at all, and in a much smaller version of what Israel does, is willing to collaborate with actual anti-Semitic people or anti-Semitic collaborators with the hopes that they will take down his number one opponent while cynically smearing his number one opponent as an anti-Semite. I fear that influencer circles like a digital form of political theology. People don't give a shit beyond wanting to root for their side. Someone in my personal circle believe Kaige because they don't like HasanAbi and think Ethan is right about you and Twitch being anti-Semitic. That's awesome. Kayagate is one thing, but also assuming that Twitch is anti-Semitic and I'm anti-Semitic, that's, I don't know what to say about that. That's fucking incredible.
Let me tell you guys a story. Ethan Klein can't stop harassing women on the internet.
You know I don't like talking about women's looks.
Yeah, said that one. You don't need to. You don't need to.
Oh,
It's beneath.
He hates that.
That being said, you pig, you loser. It looks like she lives in a swamp. It looks like she hasn't showered, and she is a succubus. You're a fucking piece of shit. You are the biggest fucking. Oh, can I say it? She did. Fuck you. I can call her a bitch. I can call her a horrible person, but I would never do.
I saw a younger guy that I'm on mutuals with on Instagram today, and he was going off about how after the fascists are gone, that we need to go after the left. The left needs to be shot. I guess he said at the end of his rant, he mentioned Hassan needs to be excluded from society or some shit like that. Yeah, I feel bad for a lot of people who are that online, dude. It's just like, if I occupied that much space in your mind, you're unsalvageable. I hope you do grow out of it eventually, but it is pretty crazy. Like, you must have watched so much slop tuber content to arrive at that position. Like, oh, we got to get rid of these fascists and then also get rid of the left. So why do you want to get rid of the fascists? I guess the next step is to realize maybe fascists are the wrong enemy, right? And then you align with the fascists, which is what historically a lot of liberals did.
Do that. I would never say that. And no, and I mean that. I only use this harsh language to exemplify the fact that I can say whatever I want about her.
Can I just say that we don't have a clique problem at this school? And some of us shouldn't have to take this workshop because some of us are just victims in the situation?
That's probably true. How many of you have ever felt personally victimized by Ethan Klein?
Whether he's victimizing himself about anti-Semitism or those dreaded snarkers, Ethan has spent the last 2 years honing his blade of victimhood and using it to strike down any woman who dares to criticize.
This is this is an anti-Semitic blade. Oh no, he's signaling his anti-Semitism.
This insane harassment and
This is Alex Novel. For those of you who don't know, or Novell, I don't know if I'm saying his last name right, but he's a phenomenal editor who has routinely like infiltrated the Daily Wire's orbit and numerous other places, and has done a lot of fantastic videos about like the inside workings of like Daily Wire and shit like that. He's great.
Defamation campaign that you've been sucked into.
Swastika Tana.
And while you are trying to be this fair arbiter of truth and research, you are repeating straight up fucking lies as part of an anti-Semitic hate campaign. And I'm not saying she is yet.
You may.
And you're saying swastika hilt should not make me feel uncomfortable. No, you're insane. And what, 3 million people watched that and nobody who supports him thought that that was a little fucking nuts? A little fucked up to tell that? It's just like, these people don't give a fuck. I mean, it's kind of disillusioning where it's like, do these people care about this at all, about anyone?
Yeah, see, the biggest problem here is that Ethan Klein thinks that people not liking him is the most anti-Semitic thing. If for Israel, the peak of anti-Semitism is not actual anti-Semitism, but simply being against the state of Israel existing as an ethno-state. For Ethan Klein, the peak of anti-Semitism isn't like Holocaust denial or whatever. It's actually hurting Ethan Klein's feelings. Okay? Everything begins and ends with Ethan Klein's feelings, which, of course, because of his mental state, being in a state of disrepair, has worsened overall, and the window for things that hurt Ethan Klein's feelings has gotten larger and larger in the process.
That blade of victimhood cuts both ways, as both his YouTube channels are bleeding subscribers. The H3 podcast, Ethan's main channel, has lost almost 400,000 subscribers since January of 2024, making them one of the fastest shrinking communities on the platform.
Let's be real. Let's call a spade a spade. The views are down. We'll get them back. These are people that I wanted to shed anyway. Let's be real. I knew what I was doing when I got into this. But the views are down. The members are down. The revenue's down. And
Ethan's coughing. Listen to him. He's like Tiny Tim, man.
Dude.
He's like Tiny Tim over here.
But Ethan Klein will not go down without a fight. When he's not going scorched earth on his former friends and colleagues, Ethan Klein spends his time fighting multiple court battles and rage texting anyone who disagrees with him. I was actually lucky enough to be on the receiving end of some incredibly paranoid Ethan Klein rage texts that I've taken the artistic liberty of bringing to life with a dramatic reenactment.
In this dramatic reenactment, the part of Ethan Klein will be played by Michael Jackson.
Hope mediation went well yesterday. Let me know if you think today will work better for you or if tomorrow is better. I know you have a show today, so no worries if you need to postpone. I'm around all day today and tomorrow.
Meditation ended up taking like 13 hours.
No worries. We can talk tomorrow.
The next day.
How's today looking for you?
Do you have a problem with Taylor Lorenz infrequently retweeting the account called Ethan's Attic, whose sole purpose is to lambast my declining mental health? Do you-
Why? Wait. Why is that? What? Why is that something that he just came in hot with? How much does this shit occupy his mind, dude? What the fuck? That just came out of left field for no reason. That what?
You think it's okay to target someone's mental health as a partisan attack?
I retweeted him for sharing my video. I'm a small creator. Retweets do not equal endorsements.
Oh, okay.
All my accounts are public. It's not a gotcha that I've interacted with these folks before.
Here is a post that you retweeted. That jacket is fitting because Ethan Klein is now just a locale. Do you think I'm a locale?
I think he has always been kind of this way. So I have been watching H3 since the beginning. I remember my first article about H3 is in like 2018, I think is when I first started writing about him in Newsweek. And I've always found his content fascinating, but it's evolved so much over time. He's starting to get more and more paranoid. Ethan Klein has become more siloed off. And I don't think he even leaves the house anymore except to go to the podcast. He's kind of scared of everything. That's why he's like siloed himself off in this $1 million mansion. And I think over time, that problem has only gotten worse.
Ethan Klein is actually in a state of psychosis.
Yeah.
I think part of what's it feels maddening. Feels like gaslighting, like crazy making. Like it's so frustrating to look at all these super woke people and nobody fucking can see what's happening.
Ethan's paranoia has clearly overtaken his online personality.
Yeah. All these super woke people can't see what's happening, and all these super anti-woke people are actually somehow arriving at the woke truth. I wonder if it's because I'm wrong. No, it's all of my former friends, former collaborators, former fans who are all wrong. And it's all these new fans and new fans that I've cultivated in the process, even though the community is diminishing, that are anti-woke expressly, openly, and do not care about any of the politics that I have presented for a while now. It's definitely nothing I'm doing. It's the Tim Pool phenomena, you know? It's not me. It's everybody else.
To the point that it's become the fuel for his entire content machine.
She's doing the thing where she's saying this Jew is hallucinating anti-Semitism. He's tricked his audience into thinking there's anti-Semitism, and he's making them paranoid. And it's actually totally fucking insane. Like, this is just straight up Nazi racism. Like, holy fuck.
From Ethan's perspective, everyone is out to get him.
Yeah, no, all of these people who are definitely not anti-Semitic are actually straight up Nazi-style anti-Semites. The people who actually collaborate with open neo-Nazis who openly say Hitler is based in stuff, those guys are the good guys, though. Why? Because they like me, and they also attack my enemies. I'm sorry. How the fuck can you not see what's going on there? Like, how is that? They must not see it, right? Like, there's no way. Because I want to understand the mindset. I wish Headband in the chat was still somewhat a H3 foot soldier while simultaneously being a HasanAbi head for me to like try to peek into the consciousness of someone who's still got their feet in both communities, you know? Like I genuinely want to understand like what a loyal poop soldier at this point still thinks when they're like, no, I'm woke. Like I care about these issues. I care about women. I care about anti-Semitism. Whoa, dude, Jesus Christ. Ron just came in and just fucking.
But that also means that everyone is also fair game to be targeted by him.
Listen, if you're gonna talk shit about me, I have a policy. This goes for everybody. I don't give a fuck how small of a creator you are. If you talk shit, you're fair game. And if you can't deal with it, then don't make the fucking video. Welcome to online.
Oh yeah, you're not listening.
I'm not like all the other bitches that you can shit on and fucking just collect the free views. That's not how I do it, okay?
Ethan's quite successfully turned the word snarker into a catch-all term for anyone who criticizes him.
Snark needs to start being used as a pejorative. Like, that needs to be a slur. Someone's a snarker, that's like a straight up, like, racial slur.
But then we don't
not
want to say it.
What the fuck?
No, you can say it, but it's like, you can say it.
Not if it's a racial slur.
It's genius, really. He doesn't have to address any criticism. He can just say that every person criticizing him is part of a deranged snarker hate mob.
You are so dumb. Yeah, this alleged harassment campaign. Thanks to Content Crash Out, the most deranged and also snark subreddit, for giving me all the information.
I want you guys to think for a brief moment that all the slop tubers in the orbit of Ethan Klein and Dan Stalkman, who may or may not be getting paid by either of these guys, or at least like are farming revenue off of these guys, how would they behave if I did 10% of what Ethan did on whether it be like consistently attacking smaller content creators, actively calling them like bitches, and refusing to entertain any sort of valid criticism that's coming from former fans and former collaborators, former friends. Like, think about it. Imagine if I tried to sue anonymous Redditors. Like, imagine if I went after LSF, for example, when there is actual, like, direct evidence from former moderators of this massive Reddit community that the community was forcibly overtaken by a guy who has competed in a competition called DGGer of the Year, right? One of Destiny's most loyal fans took over LSF, and they basically use it as a farming operation. Can you imagine, even with all of that valid evidence that's directly out there, that I tried to sue anonymous Redditors or unmask them and make it seem like there's this grand fucking conspiracy, even though there is a little bit of it, right? If I did any number of those things, how many YouTube videos would be made about Hasan absolutely fucking despises any sort of valid accountability initiative being implemented by all of these fucking cyber stalking snarkers. Yeah. Imagine if I did that. Imagine if I what else? Imagine if I fucking posted like 4 Instagram stories a day about Ethan Klein. In the brief moments that I even barely mention Ethan Klein, their fandom goes crazy. They're like, oh my God, yes, he noticed. He's so mad. You know? It's crazy.
I ever needed about Ethan. It didn't invite speculation.
Yeah, I sued Boner Box openly in an effort to financially put him underwater. And I basically found like a copyright reason to do so, right? And I just fucking openly sued him, and I made him do an apology in the process. Do you think people would be talking about how based it is? Do you think that, people would be celebrating that shit? No, of course not. They'd be calling it out, because that would be fucking ridiculous if I did that. Okay? My coworkers watch Kino Casino a lot, and they swear the situation is the complete opposite. Like, you're constantly losing in court to this guy, and you're like the only one losing followers and prominence. What the fuck is Kino Casino? Wait, what? I'm in constant legal trouble with Ethan Klein? That's what they're saying? I don't even know what that is. It's like a slop talk show. They're a right-wing Nazi podcast? I don't know. Andy Race-Worski show? Wait, I don't get it. Aren't those guys like anti-Semitic? they packed up. They were like, you know what? We're hanging up the Jew hatred for a little bit. Oh my God. You know what? Perhaps Ethan Klein is actually tackling anti-Semitism. One racist groyper neo-Nazi at a time. He has made a lot of these groyper neo-Nazis who absolutely despise Jews, who are unironically anti-Semitic, pack that up for at least a brief moment. At least a brief moment, so that they can turn around and attack someone else that they hate even more. Me.
From anyone out the most deranged snark circles. That's what snark brain is. And that's what he's suffering from. You don't have to suffer from snark brain. We need a hotline. 1-800-SNARK-BRAIN.
Ethan didn't invent hate mobs, but he is an expert on weaponizing his own.
All right, let's go to war, guys. Speaking of which, and like I said, when you see what's going on, I have no choice. I have to do this. I want to get along with the fun and the games and just have silly, fun episodes. And listen, we did have some silly, fun, lighthearted episodes this week. I'm glad to offer a variety. However, when this is happening, when the war is coming, listen, I'm like Ukraine. When the war comes to me, I have no choice but to defend myself.
Okay.
I'm being invaded, okay?
Okay.
And ironically, I'm also being invaded by a bunch of fucking commie tankies.
Besides his rabid community of YouTube members, Reddit foot soldiers, and FUPA troopers, Ethan Klein also has a network of commentary orbiters leeching off of him for drama content.
Nicholas Diorio, my fucking best friend, dude. I call him Jolly Saint Nick. I love Nicholas Diorio. I'll say it. I've been watching your content. I think you're a very funny guy.
And I feel like your coverage has been really good on topics that I end up watching. Like you're good with research.
He's the Pope.
Top slopper and cousin of John Pork, Nicholas Diorio, made over $241,000 in a single year.
Oh, there it is. Now we know why. Now we know why so many of these guys will suckle on this teat. I think it's pretty funny though, because it's like I feel like this is unironically more profitable for Nicholas Diorio than it is for Ethan Klein. Like Ethan Klein is losing relevance, losing revenue, while all these other like fucking weirdos are. Even Diorio said himself that Hasan wasn't anti-Semitism in that New York Times or Variety article. Oh, you mean like even he was like, hey guys, I think we're doing our slop has gotten too low effort. Like we need to be more intelligent about the way that we do fuck Hasan posts. Is that what it is? I respect that.
Covering the Ethan Klein drama in his classic VTuber slop format.
This is why I respect this guy. He stands on fucking business. That's what he's doing right now. It could have been so easy to just maintain a friendship with Hasan and just flow through, cashing in the money from these fucking freaks. But instead, he's doing this, and I respect him endlessly for it.
For years, Ethan's content was about goofing on people. But if you tune into the H3 podcast today, Ethan is just using his show as a platform to destroy his enemies. And who does he choose to destroy? Well, lately, it's almost exclusively women.
Ethan Klein claims he will never be done harassing iDubbbz and his wife, and he said, that's not what I said. And if that is what I said, if I did say that, then you guys still deserve it. And by the way...
Oh, okay. That's the definition of a local cow. Someone that doesn't realize that they're the butt of the joke and they literally just create an environment where everyone else benefits from the content. You mean a lol cow, not a local cow. A lol cow is a cow that you milk for the lulls, not a local cow, chatter. There are definitely a lot of people I think who egg him on though. And like, I would say DGG definitely is like a great example of this, where they like infiltrated his community, egged him on over and over again because he's so easy to pull the strings on, and redirected that against their number one op, their number one enemy, me. But I do suspect that given that Sex Destiny's content is primarily political, or I don't know if he still does content or if he does political content at all or not, but it becomes a lot more difficult to defend him in general. So they have to like latch on like a parasitic force to another person who hasn't been as tarnished. But then in the process, that person's reputation takes a major hit too. So then they have to move on to the next thing. But the ultimate goal is to like a cancer spread far and wide.
You can never accuse me of harassing them after what they did. I can never harass them. No matter what I say, no matter what I do, it will never qualify as harassment because what they did that launched this. Fuck them both forever.
If you're afraid that everyone you meet is going to come after you, like, what does that do to a person? It makes you into a perpetual victim. It's always about, I am the, you know, again, I am the victim. I am the one at fault. You are bullying me. Though I am bigger, though I am more aggressive, though I speak in hyperbole about how these people are the most awful things on the planet, which again is also kind of part of the Ethan Klein brand, is that everyone else attacking me is okay to attack, but if you attack me, that is considered unacceptable, and my audience should know about that. It is, I can do whatever I want. I feel like I can attack anyone I want. But if I give that same response back, then you deserve no sympathy.
There's certain lines you cross, and you cross it with the wrong people, and that's what you did. Just wait.
I swear to God, like, Alex isn't saying it, but it just reminds me, it's the Israel method, dude. ChatGPT, create Israel as a streamer.
Just wait, okay? I can't wait for videos crying, Ethan's suing me, Ethan's stalking me, Ethan's all this. Yup, I'm doing all that. I'll see you soon.
Ethan didn't sue.
There's still an element in his slop where they don't want to be considered a dumbass, even for the dollars, and Willie Mac show and Dioria have been called out by other sloppers for riding so hard for Ethan. Oh no, I've seen that. There's a lot of like, there are a lot of orbiters and stuff, or former Destiny orbiters and stuff, that have just like completely latched off the teat and are actively fighting him now. I see that every now and then on my timeline. What's it? There's like an account that just will constantly post these like debates, and it keeps showing up on my Twitter timeline, where there is a lot of people now who are like, yeah, I think you know how it starts? This is how it starts. First, someone will say, you know, I fucking hate Hasan, but these guys are even worse, I think. And then slowly but surely they're like, they lean into it, and then and I don't even do anything. I don't talk to these guys. I don't know these guys at all. I've never conversed with these guys, right? But slowly but surely they'll be like, they start realizing once that fucking first string is pulled, I swear to God, slowly but surely they start going, okay, you know what? Maybe Hasan wasn't wrong at all. And these guys were just simply presenting him as wrong all the time. There's like a interpersonal, there's currently a war waging amongst some of the former sloppers. You know, there's a level of quality assurance that must exist in the slop tuber space, and some people have been realizing slowly but surely that like a big chunk of this was just geared by you know, negative priming through clips and algorithmic boosting. It's interesting.
To XQC, who he previously accused of being a content thief.
No, you still are a content thief, in my opinion.
Take it back.
No, why would I take it back?
Because if you're going to reel it back and say,
I just said that wasn't a good analytical point. I still think you're a content thief.
He went for women in the commentary space, smaller creators that he could bury in legal fees and bully into hostage-style apologies.
There's so many people, in my opinion, that owe me an apology that I'm not complaining about any of the ones I get.
Ethan Klein's long-running struggle with his ingrained misogyny has gotten him into a few controversies over the years. But nowadays, his show has morphed into almost exclusively misogynistic rants about women who have criticized his rhetoric.
Yeah, and I'm not here to criticize anyone's
I'm not either, but like
and stuff.
As a parent.
But like, if you're gonna get on camera like this, like, how dare you sit there and moralize and theorize?
What the fuck is wrong with? Wait, what? Wait, what was
anyone's?
What's the problem?
I'm not either, but like
and stuff.
As a parent.
But like, if you're gonna get on camera like this,
what is the issue? Whoa, that is so loud. That's a crazy line of attack. What's the issue? No, it's not March, my brother. There's a lot of movement in the background. She made a video about him that told the truth. She's cruel world, happy mind.
Like, how dare you sit there and moralize and theorize and LARP like a fucking mental health professional of any kind? You don't know anything.
I have to admit, I slipped up the other day.
Kinda is.
I called Taylor Lorenz the B word.
I know, but she is.
But I do regret saying that. I don't like using the
You
B
have
word
to, but
on
like
a
you
woman.
reserve it for the special cases.
But yeah, sometimes it really.
As far as other male content creators, I feel like I've come a long way in terms of like not using that word in a misogynistic way, right? I almost phase it out entirely. I can call her a bitch, I can call her a horrible person, but I would never.
I think Alex is not respecting the growth. Okay, you know who's respecting it? Ethnic Santa. He's dancing. That's brave. Why aren't you guys clapping? He's lowered the amount of times that he calls women bitches when he hates them. Okay.
Do that. Denims is a dumb fucking bitch. She's a fucking bitch.
Okay, maybe I spoke too soon. Never mind. I apologize. That was maybe he hasn't stopped doing that. My mistake.
Fans, I couldn't help but the whole time feel like shut up, bitch. The way that I felt.
Hey, Rock. You know what? Standing up for the Rock. He's right.
Throwback right there. Wow.
She really is. She really is a Nazi B word. Can you call her a Nazi B word for me?
Nazi bitch.
Yeah, thank you. Tamara, do you want to call her a Nazi B word? You're another Jewish woman. I can.
Wait, I don't know if she's there.
Any Jewish women want to call her a Nazi B word?
I don't think she's there.
Oh, she's not there?
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I'll call my mom.
Among all the women.
Am I crazy or does it give off like Hunger Games vibes a little bit? Like maybe it's because I only recently watched Hunger Games for the first time, but like there's something very Hunger Games about the way that they're behaving in the studio. Like it's very much like the wealthy district.
And that he spends his time raging about. Perhaps no one has been harassed by Ethan Klein more than Taylor Lorenz.
Or Taylor Lorenz,
Squid
brief
Games?
update
Kind of.
on my best friend, my favorite girl, Taylor Lorenz. Taylor Lorenz was accusing me of being a misogynist for saying she looked like a ventriloquist dummy. But here she is making fun of my small feet, trying to demasculate me. Yeah, you saw Taylor Lorenz there, eh?
I saw and a bunch of other people.
You said she was looking real sour.
Yeah.
Nobody probably wants to be friends with her because they're afraid she's gonna like break down what they misrepresent, some weird shit, and write an article about them.
She was yucking it up with some people. It looks like she had
More like yucky and it up.
What's Ethan's goal with targeting you, do you think?
I think he hates women in a lot of ways. But I think it's the Hasan thing too. Like I'm a progressive woman, like in Hasan's like broader internet circle. And I think he's a bigot who doesn't, you know.
I mean, it's literally a multimillionaire torturing the poor with litigation for his amusement, not out of the realm of possibility for him to cause a suicide with this kind of action. Yeah, I mean, for sure. That's why it's also that's why it is more shocking to me that more people don't go, what the fuck is going on here? Like, I don't know. I feel like it's for a bunch of like very mean-spirited people, you know? Like a bunch of very mean-spirited people who are just like really, really excited at the prospect of just like shooting someone while they're down, you know? They're like, yeah, stick a knife in them. That's part of the reason why I think they just like have singled out Frogan as like the #1 enemy, you know? Very strange behavior. All the smaller commentary guys I watch hate his ass. Yeah, ironically enough, I feel like the more he's leaned into this, like, I'm actually trying to fix copyright angle, when it's very obvious that it's just a way to try and torture a bunch of people who don't have enough financial support to be able to go on this like long and incredibly costly endeavor. But even if they were to actually take it to court, like the notion that they would be able to like, even if Ethan Klein were to win, it would redefine copyright in a negative way for a lot of these slop tuber people as well. Like it's very abusive. So a lot of these people that are defending him are unironically cooking their own careers. Like I said, Philip DeFranco and others need to call him out. He even made a sexual comment about Phil's wife on stream, and it's crickets from Phil. Yeah, I mean, look, I don't have anything to say about that. I feel like there are a lot of much larger OG content creators who I suspect have seen some of this stuff, and they probably don't want to get involved. I think a big part of the reason why they initially didn't want to get involved, is because they did not want to like invite extra scrutiny and anger and resentment from hate mobs, because a lot of the other larger communities not just like Ethan's own, but a lot of these other larger communities like Asmongold's and whatnot will aggressively go after people. And they have no chill. They don't have any restrictions at all. Like everyone is on the table. They'll go after your friends. They'll make your life a living hell. And I think that's part of the reason why a lot of people don't want to touch this with a 10-foot pole. And I think initially the reason why a lot of people didn't want to touch this with a 10-foot pole was because it was seemingly around the issue of Israel-Palestine, which for many of these content creators until recently was a subject that they did not want to broach at all, because all of a sudden, God forbid, you get called an anti-Semite, and then that's a really, really difficult subject to... That's a really, or used to have a lot more power, even if it was used in this like cynical fashion. A major old school YouTube legend who's Jewish himself calling you an anti-Semitic person, that used to fucking hit huge. That would hit hard. I think things have changed quite a bit in the last 2 years as the anti-Israel position is now the popular one, which is part of the reason why a lot of people have had to pivot themselves to try to make it seem like they were always anti-Israel all along. You know, Ethan Klein himself has done something like this too, where you know, they're desperately trying to be like, oh no, I know I spent all my time attacking critics of Israel, but I actually was doing that in a way where I was also anti-Israel, and these guys were actually harming the anti-Israel cause or something. But it's fucking bullshit. It did hit hard up until May of this year when there was a mass famine on top of a disgusting genocide. Yeah, for sure. I mean, you saw like Moist Critical came out and was shitting on Israel.
He doesn't like progressive women.
I've known Taylor personally for many years, and Taylor has always kind of been a target of right-wing harassment campaigns. Taylor responds to these people, you know, and that is what they want out of an enemy. They want someone who will keep engaging and will keep creating content for them. You know, Ethan keeps going and then Taylor responds, which he has every right to do, but it keeps the content mill running over and over and over. I think when it comes to like Ethan's, you know, Ethan definitely, I believe, you know, having spoken to a lot of the women he's gone after, he definitely goes after women a lot. Like it's undeniable at this point.
Ethan Klein's obsession with Taylor Lorenz runs deep. Between the hundreds of Instagram stories and podcast callouts, it's clear that Ethan Klein is using his platform to try to destroy Taylor's professional reputation.
Taylor, you are a propagandist scumbag. This is not reporting. This is hackery.
Oh, Taylor. Oh shit. Taylor, okay, I wasn't prepared for this.
Thanks so much for chatting with me.
I'll be totally honest with you. I don't respect your reporting.
Yeah,
and
don't believe
I don't
your
think
eyes.
you're honest.
Believe actual journalism.
Is that you?
Thanks so much for chatting with me.
Taylor, not if you're a hack. Not if you're a hack. Yep.
Bro, this is fun. Hey, listen, politics aside, I think we can all agree this is banger comedy. Okay, this is now when I think of legalized comedy, I think of Ethan Klein and whatever he's trying to do here. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard for me to hold back tears from how much I'm laughing, which is crazy because it is supposed to be it is literally supposed to be a comedy podcast.
Taylor, not if you will support Hasan until the very end, no matter what, with the small hope that that if you're the last woman on earth, maybe he'll sleep with you. Not if that's all true. Go ahead. Go ahead. Not if that's...
Thanks so much for chatting with me.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, women are incapable of making up their own minds and making their own decisions. They must have a sexual desire behind why they believe certain things, you know? Why they advocate for certain things. I think one of the craziest aspects of all of this is that there are still like some poop soldiers that are of the female variety. There are women in that community, and that's so shocking to me. But then again, I remember how much of the shade room style T channels are actually perpetuating misogyny, internalized misogyny to an audience that has a lot of internalized misogyny itself, that they just can't see themselves even if a lot of these women have been victim to similar types of misogyny, stalkerish behavior, obsessive behavior like this from men, they can't understand that like they're engaging and participating in a similar thing that they've themselves been victim to when it's a ordained enemy of their favorite podcast, I guess.
I knew it. And she's so mad. And I just can't get over the fact that like Taylor Lorenz keeps lecturing our community, which is majority female, on how much I'm dangerous to women.
Guess what? I have bad news for you, Alex.
Thank you for
Women
the
are
50
deeply
big
misogynistic.
bones.
This is what I'm talking about. What do you think?
And
snark
open
rep-
presents, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. What's ironic is Taylor Lorenz kind of the type of person that used to love H3, a journalist who covers online discourse and drama. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure Ethan was a fan of Taylor Lorenz's reporting.
are. Snark subreddits are the picture of misogyny on the internet. I don't know where people got the idea that women don't uphold misogyny. He's a misogynist, first of all. Everything he says misogynistic stuff all the time. He's deeply misogynistic and appears to have he look at all the stuff that he said about young women. He just traffics in misogynistic hate, and that feeds these snark communities because Ethan is actually
the other side of this story that I don't understand. I don't know if you know that, but he thought your joke at the Streamer Awards was sexual harassment, and yet he does stuff like this. Oh my God. Okay. Yeah. Both parties consent, but Ethan Klein does not consent, so it's obviously sexual harassment. Whereas both parties don't consent in this circumstance, but because Ethan is doing it, it's not. Accusing a woman of only having certain political positions or certain ideological predispositions because they want to fuck a man is peak misogyny. Having said that, the thing that is like somewhat frustrating about this is like, even for the remaining girly pops that exist in this community, what I find particularly strange is like, do they not realize who they're around? Like, does it not ever ring any alarm bells that they're like genuinely surrounded by people who take pleasure in the downfall of a lot of these female content creators from a outwardly misogynistic perspective? I don't know. It's just strange to me.
has a very symbiotic relationship with the snark community.
Creators, friends. Brittany Broski just completely stopped responding to me. Brittany Broski.
Dude, it's like, this is literally the Tim Pool moment. It's society's fault. It's everyone else but me.
Look, I don't blame her if she doesn't want to get involved. And I've seen what this harassment looks like, and I've seen what she received for basically doing nothing, right? So I don't blame her for wanting to not be involved in that, but it doesn't feel fucking good knowing that somebody that I was friends with in real life, that I had rapport with, that I hung out with, that I talked to about, making a show together at one point, that we were in like regular contact, just like all of a sudden fucking quietly unfollows me and everything H3 related. Like, sure, I don't blame her. I'm not angry at her, but like at the same time, what the fuck did I do? Of course I don't blame her. These people are the worst, But we'll get them, guys. We'll get them. You know me. I'll ruin my fucking life in the pursuit of getting these people.
Ethan Klein is involved in a number of frivolous lawsuits right now that he claims are due to infringements on his copyright.
I've really resented this narrative from Hasan and all these people in orbit who say their lawsuits are frivolous. When you spend a second to look into it, it's clearly not frivolous.
Yeah, the 300 mentions of me in a copyright suit definitely doesn't invite suspicion at all on what the true ambitions behind this lawsuit was, or even the fact that, and this is a Taylor Lorenz tweet here, he's having a genuine psychotic break over Hasan not paying attention to him. Also, calling anyone else a greedy, money-obsessed liar. In undisputable fact, Hasan has never reached out to help Casey Tron despite implying he would. And to my knowledge, he has not reached out to help the other two. Any one of them could immediately disprove me, including Hasan. There is no legal disadvantage in doing so. Your socialist king is a greedy, money-obsessed liar. Sorry. Meanwhile, Vadim is so broke, he wears the same shirt every day, and I bet he even was able to donate. Yeah? Everyone else in the community pitched in. Some who likely couldn't afford it, but did it anyway, while Hasan, who was worth many millions, did not give a dime. Y'all gotta rationalize that one. Now, what's really interesting about this is, as I said back then, and I will repeat once again, whether I do or do not help any of these people, you will never know about it. Okay? I'm just going to repeat that one more time. Okay? That's number one. Bet your ass. Secondly, what's so insane about this is like, help these people out financially. You're ruining their lives. You can help these people out financially by dropping the fucking lawsuit. The fuck? What do you mean? Like, you are the one who is putting them through financial ruin. Do people just not realize that, or what's going on here? Where it's like, well, I sued these people and Hasan is not giving them money directly so that it can transfer into my bank account. Like, that's desperately what he wants. He wants a W in this situation and somehow wants to tie it back to me, even though they reacted to a YouTube video that is mostly just clips of fucking me. The fuck? You make a YouTube video, you don't get the response you want out of the YouTube video, then you decide, oh, actually, I'm going to use this to trap people in a legal bind. Then you literally trap people in a legal bind. You make their life a living hell. You torment them. You try to make content out of it. And you're like, why aren't you not giving them money that will inevitably land in my pocket? It doesn't make any sense. You could save them from the legal trouble by dropping the lawsuits. You know, you could do that. It's so clear that Ethan was ultimately just trying to financially punish Hasan by attacking Casey Frogan, etc. And Hasan rightfully didn't take the bait. Ethan had no other options and is now crashing out. Exactly. That's why it's like really interesting when people will try to do that thing where they're like, well, Casey called you out by name in the apology video. In the apology video, Casey Tron called you out by name for not helping you out. Yeah, she also apologized to Asmongold. I wonder if those were things that she was forced to do because of this financially ruinous, frivolous litigation. I guess nobody with less than 2 brain cells will ever know, I guess, whether or not this was something she was forced into doing, which, for the record, at the time I said this and I will repeat it, whatever gets you out of this insane legal trouble by a wealthy person who is manic, who is insane, has openly and repeatedly stated that they will ruin their own platform. They will ruin their own career. They will put their own workers in financial struggle, specifically to abuse what fraction of power they have, to bully people and place them under mountainous paperwork with frivolous litigation. Whatever gets you out of that is A-okay. Even that post is bait. He wants you to say I did help her so we can reopen the case. No, I never did. Whether I did or did not, you will never know. Yeah, remember when he said, unless I give $75,000 to all of the lawsuits that he had launched, he was going to sue Sean the Black randomly. What a hero. What a honest legal pursuit this is. What a hero Ethan Klein is.
And they keep rehashing the same dumb arguments like, oh, if it wasn't for this, why aren't you suing Asmongold? Dude, I said it in the video. I said it 1,000,000 times over every time. It's because they
not the same
they willfully and maliciously copyright infringe.
Yeah.
In actuality, Ethan's lawsuits are a tool to scare and silence his critics. A tactic that Ethan Klein learned the hard way after being scared and silenced himself by film industry mogul and former Harvey Weinstein lookalike Ryan Kavanaugh.
Ryan Kavanaugh was probably one of the last, real powerful men that he went after. Look what happened with that. Casey Tron had to do a similar form of public humiliation that he did with the Ryan Kavanaugh lawsuit.
To Ryan Kavanaugh, I want to offer my sincere and unreserved apology. At the time, I was led to believe you were behind a particular copyright lawsuit. Acting on that belief, I went on and attacked you publicly and persistently. In doing so, I failed to consider the personal impact of my actions. And I lost sight of the basic respect every person deserves, regardless of any dispute. That hit its home. Because of the attention I placed on you, I know that you and your family became the target of harassment and hate. And truly, none of them deserved any of that. The hurt that, was caused by my actions is something I take full responsibility for, and I am truly sorry for that. With this apology and with full respect, I ask that anybody who may have been acting on my behalf directly or indirectly stop immediately. Ryan and his family and his associates should be left alone now for good.
Ethan spent what some called the best years of the H3 podcast fighting a legal battle against Ryan Kavanaugh over what was initially a copyright infringement lawsuit that then spiraled into multiple defamation cases.
I'm just gonna type Ryan Kavanaugh, and I'm not gonna, but I'll say this, he does resemble Harvey Weinstein physically, and that's all I'll say about that. If you Google...
I think for most of his career, and myself included in this, like, we didn't really... Many people understood what was going on here, but at least for myself, I wasn't very familiar with what Ethan was doing. And the random things that I did know was that he was the Vape Nation guy, and then he had like gone after, you know, Keemstar, and apparently he was going after this like rich billionaire guy. I don't give a fuck about Ryan Kavanaugh, you know? And for that reason, I think like the unlimited torrent of harassment that he subjected the people he was going after to went unnoticed because it was against people who were very destructive themselves and far more consequential than even Ethan was at the time. So that's how he got away with it. And I think when he started looking for new targets, specifically people like myself, especially on an issue like Israel-Palestine, that's when people were like, hold up, the fuck are you doing?
Ryan Kavanaugh, you'll probably find on the top.
I believe you saw his Bill Burr interview and then still did the leftovers. I've to this day have never watched his Bill Burr interview. I've never watched his podcast before this. I didn't know anything about like frenemies or whatever. I still don't know that much about Trisha Paytas. I think you guys have a lot more information about this stuff than I do, and you assume that I have the same level of knowledge. I don't. And Kavanaugh looked like HarveyWeinstein.com. What the fuck?
You know that's my website, right?
That's so stupid.
We made that website to help the public.
He was a much happier person back then too, by the way.
Months ago, those lawsuits finally settled with Ethan on the considerable losing end, having to deliver a public apology to Ryan Kavanaugh on his podcast, as well as censor all of the previous mentions of him on his show.
I'm not accusing Ryan Kavanaugh, the guy who's suing me from Chiller, of sexual impropriety. I just think they look similar. That's all. You know, just to make that clear.
Having to remove the best years of your videos and apologize to someone who financially wrecked you for what's probably hundreds of thousands of dollars has to inflict some form of psychological trauma and damage on you. But for Ethan, settling with Ryan Kavanaugh was just a necessary evil so he could pursue his righteous cause of suing women who reacted to his YouTube video.
The whole point of these lawsuits for me has been activism from the start. That's the primary purpose of this. And so when I hear that she's kind of learned how to be more mindful with the way she interacts with copyrighted or other people's property, then I think that's a big one for both of us. I think that's a huge dub. If you have a problem,
activist of the century,
with what I'm saying, talk about that. Also, why are you literally lying and defaming the dude who's like suing everybody talking shit right now? Like, people are not learning. They will not learn. They don't believe me still or something. I'm suing 3 people. This is not the end of it.
One of his lawsuits against Casey Tron just settled and ended with Casey Tron delivering a somber public apology. Gee, I wonder where they learned that trick.
I want to begin by stating I take responsibility for infringing the content nuke. The lawsuit was not frivolous. When I said the lawsuit was frivolous and based on misogyny, it was to garner sympathy, protect my own reputation, and retaliate against the Kleins.
You know what? I should just let it play for you guys, right? And we can go back and enjoy certain moments of it. Or, I mean, not enjoy, because certainly that's not the right word to say. But
no, I mean, not enjoy. Ooh, enjoy. It's just so, like, it's not like this is I mean, this is a very obvious mass slip moment, but I mean, the entire thing is fucking nutty. It's just, I don't know. I just don't understand like how people derive satisfaction from someone who is objectively behaving in this evil way. Like, how do you watch a movie and ride for the villain, you know?
But to appreciate.
You know, Casey Tron on multiple occasions has said that
that's a 40-year-old man, by the way. That's the other
felt
thing.
that she couldn't afford to do it because she is taking care of, you know, multiple family members who cannot work. And Ethan Klein doing that, knowing that situation, and instead forcing her to release some sort of hostage-style apology, just kind of makes the whole situation look incredibly, you know, gross.
It's clear that Ethan's
We're not missing Trump. We're gonna watch Donald Trump at 6 p.m. when he goes live at 6 p.m.
goal here is not to establish some kind of new precedent for copyright law. It's just to inflict the same trauma and public embarrassment that he received from Ryan Kavanaugh onto his own enemies, who are, again, mostly women creators who have smaller subscriber counts than him.
Ethan has kind of used that, you know, these women did this, you know, copyright abuse in his mind as kind of like a way to shoo off any of the criticisms of misogyny.
To the lawsuit stuff. Now, people are scrambling to draw defense up for the indefensible. There is basically 3 people making the most damning confessions on video. There is no way to honestly defend these people. But I predicted what would happen, and of course, it's exactly what's happening. The refrains are attacking women, attacking small creators, silencing silencing criticism, targeting.
Yeah, all of that is true. That's objectively what has taken place. Yeah, just right on it, dude.
Palestine Voices, etc., etc.
Ethan's audience also knows that he's going through some kind of extended crash out because they try to inflict the same trauma and psychic damage onto whoever Ethan tells them is the enemy of the week. What Ethan's audience doesn't fully understand when trying to do this type of harassment is that by trying to give the snarkers a taste of their own medicine, they've become addicted to the formula of gaslighting and public harassment, just like the snark communities do.
Harassment podcast.
Yeah, that's what the H stands for.
Again, there's another snarking talking point.
Sounds like such a Karen.
People outside of the snarking community don't use certain lines of attack. Like calling our podcast a harassing, what do you call it? A
harassment podcast.
A harassment podcast it's nobody outside snark says that. It's just an insanely dumb, totally random attack.
Bro is still trying to unmask the Reddit mods. His crazy behavior. Yeah, that's so nutty. Like I'm telling you. If I did something that was equivalent, no matter how valid it is, and in the case of like LSF, there's at least enough like out there evidence, people would go crazy. People would be like, oh, dude, I can't believe Hasan is doing this. What a piece of shit. All this stuff. Like there would be endless amounts of content. I know for a fucking fact Moist Critical will make a video about it. You know, he would straight up make a video, be like, oh, the situation's out of control. Worst guy on the internet. You have a reason to do that with LSF? Even now they're manipulating clips in a dishonest fashion? Yeah, every day. I don't think it's valid, worthwhile. It is what it is. Let him chirp into the fucking wind, you know? The way I see it is the truth will always prevail. The truth will always prevail. For as many people that see that stuff and go, fuck this Hasan guy, there's gonna be people that tune in and go, let me see this for myself. And I think very quickly when people do tune in, they see that there is not a lot of truth to these claims.
Line that is just totally imagined in their psychotic world.
Snark is a made-up concept by Ethan Klein to weaponize his audience against people he disagrees with. I don't care what influencer you are. There is an audience of people who hate you. You know, every influencer has a snark community, if you feel that snark is a valid term.
You do have your moments, but you're not a horrible person. Like, this is just an objectively evil person. Yeah.
Exist in an online space that thrives on negativity. And I think Ethan Klein's packaging of snark has been incredibly lucrative for him.
This type of information warfare is a dime a dozen on the internet these days. Almost every online figure has a snark community in their name. But for some reason, Ethan claims that his snark community is the most dangerous.
I mean, how extreme?
Real question, why did people like XUC Moist decide to go after you? I can't speak on Moist, but XUC is pretty simple. He has never stopped despising me since I played somewhat of a role in getting cryptocurrency gambling banned on twitch.tv, and he got a big bag off of that, and it made him feel bad. That's it.
Do I need to get these people's attentions? I just don't understand, because at a certain point, I personally, as a parent and as a person, I can't just sit.
You made Moist seem too woke when you talked about him being the canary in the coal mine for public changing on Palestine. I mean, I still think Moist Critical has his woke moments. He does. He's gone out the bat for trans people in the past and stuff. Like, I just, you know, it is what it is. He's not always the person sitting firmly on the fence. There are moments where he will. That's not coping. I'm just being honest, okay? That is an honest assessment. It's true.
Idly by and let these people.
He does now fully think that I'm like Donald Trump and I deflect away all the reasonable criticism in a cult-like fashion. And I'm still saying that. I'm firm in my position. Just like I say all the time that he has a tendency to go for bottom of the barrel commentary slop shit that will be easy to farm without actually looking into it or anything like that. You know, something about like Pokimane or whatever, you know what I mean? Like there are certain appropriate targets that like have drawn so much enmity from all different circles of the internet that when they're in a moment of heat, no matter how silly the controversy might be, he will hit that for sure. I'm one of those people too.
Will continue doing what they're doing.
For that reason, he's spending even more of his hard-earned YouTube and Teddy Fresh money trying to subpoena Reddit and Discord to dox the individuals behind the snark accounts.
Y'all thought I was playing games? I'm coming. Y'all thought, oh, Ethan's not going to get our info. Oh, look at Ethan. He's not this and that. Oh, Reddit's not going to give it. Oh, they're not going to give us up. You're done. You're cooked. I'm coming. All I need is your IP address.
And so ultimately they will have a charge of copyright infringement filed against them?
That's correct.
That's the idea?
Yep.
Uh-oh.
The charge is specifically inducement of copyright. I don't know. There's some specific...
Inducement?
There's some specific terminology for it. But then also, because some of your cohorts leaked your Discord messages to us, we have some of your Discord IDs. And guess what? We're gonna if anyone's gonna have your real identity, it's gonna be right there. We're gonna have all your messages.
Israel.
Discord. And listen, don't try to erase them. If you erase them now, it's not gonna.
Reddit denied his request to ban his snark and said that his subreddit acts basically the same. I mean, his subreddit is a primary vehicle for cyber stalking operations against whoever the fuck Ethan is hating that week.
Look good. And you should know that I'll still get them even if you erase them.
I'm sympathetic to anybody that's going through such, like, you know, that tells me rather that they're going through harassment, because I have dealt with so much of that. And so I was like, well, I'll try to help them. You know, they were making a lot of claims about Reddit at the time too, and snark subreddits. And that's something I've reported on a lot. I reached out to Reddit and I was like, hey, can you look into this? Like they're making all these claims that they're being doxxed, and the CPS people are calling their, you know, from Reddit and everything. Reddit looked into it. They were like, not only did we not find that, but like his community is actually being problematic and abusive.
When it comes to Ethan Klein's crash outs, they are being milked for content. It's all about how much can you engage with and how much can you milk a lolcow. And Ethan Klein has proven that, like, he just wants the content. You know, he's milking himself at this point. There's no doubt in my mind that this is just like where he expects this to go and what he wants out of his YouTube experience.
Now, if you don't watch my channel a lot, you wouldn't know this, but I was actually involved in a pretty public lawsuit as well. All that to say, I know how to read these legal papers, and I've done it a couple times. And while Ethan's attorney may be very talented and charge him a lot of money, these subpoenas read like the incredibly deranged ramblings of someone wealthy enough to try to litigate public opinion on the internet. And
that's precisely what it is. And it's ironic because it fails. It fails in that capacity as well. Like, I don't think people's minds are genuinely changed here. I think it's just it's an opportunity for small people to feel powerful, because only an insecure person, only a weak person, only a small person would derive this level of satisfaction off of going after people like Casey Tron, going after people like Morgan. At a certain point, you would just give up. You'd be like, all right, what am I getting out of this, right? So for a lot of these people, it's like it's an opportunity to feel like they have something going on in their lives. Like, oh, the big, powerful, wealthier YouTuber is going after people that we've decided are our enemies, our ideological enemies, our major enemies. So that's all this is, you know? it's a very sad state of affairs.
And that doesn't mean that the courts won't take it seriously. I mean, this is America, a country that was founded on frivolous lawsuits from the rich.
Tonight you are saying to our viewers that you will go forward and file a defamation lawsuit against the BBC.
Well, I think I have an obligation to do it. I guess I have to, you know, why not? Because they defrauded the public.
Well, listen up, mods, haters, snarkers. It's going to start settling. These people still think this is a joke. All the snarkers and all the people, they keep coping hard about how, you know, Ethan's delusional, his lawyer's an idiot, this is all whatever. And it's going to start dawning on you. This should be the first peek at what's coming. And what's coming is the full fucking...
How much you want to bet Ethan won't address this actual video because it's well put together. It's from a male content creator. He won't watch this in full at all. And instead, he'll take choice clips from this stream of my reaction to it, make content out of it, right? Make endless amounts of content out of it, and then simultaneously go on a fucking massive rant about how I'm actually a misogynist and say a whole bunch of nonsensical bullshit like he's tried to do over and over again. Be like, because anytime he's under any fucking scrutiny whatsoever, he always hits the no, but Hasan. Like, anytime. So I suspect that'll be the next method. Pre-watching it for now. I will, of course, not be watching that. I will not be giving it any attention. But I suspect that that's what he'll do.
Way of Lady Justice's big fat swinging titties.
But Ethan's not just pulling a Donald Trump here. He's taking a page out of the book of a very important attorney.
So I'm really anxiously looking forward to an opportunity to depose CNN. This will be the first time this has ever happened. And I think CNN is probably quaking in their boots. We have demanded that they not destroy any documents, any memos. We want to get the editors who told them to edit the tape. We want to get the commentators.
And look, I know in my last video I said that Destiny was like Alan Dershowitz because they both love teenage girls and the state of Israel. Well, for Ethan Klein, he's like Dershowitz because they both love to sue people as a pastime. Oh, and because they both love Israel still. We can keep the Israel thing up there. What do you think, like, Michael thinks about, like, frivolous lawsuits?
I think that Michael, he would believe that everybody's entitled to, you know, be able to have a lawsuit, and I think he believed in the law and everything. But that's why he had he fought for his, you know, innocence.
Yeah.
You understand two-party consent laws, right?
New York City's single-party consent.
I only say that because I told you the conversation was private and you agreed.
Not sure a court would see my messages as me agreeing with you, but I guess we'll find out soon enough.
Oh, my bad. I thought New York City, like California, was two-party.
Nope, here's a link to the law.
This is not me threatening to sue you. I won't. More so just expressing my disappointment that you would agree to have a private conversation and then publish it. I was polite and respectful the entire time, my friend.
Dog, you straight up were not. You accused me of being a snarker over retweets of people promoting my content when I was just asking you for comment about my interview with Taylor.
But Alex, you started your last video with you shooting me with a pistol. I hardly think that's appropriate in this political climate.
It's clearly a Terminator issue T-1000 liquid metal disguising itself as you to make a metaphor for warring online communities.
I saw someone with a gun shooting at me. You think that's okay considering the rise of political...
Dude, what the fuck? You literally nuked me. The fuck? Oh, my bad. I forgot it's appropriate when Ethan does it.
assassinations?
Well, you're not going to like the new video either then. I've got a whole factory of T-1000 Ethans.
Please do not include imagery of me being shot.
I would never and have never done that.
LOL, the point is that you shot me. I can't tell if you're serious.
I already told you, I shot the T-1000 Liquid Metal Edition. That's not you. But I know it looks similar considering the T-1000 can disguise itself as anyone and anything. Have you seen Terminator 2 Judgment Day? It's a great film. Also, like Dershowitz, Ethan uses accusations of anti-Semitism as a shield from criticism.
I'm going to sue you if I can. And I feel like there's a lot of ground to it. Yeah, that's going to happen. So fuck you. Like literally fuck you. How dare you? After all this time, you go regurgitate all this shit in the most hateful, anti-Semitic, obsessive fucking freak way, and then to sit here and pretend like you're unbiased? Fuck you.
So using anti-Semitism as...
No, you don't understand. I looked it up. There's only two things that are actual anti-Semitic behavior: hating Israel and hating Ethan Klein. Judging by Ethan Klein's standards, those are the only two instances of real anti-Semitism. Okay? Oh shit, sorry. Saying Sabra hummus is shit. Unless you're Ethan Klein, in which case you can say Sabra hummus is shit, because he has said that after successfully launching a campaign to get content creators who said Sabra hummus is shit banned off of Twitch.
Like a protection has kind of always bothered me. Like Jews in general who use anti-Semitism to dodge criticism is something that like grosses me out, because anti-Semitism is a real thing. I have had pennies thrown at my head. I've been punched in my head for wearing a yarmulke. Like, I have dealt with actual anti-Semitic attacks.
Okay, I'm sorry, but none of those things are the three things that I mentioned. So, sorry, not real. Ethan Klein be like, condolences. Only after, I suspect, he will call both of the people involved in this interview token Jews, as he likes to say, and do, with even the likes of Sam Cedar. That was so crazy.
So claiming that me thinking that Ethan Klein, his video, the Casey-tron video is, it's kind of, upsetting, and it feels like the lawsuit was kind of just, this was the goal. That's not anti-Semitic. Using anti-Semitism as a crutch is just something that makes me feel icky. And Ethan Klein has definitely used that as a way to kind of like push away criticism.
Ethan has even gone as far as partnering with radical Zionist Dan Saltman on a long-term sponsorship for the H3 podcast.
We are going to watch this.
And that's where the relationship with money kind of comes in, is that Dan Saltman pays for this sort of stuff and allows him also to, again, be kind of introduced to H3's community as part of the brand. The weirdest part of the brand where Ethan says horrible things and needs to cut out before they're live.
You guys may have noticed we got a button sponsor. Look at it. Oh wait, my glasses. Redact.dev, guys. They are our button sponsor. Basically, they've got a pre-roll. Whenever I hit the button, you'll see some Redact stuff now. It's a dream partnership.
It just makes sense.
Dream
People like to
partnership.
call me like an ultra Zionist, genocidal maniac, and in my mind, I think the Jews should have gotten half of Germany. I think that would have been the fair thing to have in that situation. So it's just but these people.
Wait a minute, I don't even disagree. Okay, same. Can't believe we're in agreement. Fair is fair. What the fuck?
People for their entire life have been told that Jews are evil, and that they want to destroy you. And if you kill one of them, you're gonna, I don't know all the religious terms, but it's crazy. And to combat that level of indoctrination, there has to be a massive influx of resources into that area. There needs to be a McDonald's on every corner, and everyone there needs to be driving a Ferrari. And I know it sounds stupid, but it's only at that point that these people are that the residents of Gaza and the West Bank are going to be like, maybe, let's focus on something besides killing Jews, because life right now is pretty awesome.
Funny enough, when I spoke with him, Dan Saltman also offered me a weird sponsorship with his terrible company.
If you ever feel like pushing it, let me know. And, we have an affiliate program that I can get you in. And essentially, if you, for a lot of content, I think it makes sense. A lot of content creators that
I mean, not on this video, because I don't want to sing any bad people back towards you, but we'll talk about it. Sure.
Yeah, but maybe in the future. But yeah, like if you're dealing, I mean, it sounds like you do stuff like, this is what this guy said in the past. That's like always the perfect segue into like, don't want to be the next subject of my video? Use redact.dev and make sure you clean up all of your DMs on Discord, Twitter, Reddit, etc. So, but let me know. No rush.
Aside from business, Dan Saltman and Ethan Klein also share an extreme hatred for Hasan Piker and a vested interest in getting him deplatformed from the streaming platform Twitch.
Twitch continues to allow him to spread terrorist propaganda with impunity, without even seemingly a warning. Just a full-on endorsement of this terrorist organization right here on Twitch. Now, I don't know if you remember, but Basically, this is what caused the apocalypse on YouTube, is that ads were showing up next to ISIS videos.
Ethan Klein's obsession with Hasan Piker was the first thing
Yeah, ads showing up next to my videos is the same as ads showing up next to ISIS videos.
that started his decline in views and subscribers. His casual viewers lost interest and moved on to other things, while his core audience became more loyal and radicalized.
I saw a Reddit post Art Tanky the deprogram about how you're not a part of the left-wing pipeline anymore. I'm not posting the link because I don't want to get banned. Is this another optics issue? I lab you. Please don't ban me. Yeah, it's true. I'm no longer a part of the left-wing pipeline. I'm a part of the right-wing pipeline now.
Our audience was extremely supportive and kind.
Yeah.
And again, so grateful, despite everything we've been through, to still have like a significant core audience that supports us, that knows who we are, right? That's
It's 6. What do you
the
want me to
only
do? He's
reason
not
we've
live
been
yet.
able
He's late.
to
Dummies.
continue pushing, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there'd be no point otherwise.
Even after making his entire content nuke and debating Hasan live months later, Ethan still can't let his grudge and obsession with Hasan Piker go.
I promised everybody that I was
I'm
gonna.
not gonna lie. You got to defend yourself from what More Pegasus says, or I'm inclined to believe him. No, everything he says about me is correct.
Take this to the next level. Once CPS showed up to my house, this is only the beginning. This is chapter 1. There's many more to come. And by the way, Hasan, if you think I'm done with you, I'm not done with you by a mile. I'm taking the trash out. I'm saving you for my main course, you fucking propagandist, lying scumbag, terrorist supporter who spends all day lying. It's funny, this narrative, Ethan's obsessed with Hasan, literally spends hours every day on his stream talking about me. I saw the guy. Don't worry, buddy. I got time for everybody. I'm making time for everybody.
Americans.
You know what I mean?
This happened during a Democrat administration, and it's when we first began hearing the word affordability. Our border was open, and because of this, our country was being invaded by an army of 25 million people, many who came from prisons and jails, mental institutions, and insane asylums. They were drug dealers, gang members, and even 11,888 murderers, more than 50% of whom killed more than one person. This is what the Biden administration allowed to happen to our country,
and declare
and
the
it can
invasion
never
of
be
Greenland.
allowed to happen again. We had men playing in women's sports, transgender for everybody, crime at record levels with law enforcement, and words such as that just absolutely forbidden. We had the worst trade deals ever made, and our country was laughed at from all over the world.
Transgender
But
for
they're not
everybody.
laughing anymore. Over the past 11 months, we have brought more positive change to Washington than any administration in American history. There's never been anything like it, and I think most would agree. I was elected in a landslide, winning the popular vote and all 7 swing states and everything else, with a mandate to take on a sick and corrupt system that really just took the wealth from people and crushed the dreams of the American people. For the last 4 years, the United States was ruled by politicians who fought only for insiders, illegal aliens, career criminals, corporate lobbyists, prisoners, terrorists, and above all, foreign nations, which took advantage of us at levels never seen before. They flooded
Feels
your
like his heart's
cities
not
and
in it.
towns with illegal aliens. They decimated your hard-earned savings.
I do
They
want to say I'm more
indoctrinated
Christ
your
Chuck than he
children with
is.
hate
Notice
for
how
America.
I have more Christmas shit behind
they just
me.
released a level of violent
I'm more
felons
Christ
that
respecting.
we had never seen to prey on innocent. They caused war. They caused
Also,
mayhem.
he's low energy because
They
it's
caused
fucking
a
9
horrible
p.m. on the East
situation
Coast, brother.
all
He's
over the
an
globe,
old
but
man,
now
a demented old
you have
man.
a president who fights for the law-abiding, hardworking people of our country, the ones who make this nation run, who make this nation work. And after just 1 year, we have achieved more than anyone could have imagined. Starting on day 1, I took immediate action to stop the invasion of our southern border. For the past 7 months, 0 illegal aliens have been allowed into our country, a feat which everyone said was absolutely impossible. Do you remember when Joe Biden said that he needed Congress to pass legislation to help close the border? He was always blaming Congress and everyone else. As it turned out, We didn't need legislation. We just needed a new president. We inherited the worst border anywhere in the world.
I don't
and we
think
quickly turned
any
it
amount
into
of
the
like things are
strongest
going
border
great
in the
from
history
Donald
of our
Trump is
country.
going to
In
make
other
people
words,
feel
in a few
less
short
pain in their
months,
wallets.
We went from worst
Something to consider,
best.
chat.
We're deporting criminals,
He
restoring
can talk
safety
about
to
how
our
dope
most
shit
dangerous
is
cities.
all day, every
Just
day.
take a look at Washington, D.C.
But that's not going to change
It's at
the way people
levels
feel,
of
the way
safety
people
that we've
experience
never
the
seen
world.
before. And they decimated the bloodthirsty foreign drug cartels. We did that all by ourselves with our people, and we're so proud of it because they were poisoning and destroying our population. Drugs brought in by ocean and by sea are now down 94%. We have broken the grip of sinister woke radicals in our schools, and control over those schools is back now in the hands of our great and loving states where education belongs. After rebuilding the United States military in my first term, and with the addition we are adding right now, we have the most powerful military anywhere in the world, and it's not even close. I've restored American strength, settled 8 wars in 10 months, destroyed the Iran nuclear threat, and ended the war in Gaza, bringing for the first time in 3,000 years peace to the Middle East, and secured the release of the hostages, both living and dead. Here at home, we're bringing our economy back from the brink of ruin. The last administration and their allies in Congress looted our treasury for trillions of dollars, driving up prices and everything at levels never seen before. I am bringing those high prices down and bringing them down very fast. Let's look at the facts. Under the Biden administration, car prices rose 22% and in many states 30% or more. Gasoline rose 30 to 50%. Hotel rates rose 37%. Airfares rose 31%. Now under our leadership, they are all coming down and coming down fast. Democrat politicians also
don't
said
worry.
the cost
Don't worry.
of
It's
groceries
vibeflation.
soaring, but we are
It's vibe
solving
session.
that too. The price
The
of a
inflation that you
Thanksgiving
feel in
turkey
your
was
wallets
down
is fake. I'm telling you.
33% compared to
Also,
the
we will
Biden
make it
last
illegal to
year.
say it's real.
The price of eggs
Also,
is down
none of the numbers are ever going to come out because we killed everyone in the Labor Bureau.
and it's not done yet.
We brought
Boy, are we
everyone
making
from the
progress.
Labor Bureau of
Nobody can believe
Statistics
what's going
here,
on.
and we are going to
Here are just
assassinate
some
them.
of the efforts that we have underway.
For giving
you will see
wrong
in
numbers.
your wallets and bank accounts in the new year. After years of record-setting falling incomes, our policies are boosting take-home pay
Saddam
at a
Hussein had
historic
the right
pace.
idea.
Under Biden, real wages plummeted by
Thank you, Sleeping is Over, the 10 gifted.
$3,000. Under Trump, the typical factory worker has seen a wage increase of $1,300.
Yeah, he's reading the W list.
For construction workers, it's $1,800. For miners, we're bringing back clean, beautiful coal. It's $3,300.
I love miners.
And for the first time
Miners
in years,
are my favorite.
Wages are rising
Speaking
much
of miners,
faster
Jeffrey
than
Epstein,
inflation.
good guy, misunderstood.
Remember that the wages, just look at it.
Wait, what?
Wages are
Rape?
going up much faster than inflation. How big is that? Very importantly, there are more people working today than at any time in American history, and 100% of all jobs created since I took office have been in the private sector. Think of that. 100% of all jobs have been in the private sector rather than government, which is the only way to make a country powerful and great. This historic trend will continue. Already, I've secured a record-breaking $18 trillion of investment into the United States, which
Every
means
day
jobs, wage
Wait,
increases,
That's
growth,
much smaller
factory
than what he
openings,
was
and far
saying
greater
like last month. It was like
national
500
security.
trillion.
Much of this success has been accomplished by tariffs. My favorite word, tariffs, which for many decades have been used successfully by other countries against us, but not anymore. Companies know that if they build in America, there are no tariffs, and that's why they're coming home to the USA in
Where?
record numbers.
Where
They're
are
building
they?
Factories and plants at levels we haven't
Are they
seen.
invisible?
AI,
Why haven't we seen them?
automobiles, We're doing what nobody thought was even
The
possible.
Hyundai factory
not even
was
remotely
assaulted by
possible.
ICE.
There has never, frankly, been anything like
And that
it.
shit came
1 year
before
ago,
you
our country was
decided to do
dead.
the tariffs
we were
anyway.
absolutely dead. Our country was ready to fail. totally failed. Now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world.
Yeah, unemployment
And that's
has
said
risen,
by
by the
every
way,
single
to
leader that I've
2021
spoken to
levels.
over the last 5 months. Next year, you will also see the results of the largest tax cuts in American history that were
we
really
will,
accomplished
but
through
not
our
in the way that he
great,
thinks.
big, beautiful bill, perhaps the most sweeping legislation ever passed in Congress. We wrapped 12 different bills up into one beautiful bill. That includes no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. Under these cuts, many families will be saving between $11,000 and $20,000 a year, and next spring is projected to be the largest tax refund season of all time. Because of tariffs, along with the just passed One Big Beautiful Bill, tonight I am also proud to announce that more than 1,450,000, think of this, 1,450,000 military service members will receive a special, we call Warrior Dividend before Christmas, a Warrior Dividend. In honor of our nation's founding in 1776, we are sending every soldier $1,776. Think of that. And the checks are already on the way.
We're definitely going to war with Venezuela,
understood that one until about 30 minutes ago.
Oh, we're
We made a
definitely
lot
going to
more
war
money
with
than
Venezuela,
anybody
huh?
thought
That's the
because of
lobster.
tariffs, and
That's the
bill
lobster
helped
dinner,
us
baby.
along. Nobody deserves it more than our military, and I say congratulations to everybody. And by the way, we now have record enlistment in our military, and last year we had among the worst recruitment numbers in our military's history.
It's
A
because
lot
it's
of
no
difference
longer
a year
woke
makes.
and
In
gay.
addition, I'm doing what no politician of either party has ever done, standing up to the special interests to dramatically reduce the price of prescription drugs. I negotiated directly with the drug companies and foreign nations, which were taking advantage of our country for many decades, to slash prices on drugs and pharmaceuticals by as much as 400, 500, and even 600%. In other words, your drug costs will be plummeting downward. And I used the threat of tariffs to get foreign countries who would never have done it to pay the cost of this giant dollar reduction. They stopped ripping us off.
Why
And
is
it
he yelling
began
so much?
As of 4 days ago. There has never been anything like this in the history of our country. Drugs have only gone up, but now they'll be going down by numbers never conceived possible. It's called Most Favored Nation. And no president has ever had the courage or ability to get this done until now. The first of these unprecedented price reductions will be available starting in January through a new website, TrumpRx.gov. And these big price cuts will greatly reduce the cost of health care. I'm also taking on the gigantic health insurance companies that have gotten rich on billions of dollars of money that should go directly to the people. The money should go to the people. That's you. So they can buy their own health insurance, which will give far better benefits at much lower costs. It will be far better health insurance. The current Unaffordable Care Act was created to make insurance companies rich. It was bad health care at much too high a cost. And you see that now in the steep increase in premiums being demanded by the Democrats, and they are demanding those increases, and it's their fault. It is not the Republicans' fault. It's the Democrats' fault. It's the Unaffordable Care Act, and everybody knew it. Again, I want the money to go directly to the people so you can buy your own health care. You'll get much better health care. At a
No,
much
insurance
lower
providers
price.
will
The
definitely
only losers will be
lower
insurance
prices
companies
without the
that have
subsidies.
gotten rich, and the Democrat Party, which is totally controlled by those same insurance companies.
It's just going to triple
will
without
not be
said
happy.
subsidies, but
That's
you know,
okay
but
with
you'll
me
have money to
because you,
buy
the people, are
a
finally
shittier
going to
version
be
of it.
getting great health care at a lower cost. Another major focus is the cost of energy. For years, the radical left Democrats exploited the green energy scam as an excuse to funnel many billions of dollars into their own massive slush funds, as their energy restrictions drastically drove up prices, and they drove them up at record levels. Electricity costs surged 30 to 100% under Biden, and the typical family lost $5,000 to $10,000 in higher energy costs. Think of that, $5,000 to $10,000 you lost On day one, I declared a national energy emergency. Gasoline is now under $2.50 a gallon in much of the country. In some states, it, by the way, just hit $1.99 a gallon. And within the next 12 months, we will have opened 1,600 new electrical generating plants, a record, and it's a record that won't be beaten by practically, I would say, by anybody, or certainly not very soon. Prices on electricity and everything else will fall dramatically. The Democrat
he has to
inflation
say that because
disaster,
prices
again,
on electricity have been
the worst in
going
the
up
history of our
spectacularly
country,
in
also
everywhere where
robbed
they've
millions
built
of
these fucking
Americans
data
of home
centers.
ownership and indeed the American dream. The yearly cost of a typical new mortgage increased by $15,000 under Democrat rule. In 11 months, we've already gotten that annual cost down by $3,000, and it's coming down a lot lower. Wait till you see. The numbers are going to be shocking. And I'll soon announce our next chairman of the Federal Reserve, someone who believes in lower interest rates by a lot, and mortgage payments will be coming down even further. Early the new year, and you will see this, in the new year, I will announce some of the most aggressive housing reform plans in American history. A major factor in driving up housing costs was the colossal border invasion. We have never been invaded. This is the worst thing that, frankly, in my opinion, the worst thing that the Biden administration did to our country is the invasion at the border. The last administration and their allies in Congress brought in millions and millions of migrants and gave them taxpayer-funded housing while your rent and housing costs skyrocketed. Over 60% of growth in the rental market came from foreign migrants.
We gave free housing to every Guatemalan. It was crazy.
And flooded emergency rooms, getting free health care and education paid for by you, the American taxpayer. They also increased the cost of law enforcement by numbers so high that they are not even to be mentioned. For the first time in 50 years, we are now seeing reverse migration as migrants go back home, leaving more housing and more jobs for Americans. In the year before my election, all net creation of jobs was going to foreign migrants. Since I took office, 100% of all net job creation has gone to American-born citizens. 100%.
Eight new jobs have been created. 800,000 lost, but all the
American
eight
citizen, or it serves those
to Americans
who break the laws, cheat the system, and seek power and profit at the expense of our nation. Look at Minnesota, where Somalians have taken over the economics of the state and have stolen billions and billions of dollars from Minnesota and indeed from the United States of America.
Me, when I steal, I do it the white way. Or Brett Favre, he is a good guy. He can throw the football.
Decent Americans were forced to watch as corrupt politicians plundered the halls of power, exploited our taxpayers, and pillaged every system that makes civilized society function. But
by the
not
way,
anymore. And
fraud
you see
run
that
by a
every
white
day.
woman,
Not
for the
anymore.
record.
We're putting America first, and we are making America
Somalia
great again.
mentioned.
Very simple. We are making America
so
great again. Tonight, after 11 months, our border is secure. Inflation is stopped. Wages are up. Prices are down. Our nation is strong. America is respected, and our country is back, stronger than ever before.
Yeah.
We're poised
He's
for
not
an
invading
economic
Venezuela.
boom,
He's
the likes
invading
of which the world has
Somalia.
never seen. Soon we will host the World Cup and the Olympics, both of which I got. But most importantly, we will celebrate the
like a
250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence.
Anniversary.
There could be no
He's
more
like a child. He's like,
fitting
I got
tribute
it.
to this epic milestone than to complete the comeback of America that began just 1 year ago. When the world looks at us next year, let them see a nation that is loyal to its citizens, faithful
Yeah,
to
it's
its
going to be a
workers,
World Cup attended
confident to
only
its
by
identity,
Americans.
certain to its destiny, and the envy of the entire globe. We are respected again like we have never been respected before. To each and every one of you, have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. God bless you all.
Okay, he didn't announce that he's going to war with Venezuela. Lamau, no one respects this dog. I think at this point, it's more so people are just like afraid because it's it's like a belligerent man with a tremendous amount of power and with all of the intent to wield it. What was the point of this? Oh, he's hurting. His numbers are bad. And he knows that there's like big issues. He knows that there are big issues with the way he's being perceived right now, especially as it pertains to affordability and things of that nature. But the reason why I was watching this was because I thought he might unveil the war with Venezuela. Well, he might have sneakily done that, because in the Oval Address, he said more than 1 million troops will receive a special warrior dividend before Christmas. And that is $1,776, $1,776. So that might be like the military, because in the military, when you get a lobster dinner in the Navy, that means you're about to get deployed, right? And it made me feel like it was a steak and, surf and turf, steak and lobster announcement. Also, what the fuck is any military guy going to do with $1,700? Like, okay, you can pay some of your rent for the month.
Speech. And at one point, he credited his own success to tariffs. Of course, that comes despite what we heard from the Federal Reserve Chair in recent days, saying that the tariffs are driving
Someone in the
prices.
chat said, buy RAM. What kind of RAM? No, the fuck you can't. The fuck do you mean? No, all of that's going to AI, baby.
We saw today his own party finds
Good
itself
luck.
divided over how to handle the expiring Obamacare subsidies that are going to send premiums spiking for more than 20 million Americans in just a few weeks from now. I've got my panel of political experts here with me. And John King, obviously, the president there, the speech was designed to talk about what these first 11 months have looked like. What did you make of what you heard tonight?
Number one, blaming and grievances about Joe Biden, as you said right from the first sentence. Number two, maybe it was because he was rushing, because the White House promised the networks he would be 15 minutes or so. But the president seemed like he was shouting at times. He seemed a little angry, like, why do I have to give this speech? Number two, his point about next year, if you're a Republican, and we have two at the table, he better be right that this is all going to kick in next year, because it has not kicked in this year. And I'll end with this. He keeps blaming
Military
Biden.
doesn't pay rent,
I've traveled the
Goober.
country
Okay,
a lot.
fair.
His supporters agree with him that he
commissary.
inherited a mess. But they also remember that he said he was brilliant, he would fix it, it would be easy. And they're losing patience. And this is on Donald Trump's watch. This is not on Joe Biden's watch. The unemployment rate was 4% when he took office. It's 4.6% now. He talked about miners and bringing coal back. It's a modest number, but mining jobs in America are down since Donald Trump took office. Manufacturing jobs, he said his tariffs would create an American manufacturing renaissance. It's only been a few months. If you agree with tariffs, he deserves time, but the numbers today are down. Manufacturing is down. He talked about electricity and he blamed Joe Biden. Since January, electricity costs in the United States of America are up 7 to 10%, depending on where you live in the country. So some things are getting better on his watch. That's a fact. But some things are not. And if you're an average working family, you are still struggling. A lot of those average working families voted for Donald Trump. A lot of those average working families have maxed out their credit cards. So if you have $7,000 in credit card debt, and you have one of the bad cards because you're not wealthy, so you have high interest rates, and you pay $150 a month, guess what? You're going to be paying that debt for the next 10 years. And you're going to pay 3 times as much as you borrowed to pay it off. That's the life of an American paycheck-to-paycheck family. And that didn't answer their questions.
Well, and
Van
no one else
Jones
listening
is
to that. A lot of
Van Jones is going to say something that is going to make me end the broadcast. I can already sense it.
The question
Look at
is
him.
for voters who now
Looking
that
at
he
his
is in
notes,
office,
he's
is that
about
a
to
message
talk
that
about
works going
how
into 2026?
the president was the
really
most
effectively in
presidential tonight.
2024
But honestly, what I wanted to hear more from him was about how he was going to tackle anti-Semitism by bombing Iran.
About the economy that they weren't feeling themselves. And what I fear is that Donald Trump is falling into the same trap as his predecessor, that instead of, I feel your pain, I understand that things hurt, but here's what I'm doing to try to make it better, give me some time. This message was, I'm awesome, don't you see how awesome I am? It felt a little bit like a State of the Union on, you can set a podcast to be like 1.2 speed. It felt a little bit like that. I don't think it was really his best, most charismatic work. And I fear that it did not strike a note that the Americans who are saying, I don't think he's focused on the right issues. I wish that he was focused on cost of living because that's why I voted for him. They need to hear him acknowledge that they're not seeing it in their wallets yet so that he can give them hope that maybe they will for next year.
Yeah. Scott Jennings, I mean, you're very in touch with the president's base and what those voters want to hear. Do you think they heard that tonight?
Well, I think they wanted him to get back in the ring and start defining the
his
contours
job,
of the
Scott
election.
Jennings' job
I
is to
think,
just say Trump is
he
doing
spent
great.
a lot of last year on foreign affairs to great success. But now we're moving into an election year, and the first line, I inherited a mess and I am fixing it, reminding people that we were in a deep hole, and that's why he got elected in the first place. He is going to have to ask
brilliantly
for
and
some
expertly, after a year into his job, is still blaming his predecessor. It's cool when Trump does it, of
The
course.
centerpiece of his domestic policy agenda. The tax cuts are good, and he does have villains here. The health insurance companies are a good villain. The Democrats being at an 18% approval rating, that's a good villain. And so when you're going into an election, I think it's got two jobs. One, sell what you're doing, but two, you got to post up against the alternative. The American people just rejected the alternative a year ago, and now he needs them to reject the alternative
Yeah, we just
again.
need
So
another
I
year
guess for
of
Republicans,
Trump blaming
he's their
Biden
salesman.
for all the problems
And
that
he has
he's
not
cooking
been,
up.
leading
Like the
sales
tariffs.
fight on
Or the
defining
electricity
contours
bills
of the
going up.
election,
That's
but now he
Biden
is, and I think you'll see a
still.
lot of
It's
Republicans
Biden's
saying,
carcass.
okay,
Biden's
the
going to
salesman
fucking
in chief
die,
is
and he's
back.
still going to be
our
like,
leader. Let's get behind him.
electricity
Dan
is up
Jones?
because of Biden.
I am not scared of that guy. I'm not. This is the
Oh,
first
God.
time I've seen a Donald Trump I'm not afraid of. He is exaggerating how bad things were. That's okay. He's exaggerating how good things are. That is great for us. That is fantastic. His big threat to Democrats is he was more in touch
God,
with
I hate
ordinary
Van
people and
Jones so
everybody else.
much.
Yeah, the Democratic elite sitting up here talking big fancy words and coming up with some new thing to be worried about every day. And he was right there with the everyday people. This is not how everyday people are experiencing this economy or the country. People are scared. They are worried. They see a bunch of things that are happening that seem completely out of control. They're seeing shootings happening all over the place. This reverse migration is happening because rather than going after the cartels, these ICE agents are going after nannies and stuff. So the Latin community is backing off. So this is the first time you've seen a Donald Trump. He sounded a little
up Israel.
Scared. He sounded a little nervous. I don't know. Maybe he was just going too fast. I don't want to read anything into that. But I think if you're a Democrat who's sitting here tonight biting your nails, is this guy going to kill us, crush us? I think this is a beatable guy next year, and I think he proved it tonight.
And very quickly, a lot of Republicans wanted an answer on health care because it's dividing the party right now. He didn't give it to them. He said, we're going to give you money.
Nothing this man
they
has
can't
to
pass
say
that.
is more important than Survivor
and a lot of
Finale.
Republicans wanted to figure what they're in a bind because they have legitimate philosophical, ideological differences about Obamacare.
I mean, we saw this playing out today on Capitol Hill.
Right.
Their moderate Republicans were saying, we're going to go with the Democrats on this because they were frustrated with the House Speaker on
To
it.
Scott's point about him being the leader, he is the leader of the party. On this one, he's kind of stepped back because he said in his first term, I'll repeal and replace, I'll have a plan. He said in this term he would, he didn't use those words again, but they would do it. And he's never put forward a plan to do it, in part because the Republican Party, the Trump Republican Party today, the Republican Party in the Obama days
That wasn't
voted
as bad
no.
as I
The Trump
expected, by the
Republican
way,
Party
from
today is
Van
all over the
Jones. I
place.
thought
There's
he
so
was
many
gonna be
different
way
ideas, they
worse.
cannot come up with a consensus.
Well, on the House floor tonight, the House Republicans did pass a health insurance bill. It's not a replacement for the subsidies because most Republicans don't want to keep paying insurance companies, but they did pass a bill that the CBO says would lower premiums by 12%. So you're starting to see something come into play, but villainizing the health insurance companies, I
He
still
was
think is good
agnostic,
politics.
atheist, not Jewish, and did
One
theoretical
good
research
thing
related
was
mostly
he's
to
gonna give money to
astrophysics, not
soldiers.
research that was
I
competitive
think,
with oil
listen,
companies at
that's
all.
a good thing. So that's the only thing I could find in there that I hadn't heard before. And giving some money to our soldiers is a good thing. Other than that, it was just a gift to Democrats.
Well, and given the numbers that he touted on the economy and what he said about bringing down prices fast, I want to bring in CNN's chief data analyst,
The
Harry
MIT
Enton, because,
professor.
Harry, I think there are questions about what the president said tonight, what he touted, and how that squares with the numbers that you see.
Yeah, what do I see?
Holy
This is a
Toledo!
little bit of a fact check. We started off talking about affordability and prices and the idea that prices are coming down. But we can just look at the inflation rate year over year, Caitlin, and what can we see? Back in January, the inflation rate, according to CPI, was 3.0%. You saw by April it was dipping down. It was 2.3%. That was right around the time that the tariffs really started to get implemented. Look at where we are now in the latest reading, September. We'll get another reading out, I believe, tomorrow. But the latest reading we get out, 3%. That matches where we were in January, Caitlin. Prices have not, in fact, fallen according to the broadest measure of the inflation rate. He also spoke about jobs, right? Well, John King was talking about the unemployment rate. Look in January, it was 4.0%. By May, 4.2%. Now the latest reading that was out earlier this week, 4.6%. The highest unemployment rate since 2021. Now, these are the measures of the economy, right? But how do Americans actually feel about it? And all I can say is they feel awfully about it because take a look here. Percentage who say that we're on the right track when it comes to inflation. Just 20%. Just 20% of Americans say we're on the right track.
Who the
vast
fuck
majority
thinks
of
we're on the
Americans
right
think we're on the
track?
wrong track when it comes to inflation. What about jobs? Just 27% of Americans think we're on the
Brother,
right track when it
what
comes
are these
to jobs in this
Americans
country. So
like?
we're talking
How
about
do you
under
find
30%
Americans who are
on
like,
two
no, I
key
love the
economic
inflation
metrics.
right now.
And
I
then I'll
love
leave
the
you with this, Caitlin
joblessness.
Collins, and that is Donald Trump's
I
economic
love
net
being
approval rating. It is
underemployed.
just flat out awful, and it has declined precipitously since the beginning of his second term in office. Look at this. Trump's net approval rating on the economy. In January, he was in positive territory at plus 6%. Way down he goes. Now, according to the latest Reuters Ipsos poll, he is 25 points underwater. Donald Trump was elected to fix the economy. It was a strength for him during his first term, but at this point, it is an anchor on him, and that is why we're seeing poll after poll after poll showing him with a net negative approval rating, and in some polls, the worst approval rating he has had in his entire second term.
Harrington, thank you for breaking down those numbers. And Kristen, I think that's the key question here is this is normally really strong territory for Donald Trump. It always historically has been. But when the president is coming out tonight
I thought
saying that
firing
he
or
inherited a mess,
terrifying
as
a bunch
Harry
of
noted,
migrant
it's still
workers
3%,
was
which
going
is
to
what
fix
it
the
was
economy
a year
and
ago
bring
when the
up,
president took office.
create new
Does
jobs. It
anything
has
he
had the
says
opposite
tonight
effect.
matter
Please, I don't
if
understand. What's the
prices don't
problem?
come down and the American people
Oh, I
don't
guess
feel
we
that?
haven't deported enough.
Made a positive first step in that he is talking about the right issue, even if, in my estimation, I don't think he's talking about it the right way. I would advise him differently. It's clear that his advisors are seeing those numbers and are saying, Mr. President, in your first term, even when your job approval was low, your economic job approval was always above it. And now that that dynamic is inverted, you have to fix this. Because I've done so many focus groups where people will say, look, I don't like the tweets. I wish you would be nicer. I wish you'd be less divisive. But you know what? He's a businessman. He's good on the economy. That's the one thing that he cannot afford to lose as a part of his identity and how voters think about him. And there's only so much you can message into it if people aren't feeling it. But at least talking about this is a step in the right direction. I just wish he would talk about it in a way that I think would resonate with
Bro,
Americans
liberals are so
more
fucking
than
stupid.
saying, everything's
They
great.
literally
Why don't
just
you
want to,
understand how great
even
it is?
hearing
I
the
mean,
word
I sat down with
affordability is
Marjorie
enough for
Taylor
these
Greene last night,
guys.
who obviously formerly
Oh, at
was a
least
huge
he's
ally of
talking
Trump's.
about it.
Now they had a major split, and he calls her a
So-
traitor
so I heard.
regularly. I don't know if you've
Sorry,
noticed
she's
that.
a Republican,
But one thing I
still
asked her, I
liberal.
said, what do you want to hear from the president tomorrow night? Because her big thing has been focus on the domestic issues, not the foreign policy issues. And she said, you know, Donald Trump is a billionaire and he needs to show empathy with what Americans are feeling. I mean, do you think that he showed that empathy tonight?
No, I just think it's a mistake. And listen, if he stays there, Democrats are going to have a great year. He's going to have to move off of that because right now he just says,
No, they won't.
everything's fantastic. And by the way, if it's not fantastic, blame Biden. That's not going to work. And I think the other thing that I think is going to be important for people to keep in mind, you have a bunch of young people who bet on Donald Trump.
No, they don't.
graduate off a
17%
cliff
approval
into
rating
an
for the
economy where There
Democrats.
is no hope for them. He's not talking to them. You have a bunch of Latin people who bet on Donald Trump, and they wanted the bad guys taken out of their neighborhood. There's too much activity going on.
No doubt in
where
my
normal
mind, someone
people are
connected
scared.
to Trump,
A
leaked
lot
this
of
to
people
Tucker to
bet
get some
on
buzz
Trump,
ahead of the announcement and
right
boost the
now
ratings
it got
somehow.
buyer's remorse.
I mean,
if he
it didn't
stays
get
on this
that kind of
message,
motion
it is great
anyway.
for Democrats.
I want to bring in someone who was invoked during the president's speech here on set. That is Daniel Dale, our senior reporter and resident fact checker. Daniel,
debunking.
obviously we heard a lot from the president
debunk for
squeezed
us,
into
Daniel.
those 15 minutes that were allotted to him.
I'm
The White House makes that
debunking.
request to the networks. What did you hear?
Oh, what a sight for sore eyes.
Caitlin, that was a fact check it, half asleep kind of presidential speech. So many of these claims have been debunked so many times. For example, the president said inflation is stopped. As Harry pointed out, it's not stopped. It's 3%. In fact, September, that 3% rate was the 5th consecutive month inflation had increased. The president also said that he inherited the worst inflation. He said some might say in the history of the country. Again, he inherited 3% inflation in January. Even the 9.1% peak of the Biden era in June 2022 was about a 40-year high, not a 48-year high, nowhere close to the all-time high
Aaron
of more
Parnas
than
cooked me.
23%. He spoke of cutting prescription drug prices by 400 to 600%. Those figures are mathematically impossible.
I'm washed.
If you cut it by more than 100%, people would get paid to get their medications, which of course is not happening. He said the price of eggs has fallen, which is
I
true.
give it a year
but then he
before
said
Hassan
everything
becomes a
else is
right-wing
falling rapidly.
influencer with how
Everything
much
else is
shit
not
he
falling
talks about the
rapidly. In fact,
liberals.
even on groceries and
Brother, you must not been in here for the last 12 fucking years of my political commentary career. That is such a funny ass take, dude. Mwah. I love that. I have heard that my entire life. You must be new here, big dog. If you think I'm going to be turning fucking right wing anytime soon.
It's closer to 240.
Let me tell you something. Okay? Let me tell you something. The reason why I don't like liberals is because of their closeness to the Republicans. Okay? That's the reason why I don't like liberals.
It was under 11 million, and that counts millions of people who were rapidly expelled from the country. Crime was nowhere close to record high under President Biden. He has not settled, President Trump has not settled 8 wars. That list includes various wars, various situations that were not even wars, and some conflicts that have not actually been resolved. I could go on. I don't have time. So visit CNN.com, and we'll have a full list later.
Daniel Dale, we are grateful for what you did have time for. Thank you very much for that. Of course, we're going to continue analyzing the president's speech because as he addressed the nation tonight, we're seeing new cracks inside his own party. The question is how wide those could grow. I've got sources on Capitol Hill who are going to join me live right after this.
Yeah, the irony is stick around for a year, chatter, and you will also understand why I have so much anger for the way liberals conduct themselves. Was there anything new or noteworthy? Or all the same stuff? Yeah, all the same stuff. It was complete ass. I think ultimately it was extra ass. And the reason why it was extra ass is because Donald Trump was really rushed through it. In an effort to get through the entire speech, I don't know if they gave him crack or the good kind of Sudafed or something, but he was going nutty mode and he was yelling quite a bit. But let's take a look at the real truth tellers for a second. Okay, let's see what this fucking dipshit Newt Gingrich has to say about Donald Trump's speech.
For the entire debate over the next year and laid out what Biden did to make the country a disaster, what Trump has already done, and where we are going in general, and why that's the right direction. I think it's a very, very important speech.
I thought it was very iconoclastic in terms of it shattered the Democratic talking point, affordability. Number one, he laid out that the affordability crisis was caused by them. I don't think anybody can watch that speech and not walk away with that conclusion. Senator Barrasso used the term political shock and awe. And then you just go back a year ago. He's just shy of 11 full months in office. And wow, what a comparison of what we had and the force of nature that the country saw tonight. Your thoughts?
Well, I think that there's no question this is one of the most consequential presidents in American history. And he has begun, if he can win next year, and I think he will, I think we'll keep the House and the Senate and probably gain seats in both.
You are fucking the Lulu, Newt.
I think he really begins to rival the top 3 or 4 presidents in American history because
oh my God, the glaze! I've never seen such disrespect.
The Rooseveltian majority, which has been there for 90 years.
Get his ugly ass penis out of your mouth, Newt. You scumbag.
Back towards being a work-oriented, meritocracy-oriented country that encourages
I apologize, chatters. I know that this is supposed to be a broadcast where I don't show you
we are going to pull away
this level of dick sucking
because of the sheer dynamic of the American economy when it has a cheerleader president who is himself an entrepreneur. It makes all the difference in the world.
Mr. Speaker, let's look forward. 2026, midterm election year.
Blowing bubbles on that shit.
3 times in the last 100 years did the party in power maintain control. 4 times in 150 years.
Hey, yo, my mom is in the room. Yeah, she's learning new tricks from Newt. Okay? They've changed it. They've changed it. Calling it a Newt Gingrich. That's what they're calling a blowjob nowadays. Oh, I got a Newt Gingrich the other day. Shit was awesome.
After 40 years in the wilderness, tell me how this president can defy historical trends in this way. Is it all going to be based on the economy and peace around the globe? Because peace and prosperity tend to
I'm kirking my shit right now. I'm kirking my shit right now. Think about that Newt I got the other day.
People are going to say to themselves, is it working? Whatever it is. If they say it's working, they're going to vote for Trump and the Republicans. If they say it's not working, they're going to vote for the Democrats.
This is why I can't show you to my family.
When you talk
calm down.
about crime, clearly it's better with Trump. When you talk about the border, it's unbelievably better with President Trump. When you talk about the war on drugs, it's dramatically better with Trump. When you start talking about sheer volume of American production, it's better with Trump. So
Dude, it's so crazy because like all of the supposedly positive things that are gonna happen were just outright lies. Okay, he said like he got $18 billion in IOUs, bullshit. $18 trillion in IOUs, bullshit. Also, much lower number than the number he was presenting before in IOUs. He said that inflation's under control, also bullshit. He said that we have the new thing, the new meta from Stephen Miller and like America First posters, like all the Groypers is, oh, sure, the job market is actually ass right now, except it's ass for migrants, okay? All of the undocumented migrants are losing their jobs, and that's why all the jobs are, all the new jobs that are available, there's not many of them, but the ones that are available that we're creating exclusively for American citizens. It's the classic, like, oh, we're not slashing $800 billion in Medicare coverage and Medicaid coverage. We're actually slashing Medicare for the migrants. It's bullshit. It's not real. But it's so stupid. And yet, for a particular type of person that tunes into this stuff, they do legitimately believe it. Like, it's a lie, but they believe it.
Would not want to be in the position or the shoes of Democrats. They have to hope that the president's policies fail, that the economy doesn't recover, that somehow, his border policies and his peace policies are not successful. I don't think that's a good position to be in. Mr. Speaker, we appreciate your time. All right, when we come back, we'll continue our coverage. Also, a lot of other breaking news to cover tonight. A live update on the manhunt for the Brown University shooter.
Oh my God, how fast they're switching off the Trump speech implies that even the Fox News audience is not feeling it. They're not rocking with it. They literally are like, oh, the manhunt for the Brown University shooter is imminent. Okay, that's it. Donald Trump just gave a pivotal fucking speech at a time when his popularity is diminishing. The economy's in the pooper. Everyone's fucking angry. He gave 15 minutes of whatever kind of cracked out speech that he was delivering, and you're just gonna move on from that? That's crazy. Come on now, man. Also, let's see what Lindsey Graham had to say, because Fox News panel on Hannity earlier had Lindsey Graham on too.
So the trend lines are real. Mr. President, you just did not say the best is yet to come. You proved to the American people that when it comes to their prosperity and security, by this time next year, you will see a major difference.
When these tax cuts...
So...
Yeah. No, major difference. That when the cuts are implemented, you'll see. When the cuts are implemented, you'll see. Yeah, you'll see your fucking healthcare
This issue will be
fall
back
by
in
the
their
wayside.
laps come January with no clear end in sight.
He's definitely right. These are not normal times. Manu Raju, thank you for that on Capitol Hill. My next source tonight, joining us here at the table, is Republican Congressman Kevin Kiley of California. Congressman, first off, I want to ask about what's going on up in your neck of the woods. But what did you make of the president's speech tonight? Did he hit the right tone on affordability?
Well, he certainly hit the key issues when it comes to affordability, housing, energy, taxes, and a whole host of groceries and a whole host of other areas. I think that we can do a better job of really empathizing, though, with what people are going through right now. And so on this healthcare issue, for example, people are about to see a massive increase in premiums, and we can have all the policy discussions we want. We can try to blame Obamacare. We could try to say we passed some other bill today that would, in theory, reduce premiums, but that doesn't change the fact that people are going to be experiencing these real hardships in a major way in just a few weeks.
But when the president says we're bringing prices down and we're doing so fast, do you think that's how your constituents see it?
I think people feel like things are way less affordable than they should be, and it's way too hard to get by than it should be right now in many parts of the country. And I do have to say, my constituents are in California, where we are the most unaffordable state in the entire country. We have the highest price of gas, of electricity, of water bills, of housing, taxes, you name it. And we have the highest real poverty rate as well. So that does inform my perspective. I think that the way that we have overregulated all these sectors in California does hold some lessons for how we can reduce the cost of living for folks all across the country.
So is the message from the president tonight one that Republicans can run on, in your view? It sounds like no.
Well, I think that the fundamental message that the president was trying to get at tonight, and that all of us in Congress need to be focused on, is that the American people are concerned about the cost of living. And so, we can quibble with how much of this was Biden's fault, how much of it has not been addressed adequately by the current administration, whether the numbers he cite are really being experienced by people on a day-to-day basis. But the reality is, I think we can all agree that it is far too hard to get by for far too many families in this country right now. And so we need to be focused like a laser on trying to reduce the cost of living.
Well, and on healthcare specifically, you voted yes on that bill today. You said it's good policy, but you basically said it has no chance of becoming law. It'll pass the House, but it's not going anywhere after that. Why did you vote yes on it then?
Well, it was good policy. So, I'll vote for what's in front of me, but not what's not in front of me. But it was a fundamental failure to actually bring to the floor a bill that would address the expiration of these subsidies, which is going to cause 22 million people to have a massive increase in costs.
Well, they're going to have to vote now on this discharge petition, which, just to basically put it in regular terms, if it passes, would extend the subsidies for 3 years. If that comes for a vote, when it comes for a vote in January, will you vote yes on that?
I would think about it. The problem with that, and I want to be clear, I've signed 2 discharge petitions on this issue, and I've proposed my own bill that has bipartisan co-sponsors to extend the ACA subsidies. And I have been extremely critical of Speaker Johnson for not bringing any of these compromise measures to the floor. But Leader Jeffries hasn't supported any of the compromises either. He told his own members not to sign on to those, instead to go with this other 3-year proposal without reforms that we know isn't going to become law. How do we know that? The Senate already rejected it. So that's the problem we have right now, is we have the leaders on both sides who are trying to blame the other side for the problem rather than trying to solve the problem.
Yeah, but one of the leaders can bring a vote to the floor. One cannot, obviously, as you know. And when it comes to what Mike Johnson said to Manu Raju tonight, if the House Speaker has to say, I haven't lost control of the House, do you think he's lost control of the House?
I think that a lot of our members have sensed that we haven't had the leadership that we would like in terms of being involved in the key policy areas. And by the way, Leader Jeffries could get a bill to the floor.
He's a Republican in California, okay?
Compromise measures, just like that other
His
bill.
seat is no longer going to exist.
Because that's the one that he endorsed.
A lot of these guys, a Republican in California, especially right now when we're talking about like redistricting efforts and stuff, they're going to sound like the average liberal.
People, including more than 40,000 people in your district, get their health care through the exchange. A guy called the President of the United States might call everybody to the White House and say, this is a national emergency. This is a big deal. I disagree with Obamacare. I said I was going to repeal and replace it, but this is where we are today. I don't have the votes to repeal and replace it. Let's try something. Where's that?
Yeah. Sure,
Did you get that tonight?
I don't think he addressed the expiration of the subsidy issue specifically. I mean, and a lot of what you hear from...
But is a point where it's
he
I'm
has
the
to
president.
live the fuck up.
If you guys can't figure this out, come down here and I'm going to bang some heads until we do.
Belden posted he's on a podcast with Hakeem Jeffries. I know I played a role in that. Fun fact.
I was texting the ACA and the effect
this morning
cost,
on the
which
pooper.
is maybe true as far as it goes, but it's of no help to the people who are about to experience a huge increase in premiums. But to your point, I really think that the onus is on the legislature, on the House, on Congress to come up to a solution with a solution. There's a lot of the critique that we get right now is that the House is not being proactive enough. So this really was an opportunity for us to take the lead. And there is a large bipartisan group of members who have been trying to get one of these compromises through. Unfortunately, you just haven't had the leadership from the Speaker, and I would have to say from the minority leader to make that happen.
In 2010 and 2012, Republicans used this issue, Obamacare, and made huge gains. In every election since then, Democrats have used it. You have to be sitting there thinking we have the smallest majority. The Speaker's right. In history, you don't even know what district you're going to run in because of Prop 50. They redrew the lines in your state. If Republicans don't figure this out,
King.
and healthcare affordability remains on that list of other affordability issues, and it remains pretty high because of the cost of that, aren't you going to get pummeled and lose the majority? Isn't that the incentive to try to figure something out in the short term, or else you're going to get killed?
Well, I would say the incentive is to stop our constituents from actually having to suffer. So that should be apart from the politics of this.
Amen.
We're talking about 22 million people,
Oh
right?
my God, he's talking like a nonpartisan. I wonder why.
15% approval
Oh,
rating.
I care
If
about
we
my
do not do
constituents.
something
What
here, and people are
happened?
forced to pay double,
You don't want to stick it to the
thousands of dollars
woke
more people
libtards
lose their health
anymore? What
insurance. That might
happened?
go down to single digits. And so,
This is
and
what
one
happens when
final
you're
point.
no longer
On
in
the
a
idea of this
fucking
being
red
the smallest
district,
majority in
chat. You
history,
see
I
that?
agree. The Speaker has a very tough job.
You know,
But
I
that's
mean,
only
if you're a
really
California
problem
Republican,
if you
you've already
insist on
have
doing
like
everything in a strictly
you're on
partisan
a
way.
tightrope Trump
if we
anyway.
actually have policy that's bipartisan from the beginning, then maybe we could actually do
better
some
start learning how to speak
You were criticized if
instead of Chinese. Better start learning how to speak Democrat,
buddy.
buddy.
Home a day early this week. Are you cool with that?
I'm not too happy about that. I mean, I've been saying, like, even when it looks like this vote isn't going to happen, we still have 2 more days. I even tried to bring an amendment to rules last night that would have got the subsidies extended. So just throwing away one of those days, I'm not happy with it. And I certainly wasn't happy with the 6 weeks that he canceled before.
Congressman Kevin Kiley, a lot of time at home for y'all these days.
Yeah, bro,
thank you for joining us here.
9 at 10 on CNN.
Bro got a visit from the woker, okay? Well, you know, I care about my constituents. That's the only thing I care about. Also, I wanted to get started on the show by talking about how we are currently on stolen land. Let's do a land acknowledgement, please. I did notice, Abby, that you didn't do a land acknowledgement, and I think that's kind of fucked up. I'm here to protect my transgender constituents in my newly designed district that will be plus 10 blue. Gonna be quite difficult for me to win that. Machado White House visit is in the works. Trump allies are organizing a White House visit for far-right Venezuelan coup leader Maria Corina Machado. Machado wants to give Trump her Nobel Peace Prize medal to thank him for waging war on Venezuela to show that the strength is a force of peace. War is peace, source is semaphore. Wow. Glaze. Dick riding. Oh my God. Dick eating. We need to stop. We need to put an end to this dick eating. Okay. Too much. It's too much. It's too much. It's too much. It's too much. Okay. I've had enough. I've seen enough. I've had enough. We need to stop. This is why you don't simply imprison coup leaders. Wait, what do you mean? You absolutely do imprison coup leaders. I think in Venezuela's case, a big part of the problem is they didn't ever. I know you meant do something else, but like the reality of the matter is that's a huge problem with Venezuelan history. They straight up didn't do that. And, you know, there you go. Have it. There you have it. Anyway, did you see Admin put a Halloween party as a other achievement? I love that. Yeah, you need to do the Lulog version. You need to hit the Lulog. You need to put, like Bolsonaro was insta jailed. Put him in jail. Okay, he can get all the medical attention in jail that he needs. You know what I mean? I know he loves going to the hospital. A jail is kind of like a hospital when you think about it. All right, let's finish off this video from Alex Novell. Ethan Klein's War on Women Content Terminator.
And I'm just that kind of guy. The world is wide enough for all of us. Hamilton. So don't worry.
Going over 8 hours, maxing out your no tax on overtime? Yep.
Don't worry. You know what I mean? We go from the bottom up. And everybody's catching these hands.
If Ethan put half as much effort into making his podcast entertaining as he did into obsessing over online snarkers and Hassan Piker and filing frivolous lawsuits, he definitely wouldn't be hemorrhaging 10,000 subscribers every single month. He just doesn't care about that anymore. And I don't know if he'll ever be able to come back from that.
We never had to clickbait anything. Like, we would upload like Thanksgiving, you laugh, you lose, whatever. And then people, that would get like 1 million views.
It's true.
You didn't have to
clickbait
it. You didn't have to be sensational. You're just like, here's a candy tier list. Those used to get a fucking 1 million views.
Yeah.
Candy tier list, man. If we uploaded that now, content that I know people wanted to watch because they were watching it.
Yeah.
What would that get? Like less than 10,000 views?
Probably.
You know?
Yeah, I wonder why. I wonder, maybe because you fucking literally hemorrhaged your main community and your audience because you were so obsessed with taking down your enemies.
On True Detective Season 1, Matthew McConaughey said that time is a flat circle.
Time is a flat circle. Everything we've ever done or will do, we're gonna do over and over and over again.
Well, the same metaphor can be applied to careers on YouTube. At the beginning of his career, Ethan blew up for his lawsuit establishing a matter of law for reaction videos on YouTube. But now everyone on YouTube is blowing up at him for trying to change that definition to suit his goals of silencing his critics.
Yeah, Ethan Klein's lawsuit with Matt Haas is one of the most important lawsuits when it comes to YouTube. I have cited it, I don't even know, countless amount of times in my article. It's the only lawsuit that really took it that far, that really established what constitutes fair use on YouTube. And Ethan Klein kind of transforming into the person that was attacking him beforehand is, you know, something that I've noticed. You know, you start out as the guy who's defending fair use, creating the FUPA fund, and, you know, trying to represent creators against bullies like that, and then you are using the legal system with your own, monetary privilege, because you're a lot richer than these people you're suing.
You guys want to see how fucked up my foot is? For all of those that stuck around for this, you want to see? It's fucked up. A lot of no's in the chat. A lot of no's in the chat. It's literally, you can't really fully tell, but it's like swollen all the way up to my fucking toes, dude. I just took it off the cast. That's why it looks weird. But there's also purple on this side too. Look at this. It's fucked up. Closer to the camera. The wiki feet score dropped 2 points. Okay, I don't care. I'm basically fucking rotting. What did you do to it? I rolled my ankle so hard that it basically fucked my entire ankle up.
By the way, my favorite part about this is, like, you guys can shitpost on Twitter all you want, but this is an actual lawsuit, and it's happening, and it's coming, and you're going to have to argue in front of a judge, and this shit is not going to work, right? It's not going to work. That's the best part about this. You guys are fucking screaming into the wind.
In many ways, Ethan Klein has become just like...
Both feet? No, that's 1 foot. It's just my left foot.
Like all the guys that he used to fight so hard against when he was younger and less wealthy. Matt Haas...
I did go to the hospital. Chatters. I went and I got an x-ray. I did it all. Okay, calm down.
Tried to silence Ethan for making a video laughing at him. Ryan Kavanaugh tried to silence Ethan for defaming him. But now Ethan is the one doing the silencing. Ethan is the one reacting to the court-settled apology instead of the one making the court-settled apology. And I bet at times that feels like a victory for him and his community. But in reality, it's just not.
I win. You lose. You lose everything. Look at me. This is me. I win, you lose. And you will continue to lose, and I'll tell you why. Because I'm not done. I'll never be done.
Instead, it makes him look like a bigger and bigger villain to potential subscribers. I mean, who's gonna want to subscribe as a new watcher in the middle of all this drama when a regular H3 podcast episode looks like this?
You called me a racist. You said that I'm hallucinating anti-Semitism. You came out of nowhere. You came and you swung at the king. And you know what they say when you swing at the king, Dan?
I'm confused. Who's the king?
I am.
There's a saying in capitalist America that people vote with their dollar. Well, that saying doesn't really work or apply here anymore, but here on YouTube, people have always voted with the subscribe button. It's a way of saying that they either are or are not on board with what you're doing with your channel. If that number's going up, it's probably because you're working hard to improve your content and people are subscribing to see you continue on that journey. But if the whole vibe of the channel slowly shifts to be vitriolic galvanization against women and smaller creators, you're probably going to vote to unsubscribe. And you should. Because there's a lot of great channels out there that make well thought out videos and interesting podcasts that you might want to subscribe to instead.
Yeah, like Alex. That's crazy. That's crazy that he put this in the Kolu Sawadim. Foreign speech. What a fucking banger. This is a great video. Go watch it on your own. Go subscribe to Alex. He does a lot of wonderful work. Ethan's message to you of, I did not know you were Jewish. I'm sorry to hear that. Condolences. Unironic, the funniest thing I've ever seen from him. Yeah, that was the funniest fucking take. The song is called El Kolu Kolu Sawadim. Anyway, where was I? What was I going to say? Chatters is 8 hours, okay? Gaming is not happening right now. Don't be crazy. Go take care of your foot, old man. I have to. Don't say gaming chat. You'll spook him. Don't be a lame wad. This was a long-ass day. There was overtime. We're 9 minutes into overtime. And, you know, we had our ups. We had our downs. We had a great time overall. What is this? Oh, my God. Dude, my foot looks so busted, dude. It looks so busted. It looks like it's got PlayStation 2 graphics. My foot is so fucked up. It literally looks like it's got PS2 graphics. How is that possible? HasanAbi, Hassan Piker, war on gaming. Yeah, there's a real war. It's not a war announced on the foreign nation of Venezuela. It's actually a war announced on gaming and gaming chatters. Rolled your ankle back to 2006. I like that I said I got an x-ray and there's chatters in here literally being like, well, you should get an MRI. And you shouldn't just get an MRI. You should also get a second opinion, a third opinion, a 10th opinion. I'll be all right, chatters. Okay. Anyway.
Hey.
I'm going to go take care of myself. I also have another interview that I need to do that I actually pushed back. I was supposed to do it at 7 p.m., but because of the Trump stuff, I pushed it back to 8. But now I actually am available at 7. Anyway, love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow, okay? Peace, love, prosperity, free Palestine. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Stun lock to the topic that's just begun. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Euchre's face. Sudden discord agitprop. Gray names take on race. Tiny Bernie Sanders. LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, and Anya out your door. The H3 Crowder debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot in D.C. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming.